Buenas noches, ladies and jerks. Gracias por mirando aquí. Monoxis is using the little Monoxis's restroom. So, to answer your question, Danger, everything is on fire, nothing works. We had to put a hamster on a wheel and put him up on a generator, and then speak to cameraman on a Dixie cup attached with string to another Dixie cup to finally get this up and running. So thank you for tuning on in. I'm Stained Haynes, and you're watching twitch.tv/Monoxis. It is the best public access television in the 21st century that hopefully you're watching right now. So, slit throats, thank you for doing your part. And if that's you, Meg, feel free to talk shit. That's half the reason why we're here. Buenos nachos to you as well. Upa, homie all the way broadcasting from Russia. There's going to be a point where I will get a language manual from World War II and speak Russian out of context, but all I know so far is spasiba and do svidania. Do we have a hamster cam? No. The hamster made the ultimate sacrifice to get us here. And as long as we're alive, he's not going to go in vain. Mr. Sprinkles, we hardly knew you. Campage goes, make sure that hamster gets a shot of B12. It's a little late for that, my friend. But you could have it, okay? It is entirely within the realm of your existence. So, very quickly, prior to this nonsense, I was over on the Real Weird Sickos podcast. What? Courtesy of Charlie Khan, Jen, and Tom Videogre. All right? The finest bunch of jerks you could get together crossing streams of time zone nonsense. Unless, of course, there's an Indonesian who is a go-between of the emissary volcano gods and us. AFDH, I'm looking at you. Stop winking at the camera, AFDH, through a TCP/IP connection.
AFDH is probably asleep. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, and even in the fucking dream world ether, he's taunting us, all right?
Yeah.
Listen, but we have to give credit where credit is due. For it is AFDH who reminds us that here in the United States, we say under God in the Pledge of Allegiance, so we can keep Stalin's ghost trapped in his puzzle box in the negative zone.
Is that AFDH?
No, not yet. All right. Can you start a clock?
Why am I starting the clock? What's the clock?
I want to see how long it takes from invoking AFDH by name until he fucking crawls out of this fucking volcano.
I guess.
I'd really like to know this.
Sure.
If only Hamster Cam existed, but unfortunately you're just going to have to deal with us.
Alright, stopwatch is live.
AC, buenos noches. So, the
Who's
cam
there?
is on.
Who's here? Who's around?
We're going to get to this nonsense soon.
Who's around me right now?
Slit Throats, just subscribed.
I saw that.
It is going to be Tampage, Danger, AC. And Thupa, of course.
What do you want?
That one.
Of course. Everyone hates mango. I don't get it.
Really?
I've never understood it.
It's almost like he's psyching me into getting mango.
I'm not. You can. I have no problem with mango. But I know a lot of people who don't like the mango. Well, Haynes, aren't you going to ask?
Well, first of all,
I mean, ACTV's already asking. Aren't you going to ask?
no, we're gonna go through our fucking predetermined topics that we decided upon.
I'm sorry. You don't want to know? You don't want my segue?
Hey, curiosity killed the cat, but the cat had 9 lives. So fine, we'll get your fucking. You see? I'm not even gonna fucking address it.
No, we're just gonna act like it's not happening.
I'm not even going to pretend it's there.
Well, I'll respond to ACTG music. No. This is because I was reassured by Dr. Fauci recently that everything that he said is true, and that he assures that the mask thing was accurate.
I thought this was gonna be like a Slipknot cover band, and it was a DIY costume night.
It's I'm just according to him, he was.
I
right.
want to bang on fucking oil drums with sticks.
He was right the whole time. He was right to say wear a mask, don't wear a mask, all that shit.
Mhm.
He was also right to force a vaccine on people. He shouldn't step down. What, you didn't see that? You didn't see that whole interview with him?
I can neither confirm nor deny these things.
So apparently I should be wearing a mask.
My head's in the fucking ground like a David Blaine magic trick.
Also, you went to a show last night, so you're probably crawling with the Rona.
I probably have Chinese lung herpes crawling up and down my skin as we speak.
Mm-hmm.
Although, really quickly to chime in on Chinese lung herpes, this thing that is slowly rearranging the landscape every week.
See, that's how you segue when talking about Chinese lung herpes.
I'm under the impression that I had caught this thing, and then a number of people around me had caught this thing because it was a little harrowing actually. Fucking Deadline and my brother, who never gets sick, were suddenly under the weather. So that's kind of like a canary in the coal mine. Because if people who never get sick suddenly get sick, you can't help but think then, like, what are your chances? So, days later, and I mean like fucked up, like 2 days out of work sick, like, and not just because like you're going on a fucking bender or because you're doing irresponsible shit. So, a few days later, I start feeling a little under the weather, but it's not bad at first. I just, all right, almost
Hey.
everyone gets sick in the winter.
Shut up, Dupa. I'm in the mask because I don't want his disgusting metalhead Chinese lung herpes, alright? And since he's an irresponsible jerk who doesn't want to get jabbed or wear a mask, I gotta do it for him.
Windmill headbanging lung herpes marching up and down my skin.
You know those metalheads? They're dirtier than everyone else. Except maybe punks. And hood rats.
True.
And people from Russia.
so a few days into not feeling well, I started coughing, and it was like a never-ending cough. Sometimes I'd be sleeping and I'd be woken up by a cough, and it's like 2:33 in the fucking morning.
Alright, but I'm keeping the straw though.
And now I'm coughing up things that look like escargot. And this goes on for 3 days. And like halfway into day 2, it was like, this is no good. Some sort of intervention, whether it's like a shaman or a fucking nurse, is going to have to intervene here if this doesn't get better. And it didn't get better until a day and a half later. Then it went back to not feeling so well. And then it was fine. And since then, I've been running outside without a mask. And it's strange, too, like when you go running without a mask and there are people with masks who fucking run across the street like you've got a suicide vest and you're screaming in pig Latin. Like, it doesn't make sense to me.
I was running without a mask the entire time.
And any and all predisposition to freaking out when things get realer than real just by virtue of like, oh God, there's another human being on the block walking the same direction as me. And some people would rather just cross the fucking street.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, I'm just glad that now we like recently, like today I was in the city, did a couple of things, did some shopping, getting ready for Halloween, job interview stuff, all that kind of nonsense.
Right.
I love the groups of people like Union Square. Union Square had like some farmers market shit going on, and a good quarter of the people are still wearing masks. And it's just hilarious to see everyone wearing a mask in these massive crowds of people who are unmasked and just doing their own thing. It's just it's so weird to think that people still like they're still in this. They're still really, really in this.
Well,
I don't know.
I think
It's odd.
I think part of it.
Hipstar.
Hipstar.
going on?
Buenas noches.
When will Monox's pile drive Haynes to the table? I don't know. I don't think we're gonna have a wrestling stream. When Kool-Aider comes on the show, we'll do a wrestling stream.
When Kool-Aider shows up, maybe he can petition chat and Monoxis himself for finally a chance to make things right. Because if Kool-Aider beats him in a wrestling match, he gets the good ending and he breaks the simulation.
It says if he met you in the real, like he just run across the street for the sake of it. The coffee thing's in the way of the camera. I don't like it.
Okay, excuse me, ladies and jerks.
It looks bad.
So, I forget the name of the opening band, and then it was Jinx, who Justin Wang plays guitar for,
Okay.
and then Attila.
Did they suck?
It was really good, actually.
Who was the headliner? Was it Attila?
Attila.
Okay.
I was in particularly astounded by the crossover of people who you'd expect to go to an underground hip hop show, or like the kind of people you'd expect to meet if you went to like a battle rap show.
Okay.
And there were some of them in the crowd, and everyone moshed, and it was just fine. And like, and both like the hood rats and the metalheads were like stage diving and like crowd surfing, and there were moments during Jinx's set and Attila's set where everyone is headbanging so collectively hard that like that headbanging, it killed this for moments of time. Like there were moments where there were no phones and everyone was just headbanging.
That's fair.
Which
I mean, to be honest, like the shows I've gone to don't really have
this
that.
kills the box life, you know.
Attila sucks. Says ACTG music.
It's not. Listen, it's not like I had zero expectation walking into this, and it blew my expectations out the water.
I imagine you were just going like to support Wang, right?
Yeah, and I went with Grift and James. So like, yeah.
From these fucking guys. I see their Twitter feed that's nonstop on their phones.
They always on the damn phone.
Listen, it's the three of you, all right?
Adamas goes, I've worn a mask like 3 times in total, but I also can't leave the state anytime soon. Well, where the fuck are you at? Holy shit, are you on some sort of like insane Texas reservation lockdown?
Well, that's right. I saw that too, Tampa. Just
lock
saw
and key.
Your Prime videos. You went with Spaceman, right? I saw Friends.
Damn.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you posted it on the Instagrams.
Yep.
All right.
Anyway.
Attila. It's like Groundhog's Day, but you have to beat someone to stop the cycle. but it was nice. I think most people have a reflexive disdain for new metal in the same way people have a reflexive disdain for white trash. Because like if you've because people who reflexively hate white trash, 99% of the time they've never partied with white trash.
Okay.
So I think it just takes like one band or one song, and someone checks out entirely to that entire genre. So it was nice to talk about this briefly with Justin at the end of his set near the merch table, which kind of looked like a meth dungeon. Like it was pretty awesome.
I don't know if I would say that's awesome, but go ahead.
Well, it just, I mean, not in a fucking deliberate meth dungeon with like blood and shit stains permanently smeared onto the walls and ceilings.
Like the venue was gross kind of meth dungeon.
It's
Listen, I've been to hole in the wall spots. I've been in places where it's like, yeah, we're playing this venue, and then it's the basement, and it's kind of dark.
But it was the Gramercy Theater.
Fair. I'm just saying, like, it was a little dingy though.
But their downstairs is still kind of like...
it's still a basement.
Kind of Silent Hilly, you know?
It's kind of, you don't really want to be down there, but, like, you're there to see someone play, and you're like, yeah, I'll hang out here for a little bit. Luckily, there's a bar upstairs, and I can just keep drinking.
There's also a bar downstairs.
See,
right next to the merch.
I like the venue where it's upstairs, so I have an excuse to leave and go do something else.
Mr. fucking High Ground over here.
My drink is done. I have to get another drink. I'm sorry. I can't socialize unless the band playing right now. I gotta go get a drink. Sorry. The bar's upstairs. I don't want to be here. Just want to go get another drink and hang out at the bar for a little bit and then come back down. I'm like, yeah, I got my drink. Mine's half empty. No, that's how they gave it to me.
Yeah, these things happen.
Oh, look, it's empty again. I gotta go get a drink. I'm so sorry.
Whenever I would go see live shows by myself, if it was at a place that had a bar, I would always be that one weirdo at the bar reading a book between bands. Because, like, what the fuck am I gonna do? Stand there on my phone?
Yes.
Like, fuck that.
I mean, considering apparently you go to shows where people are on their phone the whole time. Because I was gonna say, like, I can't think. I think I've been to one show in my life where there was a moment where all the phones came up. Every other show has been high energy enough that like people were just into what was happening. So I can't imagine going to a show and just seeing like phones. I guess on a bigger platform, like I've seen the videos of it. Like someone playing like a fucking stadium like Madison Square Garden shows. Those are packed with people recording shit.
Right.
But I would like a smaller
There was a weird, surreal, brief moment when Jinx was playing, and the person ahead of me and to my left had his phone out, and it's like he was on Twitter, like not even checked into the fucking show. It's just like, okay, like I like that, and I'm gonna reply to that. I like that, and it's like you paid real life money to see the thing on stage.
Yeah.
It's like when you go. This doesn't just happen at live shows.
How do you know that they're not there just to support someone else?
It could be right. It could be any number of things, but they.
Someone was like, "Yo, I'm going to the show. You want to come?"
But
yeah, all right.
But the point is,
and then they're just bored. Maybe the show sucked, and you have bad taste.
But the point is, they're fucking checked out, and they're on Twitter, as there's like and everyone around them in like a 40-foot radius is doing this. This guy and this fucking guy. So, anyways,
It's actually really fucking good.
um, it was fun, and I saw twerking, and you think you see everything, and it melts away just a tiny little bit of cynicism, and there's nothing new under the sun. I saw twerking at a metal show.
Not surprised.
No writer's room could, like, 10 of me with 10 typewriters in 10 years would not have put the words together, twerking and metal show, in any meaningful combination to get that.
Well, you may not want to go to Afropunk.
Well, that's not quite metal.
You get some metal like bands there.
Didn't Death Grips play one year?
Yeah, but that's never gonna happen again.
Yeah.
I don't think Death Grips plays anything anymore.
No, they're just
They made their money and they ran.
their material kind of precedes them now.
Kind of, yeah.
Like I forget the name. I think it was Art Spiegelman. I think
Twerking at a metal show is called butt banging.
it was Art Spiegelman who made the graphic novel Mouse, which was basically like a World War II graphic novel, and like the Jews are mice, the Nazis are cats, the Americans are dogs, the French are like frogs. Like, it was like a very structured, all right.
Okay.
So he did a bunch of shit before that, and he did a bunch of shit after that. But to this day, people are like, "Oh, it's the Mouse guy," even though he has like 4 Eisners under his belt or some shit, you know.
Okay. It happens.
So like, Death Grips. No matter. Okay, so like, fucking the vocalist can paint for the rest of his life,
Yeah.
which he has been doing since before Death Grips, actually. And Zach Hill can continue playing drumming and fucking whatever, but like, even at fucking like 60 years old, they'll be walking down the street. It's the fucking Death Grips guy, and he only remembers it from one music video. He said.
Yep. He'll just play to the same shit over and over. He's the Mouse guy because kids are teaching him to do that in school. Yeah. That makes
All
sense.
right.
Like I said, like sometimes that stuff it just continues to perpetuate itself outside of the actual artistry.
On a related note, I was always partial.
Think about art that hangs in museums. Think about how many of the artists that actually made those things did so much more for their work and have giant portfolios of paintings and sculptures and all this shit. I'm talking about like properly good art, not like modern art nonsense. Like take the money and run art. Like think about Van Gogh. Now we fucking respect the shit out of him, right? But even so, people only know like what
Right,
paintings.
but that's kind of like the
out of hundreds.
okay, but that's kind of like the curse of being like an artist. I don't want to say in the truest sense of the term, but very few times does an artist achieve the fortune and fame and glory that one quote deserves, end quote. You know, like obviously it had to be the fucking passage of time for people to look at like the fucking Sistine Chapel,
Yeah,
and realize like, holy shit, how'd that happen? Even though it was like Raphael going like, yeah, I'll get you your painting. Just gonna draw a bunch of dudes with their dicks out now, like.
it was different times, dude. We've come full circle. That was back
And
when-
fucking Leonardo da Vinci buying wine in the morning and just fucking, I'm gonna sketch a fucking automatic crossbow.
Look,
like-
it was a time when guys got drunk, and then when someone sculpted or painted a dick, someone walked up and was like, "It's a pretty good looking dick painting you got there." And it's like, I know, right? It's like, no, like that's a really good dick painting.
Look at the fucking statue of David.
Yeah, I mean, think about it now. Like, you don't see fucking people making shit like that anymore.
Right.
Modern art's all like,
But-
remember Beetlejuice, the stuff the mother makes.
Oh
How
yeah.
it's all kind of shitty and weird looking, and like it's kind of like a running joke that she just makes bad art, at least until like the end of the movie where she's like actually sculpting like what I imagine is Tim Burton's sculptures of like Beetlejuice, but like that's how I look at a lot of modern art now, where it's just no, did you make it bad on purpose?
Right. I think one reason
Rock paper scissors.
that happens. Okay.
And
It's
we
the best
got,
of 3.
Hello,
Mr. Mystic Shorts. Deep Italian art lord tonight. Oh, hang the fuck on, all right? Like, before we get to that, before we get to rock, paper, scissors, I think very few artists, when they're alive, achieve fortune, fame, glory. But okay, I guess my favorite example would be like Salvador Dali. Because that motherfucker was still alive and still making art, but he went from fucking dude from Spain to like living and making art in a fucking castle.
Yeah.
Like who buying a castle
How lucky do you have to
when you're alive as an artist, but
Yeah.
like he also did like 28 other fucking things other than like, brush and oil on canvas. Um, Jackson Pollock had a bunch of other non. That's right. Mark Rothko did more than the fucking fuzzy paintings, but that's it.
ACTGS, which of your works would you say precedes you, Mr. Haynes and Mr. Oxus?
Mm,
I don't know if we can say currently. I think we can say what will precede us, right?
I don't know. Probably they're just. You know what? It'll probably just end up being The Mask. I could write a book and it'll be great, and it'll just be like by that piece of shit who won't give his name in a mask.
If I had to take a wild guess, um,
Shirts. That's what I'd go
I was
with.
gonna say shirts is gonna be one of them, because even if this were to just like keel over and die,
Even in the most literal and proverbial sense of the term,
like
shirts.
a shirt will last indefinitely.
It's always the thing you don't want. Oh, Mystic Shorts.
And I don't know if it counts, but technically, cameraman materialized in that closet, and I was having nightmares about him at first. So just whatever it looks like, I'm taking credit for that.
All right.
And that guy,
All right.
because I feel like I could just disappear off the face of the
Whoa.
earth, and there would still be like somewhere posted a picture of that some bitch going what?
Because let it be known that Monoxus has a power of attorney over cameraman when he became a U.S. citizen, because you have to help him out with all the paperwork
I
and
got
everything.
power of attorney over a lot of people who shouldn't have given me power of attorney, but it's too late for that now.
Okay, so rock paper scissors.
Yeah, 2 out of 3, I believe. Right?
Okay, wait. Kool-Aid is not here to keep count.
We don't need someone to keep count.
All right, even though he's not even keeping count the right way.
This is for fun. All right, ready? On 3.
All right.
1, 2, 3, shoot. Got him. 1, 2, 3, shoot. Got him.
All right.
Easy. Thank you, Lil Daps, for your rock, paper, scissors.
As long as no, yeah, I'm ready for Resurrection Narbosa. Okay. Listen, we're not saying you shouldn't redeem your points to hear me speak about the only acceptable eating disorder, because orthorexia nervosa is just another word for veganism.
Thupa says, time for a hard-hitting question. Oh, we got to get that Mystic Shorts thing out of the way in a sec. Is shitposting art, and what would be the margin of recognition that you would deem successful for it? Yes, to answer the first part, in my opinion, shitposting is an art form.
Yeah.
Mostly because there is, like any other form of art, low-tier garbage shitposting, like reposting memes that aren't yours.
Ironic shit posting.
Or just reposting. Oh, look, someone else made something good. Repost. Great. All right, you're the bottom of the barrel shitposting.
Oh, all right.
And then I made a shitpost with intent for it to be shitposting, and somehow it transcended the intent of, like, I'm making this horrible meme that I want people to be like, this is fucking horrible. But it's like, it's so bad it's good. That's like the high caliber shitpost.
Right, because
like accidentally yourself into memehood by being like,
mean-
look, I fucked up and now it's good.
you mean like accidentally luring yourself into like internet?
Kinda, yeah.
All right. Well,
So like, I mean, I see plenty
because
of
it can't be done. You're right. Because it can't be done with intent. It has to happen organically.
like you. It's kind of like, imagine there was a meme trending, right? Because it happens all the time. Something pops up. Someone comes up with a format, or there's something that's on trend, and you like. I know I see all the time where I'm like, why is this that thing that I'm seeing all over? People just posting about this thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then someone like hurriedly rushes together something to be like, I'm on fucking board too. Look, I made a thing, and then that thing becomes the new like. Now that's the format, or it becomes the new joke, which like you see that shit all the time. Like, at least on the chans, it was like that. Or joke,
Yeah.
and then someone made a shitty version of joke, and then shitty version of joke took on its own life and became its own thing. That's essentially shit posting yourself
Yeah.
into memehood.
I mean, I suppose the earliest example of that I can recall was on Redacted, because Rules 1 and 2. But it was like, at some point, there were periods of time where like Millhouse is not a meme is now a meme, and that's it wasn't meant to be that way, and now it's buried in the fucking foundation.
I mean, I could even argue something like before it started becoming its own thing. there was a time when things like Pepe's were not really funny. They like when people first started posting that shit, it was just like, okay, no one cares about this. Haha, funny frog picture. Look, feels good, man. I get it. Like whatever. And now look at it. Like it was a response. It was a reaction meme, and you kind of just throw it out there, and now it's its own thing.
Well, because it was taken out of context.
Yes.
And it was removed entirely from its original context just by the text of feels good, man.
Is Doge funny? I never thought Doge was funny. I got it. I just didn't know where it fit into anything.
Mm,
You know, some things have their purpose. Kind of how like,
it depends on context and quality. But yes.
and what you're responding to. Because that was like the thing with something like Feels Good, Man.
Shitposting psychosis is only ever acquired organically.
Also, Mystic Shorts had redeemed.
Let the record state.
Stained Hands asked Chad a question, so start thinking about that.
Okay. Hold on, when I get the chat.
Yeah.
Shitpostia nervosa or orthorexia shitposter.
That's a good example of, you
All
know what I
right.
mean? It started off as just a thing that was read, and then it became a like reoccurring
Okay.
thing to the point where it was like, let's put points on the board. And then that in itself was like, oh, it's a point-based thing now? Let's just save points
All
for
right.
it.
All right. So how about this? I'm gonna use Little Stains room. I'm gonna ask you all a question and everyone discuss. Okay.
Go for it.
All right. So you have $10 and you go to a bodega or gas station or, you know,
Your world's equivalent of the deli.
all right. You have $10. What are you getting? And like this is like just what are you getting? I don't need exact change either.
I have
all
a
right.
$10 budget, and I'm going to a deli.
Yes.
What I'm walking out with, right?
Yep.
Okay. And like, there's no follow up. Like, it's like right now. I go to the deli right now with $10. What do I walk out with?
Yes.
Okay, you heard him, chat. You have $10. You're going to whatever your local area's equivalent of a deli or a small market is. I don't know where all you are from, but if you don't have delis and all that nonsense, I can explain what we have here. 240s of Old E. Any extra change goes to candy. Well, because I already have drink would have been on there. $10 out of bodega, I'm rich. That's what I'm talking about. Get you some honey buns, get some chippies. Personally, I'm probably walking out of there with a Kit Kat. That'll run me like $1 and some change. I might get myself a big old bag of chips. So yeah, you just teleport. You've got. I mean, like, I don't know what the exchange rate proper is. Let's go with $10 American. So I don't know what that lands you with. Milk and egg feeds family for a week, and a Kit Kat. That's what I'm talking about. See, you know, the Kit Kat. I mean, you don't like. We're talking about right now. It's not like you have to live off of this for a week. He literally means like, if you were there right now, what would you get? Just for the hell of it. Like right now, I could go for, depending on the deli. Some of these delis have like beef patties. I could fuck a beef patty up right now. Kill me a beef patty, some chips, maybe a Kit Kat, and I like Rice Krispie treats. Those things are fucking banging. I recently got one of them at work from a buddy of mine, and I was like, holy shit, these things are amazing. And I've been tempted to go and buy more. Buffalo chicken sandwich, yeah, there you go. Couple of energy drinks, yeah. I don't need them right now, but I actually also have, like, I bought a case of Monster, so I'm still living off of that, so I wouldn't need that shite. Right now I can go across the street and get some shawarma. Well, yeah, but we're talking about going to a deli. Do the delis by you serve fucking shawarma? Or a fat kebab? Yeah. Fucking, alright, so far we got, Frank Oregon Jr. with the 240s and some candy. Pretty straightforward.
All right.
Mystic Shorts is saying like milk and eggs and maybe a Kit Kat.
Wait,
I was
wait.
like, listen, you're not trying to feed the family, you're in a deli to get some like
Tampage.
junk.
What kind of candy? Like chocolate-based candy, or or like fucking gobstoppers, or
Gummies.
runts, or gummies? Right, like
Gummies.
those kinds of things.
Said gummies.
Gummies.
Me and
All
Mr.
right.
Mystic Shorts on the same page. Kit Kat is definitely coming out of that store. It's got to be a Kit Kat.
Buffalo chicken sandwich. All right.
Yes, after we talked about like not getting the eggs and milk. And
Energy drinks. What? Come on. What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with energy drinks? Let's see. A chopped cheese, an Arizona peach tea, jalapeno kettle chips times two honey buns, and maybe 3 loose ciggies. This man's got the plan.
Basement. Bienvenido. Y gracias por mirando aquí hoy noche.
That's a solid fucking setup right there.
And you know what? You know
Like,
what?
You're fed for a good portion of the day, and you got some cigarettes.
I didn't need exact change, and this man bought exact change.
This man is talking about getting Lucy's.
He probably knows the right Habibi bodega where he can get it, no questions asked.
That's so good though.
Hmm.
Forgot all about the chopped cheese. Yeah, you can get those around here.
Yeah. Although I'm kind of surprised at the absence of.
I missed Danger because Danger wanted to confirm.
I'm a.
Danger was like £10, and I'm like, I was gonna say that whatever the exchange rate gets you for 10 American, but this is what we got: meal deal with tuna, sweet corn sandwich, and a bag of chips, maybe a Twix. Yo, I'm liking all of the like. Let me get me some main course because I was like, I'd get me a beef patty, some chips, and probably a Kit Kat, and that might run me up.
Right.
Depends on where I go. But like not a beef patty, probably like a sandwich. You know what I mean? Like for me, it's got to be the roast beef and Swiss. That's my go-to with some Russian dressing. That kind of setup.
That's true, but here's the thing though, like you have to end up dealing with like presumably you have a deli section in this like gas station or grocery store or like
Something like that.
what have you.
I mean, it's not because like that's always like it depends on what deli I go to.
Right. But under most circumstances, I think it would probably have to be bacon, egg, and cheese, iced coffee. I really want to say the frosted mini donuts.
Okay.
Like
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards that, but only under the premise of if they do not have a Heath or Score bar
Okay.
because it's got toffee, and that is the best.
See, I don't fuck with the bacon, egg, and cheese outside of breakfast. I know a lot of people around here do that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Not my thing.
Okay.
I did get myself a nice breakfast bagel this morning though.
Really?
Sausage, 2 eggs.
Everyone's fucking eating bagels. James had a fucking bagel story with Sam. All right.
Well, just sausage, 2 eggs, a hash brown, cheddar cheese, sesame bagel. All right, it was delicious.
Stay here to go.
I took it to go and I ate it at work.
Attaboy.
And I played video games on my phone while I ate my bagel before my shift. Because that's how I roll.
Like he's in a fucking EMT waiting room.
$10 worth of foreign condoms. Okay. Why foreign condoms? Is that a thing? Can you just get foreign condoms?
Wait. Like you need to specify because I'm pretty sure like if you got condoms from like China or India, they would be like, you know, smaller than usual because that is Google. I'm not even going to get into this.
I was going to hit you with that that's a racist, but I'm also not willing to have that discussion.
You're just not willing to trust the science. So
I'm just going to hit you with that's racist anyway, and we're going to move on.
it's all right.
It's fun.
But he's saying foreign condoms. So what if he orders condoms from like the
So are you saying that if I ordered foreign condoms, I might have to order an extra large if I get them from China?
Yes, and presumably there are going to be like differences between what like Spain, the Netherlands, Germany, Denmark, Norway, Iceland,
European condoms.
Thailand, Malaysia,
Do
Singapore,
foreign condoms have actual sugar,
Russia,
high fructose corn syrup,
Italy, Greece, and then
is that what all the I trust science lawn signs are about? Indian ding dongs? Yes.
people only want Mexican condoms because they want an excuse to go to Tijuana. All right, let the record state.
It's ridiculous. I don't think that's how it works, though. I'm pretty sure these things are standardized.
What the fuck foreign condoms are you even talking about?
That's why I'm confused. I don't think that even exists. And if it does, I don't believe you. I'm just putting it out there. I feel like there's a standardized thing because the way they're designed is that technically, like, I mean, the condom can be unraveled this much, this much, this much. Like, most of them have a varying degree. Right. So even if you are teeny tiny micro penisy, you can get the regular like Trojans, and it's like no one can tell how big I am or how small I am because they haven't seen me unravel it yet. You know what I mean? The only people who have that is like the ones who are like, I buy magnums, and then it's like, yeah, do you unravel it all the way, or are you just compensating?
Condoms as a flex, all right?
It's like Frank from Toy Sunny dropping his Magnum condoms for his Magnum dong. And it's like that's not how this works. You can still buy Magnums and unravel them this much. It doesn't mean anything.
There are a number of episodes
Yeah,
of that
we
show.
did get the actual answer.
I've been
Jar of
recommended.
Ikra. Do you know what Ikra is? I don't know what Ikra is.
Really quickly,
And a fresh baguette.
the City Mac, Country Mac episode,
Oh yeah,
you could watch that without frame of reference to the fucking show itself.
when there's two of them. That's the bit. There's two of them. Except Country Mac's way cooler than Real Mac.
He's actualized Mac.
Yeah.
Like that's...
But yeah, do you know what Ikra is? Because I don't know what Ikra is.
I was wondering if that was a typo for okra.
I don't
How
know.
big would a Polish condom be? You fucking tell me. Aren't you closer to fucking Poland than we are because you're in Russia? You two are Slavs. Come on.
But yeah, you tell me what Ikra is. 'Cause I don't know what the fuck Ikra is. Russian spread made of eggplant, garlic, red pepper. Interesting.
Oh, okay. So it turns out AC wasn't fucking with us.
No, I didn't think so. Sounds like almost like a tempanade kind of spread.
Thupa confirmed to wanting curry in a hurry. Tampage is all. I think he's talking about them fancy schmancy European Fabergé condoms. Only the finest of sheepskin from the countryside of Cyprus is what he deals in.
Terrible.
Damn.
Nice comeback, Mystic Shorts. I like that.
Damn. All right, no, because listen, like Mystic Shorts will fucking Iverson cross over you, and then you like stumble into the fucking wall or the bleachers or wherever this like 1v1 is happening.
Here's the thing.
And everyone's laughing at Mystic Shorts because he shows up with like a headband and his socks are rolled up really high, and he's got like a wristband to like soak up sweat, even though he's already wearing it. Like, and everyone points and laughs, and then it's just.
all I can ever see in like headcanon, like if Mystic Shorts gets you with some kind of razz, all I can imagine is him in that like gnome picture he took that one time, and it's just him looking like a gnome leaning at, like hand on his chin, and like hitting you with some like
Yes.
some spicy.
Rest in peace, Mystic Shorts. The account is no longer with us, but now you continue posting. Where can people find you on Twitter? Because Mr. Mystic Shorts is among the most wholesome things on the planet. He's emblematic of things that are missing in this fucking rotten meat space engine powered by the suffering of others.
Dot Indian versus Feather Indian condoms? Don't you mean Native American
I've always wanted to.
and Indian?
I'm pretty sure
You
someone.
bigot.
I'm pretty sure someone beat me to this, but I've always wanted to have like, cowboys and Indians, but it's cowboys and it's like dudes on elephant back, like fucking throwing like spears or shooting back at like cowboys on horses.
Okay.
Like I've always wanted to have a cowboy versus dot Indians.
No, I get that. But
I'm
like,
pretty sure someone already beat me to the punch though.
yeah. It'd be an interesting fight. Depends on the time zone, like the time it's in, though.
It would have to be like a straight up like units versus units, because what the fuck, like 6 elephants versus 6 horses? I don't know.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, though. Much like real history,
Mhm.
and much like every time this conversation comes up, when I end up talking to someone who's like, "But the Native Americans and they had societies and irrigation," and I'm like, "Did they have guns though?" And everyone's like, "No," and I'm like, "So they didn't have guns? No. All right, weird. That's how they lost." So it's like we have elephants and spears.
Okay, so what if they have elephants? Okay, let's
Bang!
level out the playing field.
Even one-shot rifles are enough to be like, and that elephant now has no one controlling it, and now it's just an elephant. That's like freaking the fuck out.
Now
And probably disrupting the other elephants and freaking them out.
let's see if the fucking Blood Meridian like rifleman on horseback can expertly aim on the first try.
Cowboys who had to fight horseback Indians with bows and arrows.
Okay, but what if? Okay, but
Who
now
we won against, I might remind you. Yeah, we had some pretty good marksmen back in the day. They were horseback riding themselves, taking motherfuckers off of horses.
okay,
All right, so
you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
slow ass moving elephant.
So okay, now let's even this out. So the elephant back riders, they have guns too. So it's cowboys versus Indians.
So now it's just not historically accurate.
Then Does it have to be for the sake of an idea someone has probably beat me to?
Depends. You're trying to make a game out of it,
I mean,
or is it just something you want to see done?
because no, think about it. Because if it was cowboys and Indians, and these are fucking Indians on elephant back, all right?
Yeah.
Like, if you have the high ground, then a rifle would do you a lot of good. But then, like, it's kind of like in StarCraft when you run up to a siege tank. Like, from a distance, like, this is only going to end one way.
StarCraft 1 or 2?
One.
Okay.
So if you fucking human wave siege tanks, the first wave is just fucking gone, all right?
You just don't do that.
But anyone remaining that can eventually get too close enough to, like, because let's say you have like a wall of siege tanks, all right?
Zergling.
So no, right. So right here, like your troops.
Yeah.
So if this one fires over here, it's gonna hurt its own siege tank.
Yeah.
Because in siege mode, there's friendly fire.
Okay.
So if your opponent has a wall of siege tanks, yeah, just fucking like Zerg rush it, and all it takes is just like a handful of Zergs in front of like a few siege tanks, and they all fire on one another.
Yeah, you Zerg rush, you line them up. The same way, if they have a siege tank that's long range firing, you send in a couple of Zerg that way, one at a time, and you send the rest in as a wave.
This is unrepentant, by
That
the way,
requires-
ladies and jerks. I know I keep saying I have to shave,
That
but my
requires
god,
Micros.
this is. You mean you require additional pylons?
Micros, dude, micros. Things to send, because now if you're playing StarCraft and you're just like point and clicking, you're losing.
Oh no! If you're not using like set, like, because Unit 1 is like F1 and Unit 2 is F2, and yeah.
Yeah. Support troops. Also, there was a question earlier about terminally ill death battles, I believe, from Frank Oregon,
Mm-hmm.
and it was a fight to the death. Who gets to make a wish? I don't know if you want a blubbery, a cherry limeade, or whatever a summer ice is.
You know what? I will take cherry. So, if you're having two realistically speaking, if a terminally ill person fights another terminally ill person and wins, unless he or she is of the most tenacious bloodline of human being, they are going to be too beaten up, and I don't think a recovery would be possible. Where, like, because they're so far from operating at 100% by being terminally ill.
Yeah.
Now they have to exert themselves in like a life or death situation.
What if we were to up the stakes a little bit, and it's more along the lines of, if you win, you live, and we save you. If you lose, that's it, you die. So, like, we can save you.
Save you in terms of like,
Cure whatever your ailment is.
okay, how do you deal with AIDS?
But you gotta fight. Well, I'm saying hypothetical.
Okay. Fine.
To make it
Fine. I'll just turn that off.
To make it interesting, right?
Okay,
Well,
so
the same way, like, all right, you want your treatment that lets you live through the AIDS, because we have that now. All right, first you gotta beat this guy with, like...
here's the Magic Johnson cocktail of drugs and just injecting concentrated money into your
But
veins.
first you gotta beat this dude with a brain tumor. Which
What if
we could cut out of him.
we're gonna use like the fucking Elysium lasers to just fucking surgically beam it out of
But
existence?
we're only cutting it out if he beats the guy with the terminal AIDS. And vice versa.
right.
One
All
of you
right.
gets to live, and the money to do the procedures for you is coming from the viewership that's watching. And that's how we fund this.
Because it's that fucking George Carlin bit where he talked about like executing people live on TV but having it sponsored.
Yeah.
And being like, we're gonna crucify people bought to you by Home Depot, boiled alive by Crisco. Like these are not old ideas.
Yeah.
It's a matter of time until these get implemented because
gladiator arenas existed. That's the thing.
well, as close as we get now, I mean, I don't even know if you could call the UFC blood sports anymore. When it started, it was kind of blood sports, but like now it's
pretty
turned.
close.
Now it's sort of like there are set rules, and I don't.
But this is
People
all,
can still get grievously hurt
Does-
and knocked the fuck out, though.
that all goes back to like
People can still get their shit dislocated in a hold. You know.
yeah. But this goes back to like McCain's war on like televised fighting.
Yeah.
Back in the day, and the whole like during the Gulf War, we don't want to show.
You mean Senator Snitch, who was a war hero because he got caught and ratted his friends out, and then when he became a senator, he pushed for fucking legislation that it would made it extra hard to get like POW records for Vietnam vets. Like, really, what a disgusting piece of shit. He gets called a war hero
Yeah.
because he snitched. So, anyways, also like it took forever
Yeah,
for
that
him
guy.
to die, and like he ended up getting done in by macular degeneration, which led to a brain tumor. But even then, like John McCain, like Henry Kissinger, is proof that if you're not nice to people, you get to live forever.
Yeah. So like that, or the whole let's not televise warfare because it's bad for, warfare. We learned our lesson in Vietnam. Stop televising shit because everyone understands how bad it is, and it's like stop,
Right.
get out. We don't want to see this. We don't want you doing this. So we're there now, where the entire world is full of pussies who are just, they don't want to watch violence anymore.
Well-
It scares them.
Well, but now the flip side is this, okay? So like it doesn't matter who you subscribe or no, okay, it doesn't matter who you follow on Twitter. Eventually, at some point when scrolling down on your feed, you're gonna see things that like this should have ended up being on Live Leak. I did not need to see porn. This is like a cop stomping someone's head in the name of public safety and health in Australia. Here's a guy with a gun and watch him get got. There's it really is like 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon,
Hold on.
but
I'm
like
going to cut you boys off because I see a lot of things going on about this whole thing. Frank Horgan wants to say calling this show Death Wish. 100 kids fight each other for a chance to survive or get a Make-A-Wish. And I see that he said everyone that gets kicked off at least gets to meet John Cena. Wrong. John Cena is the host. That's how you handle that shit. All right? You make the man with the most Make-A-Wish the host of Death Wish.
you mean John Cena?
All right? He's the host of the show.
You mean John Cena?
All right?
You mean Mr. John I can't get enough of China Xena?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm not going to call the guy out. He's making his money.
He's making the kind of money that the uncontacted tribes in the Amazon speak of, and where when you have your picture taken, it takes your soul. That's the money he's making.
You can't have your soul taken if you sold it a long time ago. It doesn't belong to the camera. It belongs to somebody else.
Touche. All right, you win this
like,
round, Monoxus.
I'll sell my soul and then do all the soul selling I want because you've already lost. That soul doesn't belong to me. Go talk to that guy who owns it. But you're
Deal.
dumb enough to try and take it.
It's just some random dude with a piece of paper that just says like like Hans Peter's soul.
Yeah, I sold my soul. Now I can do all the soulless shit I want.
Unbound by your laws of karma and morals. All right.
Speaking of money, shirts. Yeah, we're working on it.
Now hang on. 718 TV is my Twitter safe space. Mystic Shorts.
Oh, it's like, you know what? A little off topic, but I got one of these the other day on the train. Speaking of trains,
Basement. What is a Squid Game? I've heard people talk about it, and I don't know what that
it's
is.
a Netflix show.
Oh, then never mind. I don't forget it. All right.
It's a Netflix show, and you probably like it.
He that believeth on him is not condemned, but he that believeth not is condemned already. John 3:18.
Also, it's completely keyed out, so y'all can't see it, which is pretty cool. Nuclear Circus. Hey guys, late, but I gotta go. Okay, take it easy, Nuclear Circus.
Nuclear
Thanks for
Circus.
popping in.
Buenas noches y gracias
It's keyed out.
por hablando con nosotros hoy noche. Yo me espero que usted reciba nada, pero lo mejor por usted y tu familia.
But
Gracias.
because we're gonna talk about like the public transport, I got this on public transport. I was on my way back from somewhere and I saw this hanging on a window, and I was like, "What is that?" It's a card that says "Get out of hell free," and then yeah, there you go, and it has John 3:18 on it, and it's got a couple of Romans on the back. But I saw that and I was like, "What an interesting way of trying to market your religious spiel," when in fact all you've done is given me a card that says "Get out of hell free," which justifies me being a piece of shit. Because when I go
So
to
I don't
hell,
know. I don't know if chat can see this. I mean,
No, it's keyed out.
it is keyed out, but like, yeah, that's a really fucking dope graphic though. Look at that.
so Monoxus was indirectly handed a "Get out of hell free" card. Thanks, Catholic Church. Guess who's going to be a piece of shit for the rest of his life? And then when I show up at the gates of hell and they're like, "All right, here's a list of things," I'm like, "Bang!"
And if it wasn't for people screeching
I know you can't see it. I'm
autistically,
just saying I have one.
if it wasn't for people screeching autistically over biblical interpretation, we would not be having these arguments, okay?
Here, I'll
Because
fix it.
right now, there are 7 holy rollers and 4 Bible thumpers ready to fucking pelt this man with rotting fruits and vegetables and eggs on his way to and home from fucking work.
Considering it's got fucking Romans and like John
But
things
still,
on it, I assume it's, you know,
let this be a reminder that even the devil can quote scripture to
put
suit
that
his
on his
needs.
shirt.
All right, get a.
Get a hell free.
Remember, no, seriously, even the devil can quote scripture to suit his own needs.
But I was like, I
Let
saw
the record
this,
state.
and I was like, I'm putting that shit in my wallet, holding on to it. So anytime I'm just acting like a dick, if someone's like, "Yo, stop," like, what do you mean? I can do whatever I want. I could kill you if I wanted to. I gotta get out of hell free card.
Watch this man come after someone with an elephant gun, and then he just pulls out the card, and everyone's like, "Oh, okay, yeah. These things happen."
Listen, jail time and physical punishment still exist, but I know in the afterlife I'm safe.
All right. I wanna. Well, hold on. Before we get to public transport,
Use like a salt circle.
listen. Before we get to public transport, listen. I want to get back. I want to get back to whether it is the Dying Child Make-A-Wish Gladiator competition or having terminally ill people fight to the death, and whoever wins, it's like, all right, like we're gonna operate like on that tumor in your spleen,
Yeah.
you know, or
If you win.
right. Would this be limited to like if someone is in a wheelchair, do they fight someone else who's in a wheelchair, or like if someone is in a wheelchair who is like he still has like a kind of a fighting chance, goes up against someone who has to walk with the drip stuck to them and hold on to the metal pole with the wheels on the bottom?
I have 2 questions.
Like, how does that work out?
Are we talking hypothetically or real world?
No, we're talking
Like, can we cure being crippled?
he's in the wheelchair because he's weak because of muscular dystrophy.
But it has to be something that can be cured. So, like, if we're talking about, like, almost Deadpool status, where someone shows up and they're like, I've got stage 4 cancer in 5 different places, it's like, I'm sorry, you're dying so hard you can't be on the show. You know what I mean? Like, we can't save you.
No, I mean unless you fucking like
Or technically, and this is just like asterisk, if we can save you, we'll save you. On the other hand, your family gets like a lump sum payment, so you basically sacrifice yourself for this. And if you win, you know you're going to die, but your family gets like rewarded for you being in this. You know what I mean? So we'd have to figure out like a cash prize as well, like a backup.
Okay,
cash
no.
prize. Like whatever treatment you would have received, how much that would cost, especially here in the States, the millions of dollars
Okay.
that you're gonna owe the hospital, we're gonna give that to your family instead.
All right,
But
all
you
right.
die.
But
No more treatment.
for the sake of
Also, just to go back to hold on.
wait.
Because hold on, because he's like, how you know it's not a counterfeit card? And Danger jumped in before I could say it. It literally says "Get out of hell free." How can it be fake? You cannot fake writing.
Listen,
All right,
listen,
it's in writing.
listen. Seeing is believing, and he's holding it in his hands.
And somebody
all right?
who has faith made this. All right, their faith is a proxy for my lack of faith. I'm just taking advantage of the fact that someone was like, "I am blessing this artifact with a get out of hell free," and I was like, "I'll take that." Yoink! Thank you very much. I clearly need this more than you do, because I don't think you're going to hell, friend. Going out here making get out of hell free cards for
Ay,
people.
Dios mío.
What a saint you are.
Listen,
Well, my
listen.
hellbound ass.
No. Wait.
I need this.
Now, like we could do one of two things with the fucking cancer in 5 places, Deadpool terminally ill.
Yeah.
All right, we could do one of two things. One, we have them joust, and we just put them on like you
Like
know
actual horseback jousting.
that we well okay. We can prop them up however you want.
We're talking about like electric wheelchair jousting.
I'm just thinking of keeping them in the hospital bed and putting like nitro boosters and like welding
an
metal
engine, yeah.
and like just having them like and who
Mechanized hospital beds with
right or two. All right.
only if they joust with the pole that you hold up like the IV drip bag with instead of an actual lance.
So yes. That's okay. So have them joust, all right? and you soup them up, and you can even have like different fucking like teams and rosters where like, you know, this one's really known for their spiked wheels and their suspension and their fucking snow clearing fucked up metal plow, and this team is known for making killdozers, and this
Yeah.
team, all right, and you just field out stage 7 cancer people to them. Number 2.
I need this animated now.
All right, number 2. All right, number 2. Bill Hicks used to have this bit where he was talking about how the effects on movies have gotten so good these days, like the special effects. And now that you have all these, like, a glut of terminally ill people, he was like, instead of watching your grandma die her last moments surrounded by strangers, the last pulses of her body like pumping blood through the weathering varicose veins that now dot her body. To die with no dignity like that, would you rather let grandma go through that, or do you want her to get her fucking head kicked off in real time by Chuck Norris? And, like, listen, the only way we could outdo special effects is having that. All right? Reward name: Orthorexia shitposta. Haynes only. All right.
Oh, I can't put shit posta.
Can you fucking asterisk the I?
Let's try it.
So, having the terminally ill, I mean, if people are going to consent to these loved ones who hopefully had said in some moment of sentience and understanding without brain fog and being like of sound mind, and they're like, I don't want none of this. So instead of having to go to like Europe and get assisted suicide, we could just fucking like catapult them over walls. We can just watch people get torn apart by horses, easy mode. Watch them do what Gallagher did to Watermelon, but with them. That's the only second option I can think of, because honestly, yeah, judge me for all of that, but now that just makes jousting sound that much better, right?
COVID could cause a restless anal syndrome. Doctor claims. Interesting.
Yeah.
Sure. Among many other things that COVID probably maybe might do. You know, like exist.
Well, I mean, as if restless anal syndrome didn't exist in varying forms prior to Chinese lung herpes, right?
Restless anal syndrome. You mean like after a night of drinking?
I mean, well, what kind of? I mean, is it restless because you have diarrhea? I mean, there are many. This raises more questions than answers.
Or is it like restless anal, like you need something jammed in there real bad?
Hopefully, it's a suppository.
I mean, you never know. Some people like that, right, Haynes? Don't be a bigot. Some people like things jammed up their butt, right?
All right.
We don't have to enjoy it, but for that, like, what if they get the COVID and they're like, "Fuck, I need to get banged." They're just sticking things up there.
They need squat plugs.
Yeah, they need they need some squat plugs to combat their restless anal syndrome. Quote, it's as bizarre as it sounds, causing a person to feel they constantly need to move in order to relieve the restlessness in their anus. Huh.
Restless anal syndrome.
Oh, wow. That's a new one. Causing a person to feel like they need to constantly move in order to relieve the restlessness in their anus.
I refuse to believe. Can you let AC post links, because I refuse to believe this is true. Like, I'm going to actively deny this existing unless you could give me some awful proof that I'm going to regret asking for.
I mean, you might have to try and post the link, and then I can probably allow it.
All right, come on.
Oh no, there's
hop to it.
there's a command for this. What's the command? I know this. I should know this anyway.
Oh, give me one moment.
No, we can't both be on our phone.
Well, I had entirely forgotten that we were live a fucking hour ago, so please excuse me.
Then go do it.
Oh, it just happened, all right? You see? That's why I said give me a moment. How fast was that moment? It was less than 5 fucking seconds, all right? That much I know. So, public transit?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So, living here in New York City, you use public transit long enough and you begin to accumulate a number of stories. And the stories often tend to break down into smell, which by proxy tends to be because of like a homeless person. Although
It's almost always pee.
every once in a while, like it will be like late night, and it's like you've either vomited
That's
or
what it
you've
was.
pissed your pants because like it's just a horrible sight to see on the train. There's vulgar displays of power, fights that happen on the train. It's bizarre, especially when the train is in motion. There's something about being in a metal box with wheels going at very fast speeds underground through tunnels that make things unnecessarily real. And then there is, I suppose, the dude, you should have been there stories where you see things and there's no one to vouch for such a thing, and you kind of take it with you to the grave, you know?
You know what? Here, we'll do this. Let's see if this works. All right, post that link again.
Like, I never thought I'd see, like, a Nation of Islam dude with the fucking bow tie and the fez, like, fucking breakdance
Whoops! I kicked the camera.
quite flawlessly, like, on the fucking 6 train. Like,
You know what I see pretty regularly now, which is weird enough.
but I did. And again, 10 me on typewriters in 10 years would have never have came up with, like, 6 train, bow tie, fez wearing Nation of Islam dude popping and rocking because like someone on the other end of the train was playing that one song "Don't Stop the Rock."
Yeah.
The one where the intro is just like dun 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 dun, and then like shit gets wild. And this guy, it was better than any. It was fucking flawless. So that is an example
Okay,
of
now try it.
that is an example of the "I guess you should have been there" or "dude, you should have been there" kind of stories. So yeah, so to round it out, I wanted to mention that
I guess Twitch doesn't want you to post links.
it's not just the train, but it's also the bus if you spend enough time on the MTA. And I wonder if this is true for all of public transit. Eventually, there's always a story of smell, there's a story of violence, and then there's a story of no one else saw that but me. Have you ever had that? That's what I'd like to know. So he cannot post links.
Apparently not. I think it's a Twitch thing.
Well, is it because
No, I think it's just Twitch because like the bot's letting it happen.
is it tripping something up on an unknown word filter?
Maybe.
It could be.
Because here's the thing: I gave link permission, and it still blacked it out.
AC, we're very sorry, but unfortunately, Twitch will not allow you to post
You
what
can-
it is you want to post.
You just send it to him on Twitter, and you can read it there. I was gonna say
How about you send it to me on Twitter and I could read it there?
the thing I see most often on the subway nowadays,
Mhm.
which wasn't very common pre-pandemic, but I see it almost every single time on the train now. I shit you not, constantly. This is happening. There is always some dude that decides to start a fight with someone. And it's never like a provoked thing. It's always some motherfucker. I'm not going to say the kinds of people, but you can make an assumption.
And he was calling me racist earlier. You see
I
that?
didn't say anything about race.
That makes me the racist now. Hey!
But the same kind of people
Mhm.
who are always sitting there, and I guess someone looks at them and then looks away, and they immediately go into one of those, "What are you looking at?" tirades. And the person's usually like, "Nothing." And then it's like, "Fuck you." And I've seen people going off the rails where it's like, "I'm ex-military, I'll fuck you up." I've seen the like, "Don't look at me, I've killed motherfuckers." And then I've seen the like, "No, you don't know me, I'm a blood, I'm a crip, I'm a this, I'm a that.
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
stab you, I'll do this." Every time on the train,
Yeah.
the past like months have gone by, and I am like, today I was coming back and I was like, what a nice calm train ride. And as the train's pulling up into the station and we're all getting ready to get off, some guy like goes to get up and he bumps a dude like getting his bags together, and the guy's like, "You don't fucking touch me." And he's like, "Oh, my bad, I was just getting my bag." He's like, "Nah, fuck you, I'll fuck you up." And he's like, "Yo, my bad." And he's just like, "Nah, don't apologize, I should fight you right here." And it's like the dude bumped you by accident and said, "I'm sorry," and you're like, "Oh, you touched me and
Okay.
apologized, I'll kill you."
Three things. Three things real quickly.
Like, and that
Three
is
things.
constant around here now.
All right, three things. One, even when Grift and I were hanging out, putting up flyers, and just like hammering out ideas and details, all right, I remember we ended up in Chinatown. So we decided to go to the dumpling spot.
Okay,
Right.
yeah.
So because he was like, hey, can you eat? I'm hungry. And I'm like, I could fucking always eat. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
And he was like, what's the best uh cheap good food to money ratio you could think of? And I'm like, just, we have, unfortunately they don't have dumplings any pork buns anymore,
So they have dumplings.
but they have dumplings. So we're gonna go get the best fucking dumplings in all of like Chinatown. Okay, so we go there. So we take the dumplings and we eat, and right across the street from where the dumplings are is part of a long stretch of park with benches. So we're there, and like you had said, yo, fuck you, I'm a Crip, fuck you, I'm a Blood. Right, so we're sitting there, and a guy goes, hey, you know, you got $1? And Griff and I were like, nah, and he was like, it's obvious you got $1 because you just fucking ate. And in the back of my head, I'm like, this is like, no matter what I say, which is the second thing I want to mention, no matter what I say will decision tree into things getting worse.
Yeah.
Ignoring him runs the risk of things getting worse. All
I
right.
paid with a card,
So,
and then they go, "So buy me something." That's when you're like, "Fuck you."
all right. So I'm trying to think, what is the most reductive thing I can think of? And where he's telling me this, and I go, right. And I only had $10, and now I just have my MetroCard and my keys. So he keeps going on, and then he's like, yo, you know, don't fuck with me, son. I'm Latin Kings. And I'm like, bueno, si está con esos reyes, ¿quién es tu capitán? And I'm like, the point is, now I'm speaking Spanish, and it's like, okay, he for some people it gets too real, but because he's not of the breed of like, oh shit, now I'm shook. You responded to me in Spanish because I made a really bold claim, and now you're responding to da. And instead of him putting his phone up and trying to accuse me of something, it was a moment of levity. But he did tell me to go fuck myself and that he would stab me on sight and that he would, and I'll go for your fucking white boyfriend too. Which is fucking Griff, just sitting here eating dumplings, minding his own fucking business, like I was. It's just, you don't even have to be on the fucking train. You could be sitting.
So like a hell free card. I'm not selling
You
it.
could be sitting on a fucking park bench eating dumplings, and just because there is frayed nerves and everyone's walking on eggshells outside, and under normal circumstances you would not see so many fucking arguments and spats happen. Things that under normal circumstances, like you're walking down the street and like a dog is just naturally friendly and the dog just starts like sniffing the feet of some guy walking by, and the guy's like, what the fuck is it? And it's just this like sweetheart like golden retriever who's just like, hey, I like everyone. And now like this poor couple walking this dog has to just be like, oh no, I'm sorry, and the guy can choose to push it. And then if he does push it, now the dog is barking and more people are yelling, and then people are just like, someone better do something. And it's just this, you could go get.
Imagine the guy
That happened-
like the Noxus version
that-
of Bart's soul.
That happened on my way to fucking like trade fair, because it was like, oh, it's like, you know, the chicken breasts are like $1.99 a pound. Like, all right. And like, you know, and I'm walking there and I'm like, oh, well, to look at all these other delightful, amazing things that are on sale. And I was having a great time because I had a great day up until that point. And now it's like 6:30, and it's like, this is the kind of thing that makes a good day great. And I'm, you know, trying my hardest not to strut down, you know, and not, you know, you'll get your fucking dog away from me, B. And it's like,
Wait, you don't like who's
And
dog
then-
is doing what? Now?
and then there's this like meek little couple that of course is like gentrifying the neighborhood, and they don't know it, or at least they do know it, and they're hyper aware, and they try, they don't show up to like, you know, town hall meetings or really give a shit, but you just see this like small weak gentrifying couple walking this like super friendly gregarious like, you know, golden retriever. And then you see a guy who looks like he came from Ravensview. Hilarity did not ensue.
I mean, I've only ever.
And I'm
had-
just trying to get the fucking trade fair.
But like, it wasn't with you. It was with other people.
No, it was across the street.
Yeah, so it's not your problem. I
But
mean,
but
I've only-
it was,
like, I've only had
you could not avoid it. It
on
was
the train. I've only had one personal interaction recently.
Mhm.
I was on the F train going into the city,
Right.
so like Ravenswood, and I'm sitting across. I'm just reading my book, and the guy across from me is like muttering to himself. So immediately I'm like, all right, this guy's like out of his fucking mind because he's just like mumbling shit. And he starts going off on somebody, but no one in particular. He's just going off and talking like it's the person he was describing was not on the train. You know what I mean?
Right.
So he was yelling at no one in particular, but he had a grudge against this person, right? So he keeps getting up and getting hard with nobody. Like he's on the train, train's moving, he stands up as if there's somebody in his face, and he's like talking to them and talking mad shit, right?
Okay.
And then he sits down and he like collects himself and then like starts looking around being like, my bad, I apologize. So this man's having like a psychotic break. Like some kind of schizophrenic
Or what?
bipolar.
Right. Or he might be mentally unwell.
So something is wrong. And this keeps happening for like a couple of stops. And at some point, I'm like, I'm gonna get my shit together because I have to get off soon. So I'm getting my bag on. And as I get up, bang, he pops up because again, I'm across from him. And he's doing his thing. And he's getting like right in my face. And except now he's directing it at me. It's not like,
oh no.
it's no longer the metaphysical person he was imagining. It's now me.
So he's no longer in the cycle of arguing with people who are not physically there. He's arguing at you.
Because I stood up, he stood up, and now we're face to face, and he's going off.
Right.
So he's saying all the same, like repeating himself, blah, 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 whatever. And he starts doing the whole, like, you want to go? And I was just like, no. Like, I'll fuck you up. I was like, all right, I got to go, though. You want to go? No. And then just walked off the train. And he walked to the door, and he's, like, yelling, and I just put my headphones in, and I'm going to go. Because, like, the worst thing you can do is
complete with banging on the door as he fucking, like, as the train left the center.
I don't know. I put my headphones in and kept going. But, like, you want to go? No. I'll fuck you up. Okay.
I really can't imagine how people
wanna go.
listen to music these days when out and about.
And
It
then,
just-
because I was like,
but
you know
look,
what?
look at fucking Mr.
If I poke this
Cocky
man,
Swole Shirt Man.
if I poke this man at all, or if I mouth off at him, I'm fighting someone on the train. Want to go? I don't. I'll fuck you up.
No.
Okay. Yo, let's go. No. And I walked off the train. And in the back of my head, I was like, you're about to get sucker punched in the back of the head for walking away from this crazy person. But I was also like, this is also the same man who, on multiple occasions on this ride, kept sitting down and going, I'm sorry, everyone. Like, I'm not feeling well. And I was like, there's something wrong with you. I'm not going to start a fight with a fucking crazy person.
Wow.
Other than that, it's always just been like, and then down on the other side of the train, there's a guy yelling at somebody, and that person sitting on the train is having an internal monologue with himself over like, do I start shit with this person who may stab me?
Yo, Basement, if you're if you're in chat, I don't know if oh god. All right. Basement, if you're in chat, please chime in. One time Basement and I were hanging out, and I remember this man came in and he was like leaning against like a wheelchair, and we didn't realize why he was leaning against the wheelchair until like his below his left knee down to his left ankle, it was just like swollen.
Okay,
And
like,
it looked like
Elephant Man.
and it looked horrific. And I remember he got on the train, and immediately as soon as and he had like the hospital bracelet on his left wrist, like it was a fucking mess.
Yeah.
All right. So he's just starts talking, and now a man who I believe I'm talking to Basement, and this is happening. So I see a guy moving, and he's walking out the train, and now like large rotund left swollen leg leaking fluid man. Now he's screaming at the top of his lungs at this guy because evidently, like, and he was like, "Oh, you think you're fucking better than me? You fucking coward!" And now he kind of waddles out the train, and he's screaming out the train at this guy. The guy must have turned around and looked back because this just incensed him to a point, and I quote, "I'll take your fucking life," end quote. And he just continued from there. So then he kind of waddles back into the car, and then, "Stand clear of the closing doors, please." Bing, bing, ba-doom. And now it's just like, all right, so do I keep talking to Basement? Like that didn't happen?
Oh, I always talk through them.
And then I'm like, all right.
I don't give them the power.
And before I can even register this, he's like yelling out loud to no one in particular. And then Basement and I resume talking. And I remember, like, because he was so preoccupied with the blood curdle. Yes? It's his origin story, and he was like trying to warn people about how like, yo, I don't want to be in this dark place because X, Y, and Z. And it seemed as if like, Aristotle once said something to the effect of, a man cannot be a hero unless he recognizes the root of his own downfall. All right, that is necessary for a hero to be a hero. So this individual recognizes the root of his own downfall, and over nothing was willing to claim human life over someone who made eye contact with him because he did not want to be next to this smelly, shambling mass of flesh with a leaky elephantitis leg.
Yeah.
And that basement, thank you. That yes, exactly. It was like a 3-act play in 2 minutes or less. He was like, I'm sorry. The fuck you looking at? It just, oh God. It
Yo, and I'm telling you, constantly on the train now.
and you see, Basement, if you were not there, that would have been meticulously filed into third kind of story on the MTA. The I guess you should have been there stories.
Fun fact. All of those weird train altercations that I've had since like the pandemic started to slow down and like living a regular life,
Mm-hmm.
I have consistently. What do you want?
Surprise me. Cherry was good, but not cherry.
You're getting.
I actually recommend cherry. You should grab that,
You're getting a summer ice.
even though it's like fall.
I don't know why they have a summer pack out. They have a summer pack. Either like Budweiser fucked up because these are Bud Light seltzers, or they just had like a stockpile of this shit. He warned us that if he goes to the dark place, none of us are safe. So again,
See, it was harrowing, and sure, not Basement. Like, yes, despite the fact that he was like a shambling pile of flesh, like he was evidently like a tall guy with broad shoulders who either let himself go or he was mentally and then on top, he honestly looked like an abomination from fucking Warcraft 3, but like Latino, like a New Yorican abomination, complete with the fucking glasses.
so the constant nonsense on the trains, I now am taking the bus as often as humanly possible. If there is a bus route, I take the bus route.
Oh no, what happens on the bus too?
It does, but at the bare minimum, bus drivers tend to be way more attentive to that shit and be like, they'll stop the bus and like, get the fuck off.
Well, that's because he's like 20 feet away.
Yes.
It's not like the
But
closed
I'm
confinement.
just saying, like on a train, there's nothing to stop them.
Yes.
So like,
Kind of like on the train, there's no one to stop the mask enforcement.
yeah.
Like,
So like, I've been on a bus where somebody was acting up, and then like the bus driver radioed in the cops and was like, "The next stop is this," and then like at the next stop, the cops were there. Like I've seen that. So I was like, you know what, buses from now on until the trains get their shit together.
okay.
Because like, I remember when there were cops walking around the subway, and if that kind of shit happened, a cop could walk into the car and be like, "Sir,
Sir.
get the fuck off the car."
Sir.
That doesn't happen anymore. Also, F train, avoided by Ravenswood, because I have now seen, and this isn't a large number, but it's more than once, and that's alarming. I would go to the F train, and there's a motherfucker, you know, now they have like those metal benches that are super uncomfortable so you don't like fall asleep on them.
Yeah.
3 times now. I'm on 3, 4 unconfirmed because I couldn't find the evidence.
Okay.
Somebody doing heroin on the platform with the cops 10 feet away, doing nothing to stop it.
Well, that's a quality of life crime, so that's not in there,
I'm just saying, once I would have been like, wow, broad daylight. You know what I mean? Like, okay, and like there are people here. It's like 10 in the morning, and this motherfucker's just
Oh, sometimes you'll see it at 11:33 in the morning, and you're like, thankfully I just got to this place during the morning breakfast special where they only offer this until 11:30, and you
Now
just
again,
barely squeezed by.
3 times.
And now there's a guy doing fucking dope right over there.
3 times in the act, seen it. 4th time, 100% positive it was that, but didn't catch the guy in the act because he was doing the heroin lean
Yep.
and then fell over. And I was like, yeah, you just shut up, bro. And again, this is at a station where there are always cops present. And
Right.
there's no one, like, the station people are not doing anything about it. The cops are doing nothing about it. Like, nobody actually tries to even be like, get out!
Just real quickly, Basement goes, a bus driver is willing to throw down.
They are.
You know what? Like, watch New York City
No,
only
because-
hire, ex-law enforcement
No,
to be fucking bus
Because
drivers.
that goes back to what Danger said. The conductor on a train is like an armored door away from shit happening. So if there's a problem, they're safe. A bus driver, nah, your options are now, throw down or, be a victim of this. Because what's stopping that crazy motherfucker from getting you? That little thin sheet of fucking plastic they put there? That's not stopping anybody. Bus drivers get ready to fucking throw hands. Or, like I said,
I've seen more than one video of a bus driver
just
throwing hands and getting an abnormally large upper hand is all I'm saying.
or just do, like I said, what that one bus driver did, because there was this guy harassing, there was a woman and her kid, and he was harassing the mother. This is like on the 100, so like the Rikers Island motherfuckers. This dude was definitely coming from Rikers because he had the little fucking like Rikers baggie
Yeah.
of his like stuff.
Oh, you mean the stuffed to the brim manila envelope of belongings?
Yeah, so he's like harassing this woman, like sexually harassing her. Like you just left the fucking prison and you're on the bus, and the first thing you do on the bus is find a older woman with her child. And it wasn't even like this fucking like banging hot lady. It was just this like middle-aged woman with a kid, and you're just like mouthing off at her. And when she's ignoring you, you're like getting loud and obnoxious. And the bus driver just immediately fucking called the cops.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess they can radio in, or he had his phone, because when we got to the next stop, he was like, "No one gets on." And they're like, "What?" And then like the cops pulled up at the side, got on, and was like, "Where is he?" And he was like, "That motherfucker." And they were just like, "Sir," and pulled him, because you can do that on a bus. On a train, what are you gonna do? Radio in? Yeah. I heard a commotion. Go check all the cars. Like, no. There's no fear on the subway.
And now,
Motherfuckers get stabbed and robbed and shit.
if you okay, so something gets radioed in on the
Just
train.
visiting bag.
Listen, damn basement. Listen, because on the train, then it's like, all right, like check all the cars. Now this fucking train is stuck either in the station or worst case
For,
scenario.
like, 10 minutes at least.
Like, all right, so now like,
to get a crazy off.
so now, statistically speaking, what if the cops come at the nearest entrance? Let's say it's Times Square.
Yeah.
All right, train pulls into Times Square. So where I'm at is at like 42nd, 43rd Street exit,
Yeah.
and where Monoxis is at the 40th Street exit. So MTA conductor radios in for help, and he's like, I need the nearest cops. They happen to be near 34th Street, and they fucking like haul ass, or they book it. The point is, nearest entrance, 40th Street.
Yeah.
Boom, they're in, all right? If this is happening on my end of the 42nd Street, not only does this cocksucker have, like, free reign for a couple of, like half a minute,
For
And-
a couple minutes if the cops aren't on the ball,
and then
which they mostly aren't.
he could book it upstairs,
Once he sees them, he's out.
and that's it. He now the
And
clock
now he's lost in the crowd of Times Square.
now the clock officially begins for the cops. All right, because they're responding to something that happened on the train.
Yeah.
This is not taking into consideration things that are now happening on the fucking train because and now things get ugly. Like no. It is a complete fucking nightmare sometimes.
But yo, honestly, if I'm not with people, the train is something I'm like, I want to avoid this. Just because, like, if something does go down the train, and I'm telling you, I've had consistent issues on trains recently, and I always feel bad for that one motherfucker who's like, because there's always someone getting harassed by these crazy motherfuckers. You know
I
what
have
mean?
been speaking about the blood and thunder out there for a while. It's fucking there, man.
Yeah,
like
but,
it's
I feel bad because I had my one personal run-in
Mm-hmm.
after weeks of watching crazies on the train, and I was like, the only way to handle this is to just like, no, goodbye, I'm not doing this, because if I even try to engage this person,
No.
that's it.
No,
Like now we're fighting.
So thing number 3 I'd wanted to bring up earlier. All right, so there's a bit from The Simpsons when Bart and Lisa end up joining Bart is forced into military school. Lisa joins it because she sees it as a challenge. So there's a scene where they're forcing them to do push-ups in the rain
Okay.
because like they're getting hazed and shit. And the leader of the bullies is like, "Oh, what's wrong? You don't like doing push-ups in the rain?" And Lisa goes, "Is there even any answer I can give that won't just result in me doing more push-ups?" And then they have like a quick little like huddle, and they're like, "Oh, what?" And during the huddle, one person actually like fucking like sticks his head out to like make an assessment and continue talking. No,
Yeah.
like
That's all you can do.
there's nothing.
Like you said, it becomes like almost like a quick time event, and you're like, which one gets me the least issues? And I've been lucky enough that I've only been in like 1 or 2 instances where the minimalist approach has been enough to be like, all right, and now because if they're crazy, most of the time they are. I've never gotten into an issue where I didn't think the person was crazy. Like if I fuck up then that's a different story. Like I bumped
Right.
somebody and that person's mad. Like I've been in that situation. And it's like my bad, and that's enough.
We've all been on the giving and receiving end of that, actually.
Exactly.
By virtue of using the fucking MTA.
But when they're crazy,
Ah.
it's like there's nothing I can do to fix this.
No.
They're just insane.
And what the jarring thing for some people is that like an appeal to emotion or an appeal to authority sometimes does not get through to either someone who's mentally ill or someone who doesn't give a fuck.
That's the thing.
Like-
I would never even sympathize with them on like,
Right,
let me
but-
try and get on their level,
Right.
because
But
then they'll take it as like looking down on them, which I've seen. I've seen people try and reason with them, and then they're like, it like fucking it clicks something in their head where it's like I'm trying to help you, and then they go into the I don't need help mentality,
right.
even though like you clearly fucking do. But this is also why I love talking to friends of mine who are like, I want to get into helping people with like mental health issues and
Oh
disabilities.
boy.
And I'm like, the vast majority of them are so far gone. Like the ones who aren't already getting help are so far down the line and so deep in the hole of mental illness that when you're like, I want to help you, that results in them pulling out the knife and being like, I'll show you help. Like, don't try and help these people. They're fucking off their gourd. You need to have them institutionalized to fix them.
Not to be a bitter, caustic, jaded cynic, but like when people are that far gone, you're no better than like playing a flute in front of a water buffalo.
Yeah.
Because like not only is this not even connecting to the water buffalo, you run the risk of this thing deciding I'm gonna gore this thing making noise in front of me.
Yes.
Like there's even though by virtue of playing the flute you're doing something like kind and virtuous and all of these other things that you can use as a metaphor for playing the flute in front of the buffalo. But it's not. It doesn't.
It's going to aggravate it more than help it. Your best bet is to leave.
And that is some people's default, which
Leave?
makes it
Or ignore it.
okay.
And if you don't see it, at least in the case of mental illness, like a water buffalo might still fucking gore you. A
Right.
human being with mental illness, if you don't pay attention to it, it might just exist in its own headspace and yammer on. Because I've seen that too, like the walking in circles, yelling at no one in particular, and everyone's like, just don't look at him. And then like 6 stops later, everyone's like either left the train or just like reading their book.
Just let him do his thing.
And that person has tired themselves out. One time I actually saw people get into a fight over it, and it was hilarious because the guy who was doing the whole like, I'll kill you, I'll kill you, I'll kill you, guy got up and just whooped his ass right then and there on the train and then sat back down. Like, didn't leave, just got up, started swinging, slammed the guy down, started swinging. The guy was done, he's like, all right. And then he sat down and just got back on his phone. And then like 2 stops later, he just got up. The other guy like sat up and like got on a chair, like bleeding, like fucked up. That was the only time I've seen someone actually just get their shit kicked in after like, I'll kill you, you want to go? And he was like, let's go. And just started going at him.
Have people not seen World Star Hip Hop? Like that's how. Listen.
That shit was funny though.
Ay Dios mío.
Because usually those things end in like a bunch of like talking shit and nothing happening.
The last time I saw something happen on the train was like 3 months ago, and I've been long overdue for some blood and thunder, but like I saw someone get sucker punched on the train, and like homeboy got hit so okay. So like, first of all, like what the fuck are tourists doing in this city? Like what? First, no. I'm not even. And I know someone in chat is thinking like some fucking like a shy innocent.
Adverse. Get out skills and die with ability to multitask. Fiddle on the phone and beat down. No.
Oh,
The guy was yelling at him. He was like seats over. So like I'm next to the guy who's getting yelled at. And then like seats over, this guy's like doing the whole crazy person, like, y'all don't know what you're dealing with, blah, blah, blah,
Right.
blah. And the guy next to me is like, yo, shut the fuck up. And he's just like, what? What are you gonna do? And he's like, shut up. Guy runs his mouth. We stop. It was at what's that stop? I think it's like the 50. No, it's not 57th. It's the. Is it? There was a stop that used to have a shop in the middle of it, on the end line, near like the 50 area. It wasn't Times Square. It was like 57th, I think. Used to have a little shop there that closed
Yeah.
down during the pandemic.
right.
So it stops there.
The newsstand.
Yeah. So it's like, so we're there. This is a while back. So it stops. He's like, yo, shut the fuck up. You want to go? Yo, just shut the fuck up. No one wants to hear your shit. We stop at like the newsstand stop, like 57th. The guy gets off and pulls a bottle of water off of like the stand,
Yeah.
like out of the fridge, and sits down and starts drinking it. Doors closed. We keep going. And he starts doing the whole like, yo, blah, 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 whatever that shit. He's like, yo, shut the fuck up. He's like, yo, you want to go? He's like, yo, you're broke ass out here stealing water, talking shit at no one in particular. Just shut the fuck up. No one wants to hear. You want to go? Let's go. Guy gets up, runs at him, like grabs him, and then just starts swinging. And then puts him down, swings a couple more times. Guy's like lip is busted. I'm pretty sure his nose was bleeding. I just saw like bloody mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Swinging, 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 swinging. You good? Sits back down next to me. I was my book. So like,
This man looks cultured. I'm going to go park next to him.
I was reading my book, and then like the guy's like, and again like talking shit.
Mhm.
When he gets back in his spot, the guy sits down next to me. He pulls out his phone. Like 2 stops later, he gets off. That guy just keeps running his mouth, and then like I get off and go to work. It was a fun time. But this is years ago.
Right. Okay. Well. All right.
But that shit was funny as hell.
So
You're broke ass stealing water.
see, and because like, listen, there's no such thing as closure, but there are endings and there is resolve. So in the fairly recent past, so I was on my way.
Also, we gotta get to Basement's question.
Okay, can you guys address the Showtime events on the train? Oh my fucking god! All right. Remind me of the Showtime events.
Yeah.
All right, you keep that slotted. I'll tell you about the fucking Swedish sucker punch of the century. Give me a second, because now Chad is here. This one has a 90, 99%, 80%. You're pretty... Because when you're trying to weigh out your options, like appeal to emotion, appeal to authority. Because if you tell some of them, like, oh yeah, well, I'm going to call the cops. Like, some of these people don't give a fuck. Or, no, don't say that to them.
Or
what the fuck are you thinking?
That incentivizes them to stop you from calling the cops.
That's right. Now you're even more of a threat
Yeah,
to them.
because your cops are on the table. They're like, oh, words? I gotta put you down.
So I have to prevent, and some will have no problem doing something to your wrist and voice box.
I
Like,
have to take your phone.
these-
I have to take your phone away from you now. I can't.
If you're
use the
lucky,
phone.
if you're lucky, they're just going to take your phone away.
Oh no! Like in
Not-
order to get to your phone, they're gonna have to do some damage. But you never appeal to authority.
Don't. It
Not
is.
with crazy people.
Ay, Dios mío, you're not wrong. That's exactly what it's like. It's great that we have an MTA out here too. It's exactly the same. And Danger goes, and then he had a quiet evening. You see, because sometimes things happen on the train beyond bewilderment and comprehension. Sometimes a level question mark character is just on his fucking phone.
How the fuck? You know what? Hold on, you're gonna get there in a second.
Ghetto dudes watch a Sonic Adventure 2 battle cutscene and
Yeah,
think
yeah.
they're Shadow the Hedgehog before a fight.
No, keep going because apparently it's just that's a thing
Dude
now.
with a shopping cart full of
No, come on.
listens to Pumpkin Hill Zone once and wants to throw down.
Yeah, keep going, keep going. It,
Bravery comes in great forms. Dude with a shopping cart full of traffic cones, a trash bag of dirty clothes, styrofoam, blaring the Pumpkin Hill rap outside the train station because he is the fucking level boss. You have to beat him to get to the train. You don't
the
understand.
Pumpkin Hill rap. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I need to add that to my workout playlist.
Although, let it be known, Basement, the Chemical Plant Zone song, like that is an excellent running song. Holy shit, that gets the blood pumping. If you sit still while listening to that song, there's something wrong with you.
Hold on, folks. We're doing it in real time. Pumpkin Hill theme.
New York is a giant battle adventure on its own. Oh, I wouldn't put it that far. I mean, it's no fucking Skid Row Thunderdome in Los Angeles. It's not that. But no, even last summer, Rick Moranis from fucking Ghostbusters, the fucking twerp that tried to undermine the whole choose the form of your destructor, and then the shit happened, and then Stay Puft, and then and then, you know, Science wins at the end.
That's the one I want.
So Rick Moranis,
And the Pumpkin Hill theme is now in my exercise playlist.
Rick Moranis was fucking got in public, and he was like knocked out in broad daylight.
He got like socked.
Even no one, because it's, in fact, when the sun starts
You
to go
mean that
down.
feeble old Jewish man,
Yes.
which is a prime target here in the city?
And okay, I remember some time ago you once opined that we would soon see PMCs outside like Tiffany's and shit like that.
Yes.
I think that seems more viable now, considering that there is money that isn't willing to leave the city.
And you know what? You know what actually disrupted it slightly?
Hmm.
What happened with Cuomo? because Cuomo was bending over backward to give
All right.
like the elite what they wanted. Like he was letting Wall Street get away with murder. He was allowing people to continue to make Manhattan like rich only.
Yeah.
And this new bitch, I forget her name. Like I remember when she jumped in, she was trying to like fight with Wall Street, and they basically were like, if you fuck with us and like ruin the deal we had, we'll bounce. Like that was the short version of it.
Yeah.
They were like, if you fuck with what we had going good, like we'll just go to Miami.
Excellent TLDR, by the way.
Yeah.
No.
like-
All right, no. You're pretty. Yes,
There were
you're
things
right.
in place. We have agreements. Don't fuck with them, because if you fuck with them, we'll leave. And then what does Manhattan have?
Right.
Sans Wall Street. And if Wall Street leaves, the rest of the elite are like, wait. We don't own this shit anymore. We'll also go to Miami.
Even though at that point there have already been satellite offices in parts of not only Miami but in parts of Florida where you have
Yeah.
like Barclays, Goldman Sachs.
Yes.
You have there was one more. Barclays, Goldman Sachs, and one other company had satellite offices there before all this even happened. Who the fuck was it? Merrill Lynch. Yes. Those three had satellite offices. In the event things go so south, they could just have a mass exodus
and go.
and right, because with help with BlackRock, who was playing SimCity with America,
Yeah.
they were like, they kind of sort of had a deal, for lack of a better term.
Right. So
Which,
as
like,
I
this-
understand it, and
This was a multi-layered fucking catastrophe that some people were already ready to deal with, but it did not happen.
so as I understand, and again, I'm simplifying it because I'm not super keen on the details of it.
Mhm.
Her ass came in, and she was gonna try and strong arm them, and then a bunch of people on her team who were basically like Cuomo's fucking lackeys, because even though you got rid of like the head guy, much like trying to impeach the president, the cabinet still exists and the Congress and the Senate are still a thing. So
Yeah.
like getting rid of the one person does fucking nothing. You just get rid of the Italian in office. So like
It's funny how like 1 million old people died in hospitals and nobody gives a shit. And then Cuomo, Aziz Ansari's like some aide, and then he's like lawyering up because his fucking career is in jeopardy.
Yeah.
And then it turns out nah. And remember, I would have never believed in my life where remember that fucking screen cap where it was like, oh, I'm just Italian or like some shit like that.
yeah, I'm not a program Italian.
Why? No. Why?
Well,
what
that
do
was
you?
the point. They got the Italian out of office. And she tried to come in and be like,
It's like The Onion, but not funny because it's real life.
she tried to come
Like-
in and she tried to push against all of that wealthy elite bullshit.
Yeah.
And she was apparently reminded of the things in place, not by those who.
Who? AOC?
No, the bitch who replaced Cuomo.
Useless one. Yeah.
So she was reminded by the team behind her, like, don't do that. Why? Because things have been going pretty well, and even if, like, all of the poor in New York are poor, New York survives on the wealthy that are here, including Wall Street. Please don't fuck with them.
In fact, right, because this mechanism that is in motion,
Like,
Is-
just don't.
it's part of what ends up making cities become a gigantic fucking leech or parasite on the state itself.
Yeah.
Because there's Manhattan, there's the 212 area code,
Yeah.
where all of these shenanigans happened. Everything from trust fund children who can live exclusively off of the interest borne on an account made before they were like it came into existence, to rich foreign nationals who are here like 2 months out of the year and bounce.
Yeah.
Even though they paid for that thing, that 7-figure thing, in cash.
Yeah.
In duffel bags of small, unmarked, non-sequential bills.
Well, the point I was making is
All
that
right.
she tried to strong arm and change things, was basically reminded of the position she's in and the place that she holds and what little power she actually has thanks to lobbying and money. But she can't push them to do more, pay more, or stop. But she can very easily be like, I'm not going to allow you to go further than you already have. Like, you get to keep everything that he gave you and every other governor and mayor has given you since I've been here, and now I draw a line.
Okay, so
So, like, they have these piles of gold and these abilities and all these magical items and the powers that be and all the levels they've gained, and they're like, we're just going to keep, like, racking in magical gear. And she was like, nah, the adventure ends here.
okay, so what
So
you're
PMCs may be temporarily off the table until we get rid of her.
so what okay, so everything Monoxis just detailed, okay, that is not entirely exclusive to New York.
No, of course not.
Because consider this
But I
problem
was talking
happening
about armed guards
here,
yeah.
here in New York City. But what Monoxis just described, in one way or another, as if almost fine-tuned to the idiosyncrasies of each locale,
Yeah.
may it be anywhere from like Savannah, Georgia, Tampa, Florida. It could be like middle of nowhere Idaho, where even like not 17 is seeing California license plates.
Yeah.
It could be, all right. So eventually, there ends up becoming this like strange bedfellow of like there's a city, or like things that become or they're declared a city.
Yeah.
But the point is, there's a city, and take the 212 area code, and then the rest of New York State. Take Chicago, and then the rest of the state of Illinois.
Yes.
Like, the capital ends up becoming this fucking time sink of, like, resources and money, and it goes to no benefit of the rest of the fucking state.
Except isn't our capital Albany?
But, right,
And
but
Albany is now like a government town.
more or less.
Yeah.
Which is sort of, like, walled off to keep the undesirables
Like
outside.
the main thing about Albany is it's primarily used for government work
Mhm.
and like licensing.
Yeah,
And then New York City is like finance,
kind of, sort of.
which sort of funds the government here.
Kind of like in the, okay, so right, exactly. So
We're not the capital, but you know us first.
yes,
Nobody knows
Yes.
about Albany. We know about Albany because we're from here. But everyone thinks of New York and they're like, New York City! And it's like technically Albany and Buffalo. But sure, the 5 boroughs. What's up? We're more important, I guess.
touche.
Thanks, Wall Street. Thanks, 9/11. Thanks, Broadway, I guess. What else?
Thanks, Fashion District.
Yeah, thanks, Spider-Man.
Hey, but for what it's worth, though, okay, because if you look at the budget breakdown of where a city is like a sort of leech or parasite to the rest of the state,
Yeah.
9 times out of 10, cities just end up becoming like, because like Wall Street in New York City is like Bank Street in Boston, and that's like
Mhm.
insert name of street here to city in America there.
The financial means
Right.
to an end
So,
of a city.
so cities that have that, when you look up the budget breakdown, it is not uncommon to see half, if not more, of the allocated budget every year simply to go to the police.
Oh, of course.
Which,
To protect the money.
right, because
Which is also why when everyone's like, defund the police, what you're actually trying to say is stop protecting the rich, but you're saying it wrong.
right,
Because you're stupid and you don't understand how this works.
okay, I will meet you halfway and say this. It's not their fault that they can't articulate something to the effect of the police, especially in a place like Chicago or New York City or Los Angeles or whatever, exist solely to enforce insurance policies and like
And to protect people with money.
for the most part, yes.
The police work for the wealthy. It is a wealthy privilege, one might call it,
You fucking might.
to control the police. But meanwhile, we're making it a race issue
Mhm.
and a poverty issue, when the issue is that in order to own the police, which need funds, those funds have to come from somewhere. If the police was like a militia, for instance, like it was a, program you had to opt into
Right.
and you weren't paid to do, then you couldn't be bought. But because they get paychecks to do this, and they're pretty good paychecks, and those paychecks got to come from somewhere, much like anyone, government,
Right.
healthcare, insurance,
Hey, let me propose something to you.
anything that comes with a paycheck
Mhm.
can be bought.
Can I propose something to you?
Sure.
Okay, no. Because, like, what Monoxis is describing happens in every major American city, for the most part. Like,
Yes.
just mildly arranged for, like, you do it with a cowboy hat and a fucking bolo tie. It happens in, like, Dallas or Houston or whatever.
Yeah.
You do it with, like, I'm Italian or possibly Irish, and that's, like, New York. And, well, that's definitely New York, but, like, Boston, he's got to be Irish. The point is, all right, so Because like there are options we have not considered.
Yes.
There are options that often okay, like how about historically speaking, there had to have been at least one instance of this: fire everyone and hire someone new. Like from every because in sports, there have been times where restructuring has been so fucking top down. Where it's like even the equipment manager, even whoever the fuck is in charge of towels, get the fuck out of here. We're getting someone else.
We call that
So-
the pandemic.
Right.
Fire everyone. Do it again.
But that but that is under Chinese lung herpes changing of the horizon. You know.
But it's still accurate.
Number 2. Fine.
It's kind of how like we need to respect our healthcare workers. They're saving lives.
All,
6 months later, you need to be vaxxed. No, fire all of them.
and if you don't, and if you don't comply, we're sending in the National Guard, which
I
did.
thought that they were like saving people, and there were lives to be saved, and you need these people. Fire them if they don't get jibbity jabbed.
Listen, it is kind of a bizarre turn of events, and where there were just countless
have a
number of.
blubbery.
There were,
I think that's the best one.
there were countless TikToks of dancing nurses and healthcare workers
Oh my
that were
God.
celebrated
I
like
hope some of
gladiators,
them got fired.
like gladiators.
Although the ones who dance like morons, definitely got.
And not American gladiators. I mean, like, send them to heaven because, yeah, that meant keep them on earth. But the point is, like
Okay.
Roman gladiators, all right?
You good? No one's bothering me.
These healthcares,
I gotta take a leak.
these healthcare workers and nurses, all right? They were held up like Olympian fucking champions. And then a lot of them don't want to get the gene
So they wouldn't want
altering.
to comply.
They didn't want to get the gene altering mystery fluid.
I'm hoping it gives me rhino skin.
well, just so you could scrap without fucking like
Or I hope it sterilizes me. I don't gotta worry.
And then this guy is just gonna fucking be slinging dick like he's a crack dealer at a fucking 179th Street in Jamaica Avenue. Be careful for Monoxus. Why do you think people outside of New York and America call him Queen Sex Man? Just ask Stylish Hobo Cat. In other news, remember that future site of It's Okay to Be Infected story I tagged you in, Haynes? Well, I've acquired some adhesive spray as of today. That's all I'll say. All right, well, good on you. Although I would argue that you might... All right, all I'm going to say is make sure you take care of the corners, because that is the easiest place people can tear down flyers. You have to make people work for it, because if there are others who have nothing else going on in their lives, and they see ink and paper in meat space, and some mechanism happens, something unhinges, I don't know what it is, but ink and paper in meat space, some people start to try to tear it down. So every once in a while, it's like fucking amateur hour and it's Bush League, because they might scratch at certain things, but they'll leave 718 TV up. That's fine. And I leave it up. That doesn't get whomped. But then there are some times where they just like a rabid animal, like a fucking cat going against an endless stream of like laser points. It's unhealthy, at least to me. What do I know? So, for adhesive spray, because I use glue and adhesive spray, make sure you cover your corners. Honestly, realistically speaking, all you'd have to do is just like the corners in the center. Because all the area around it that you're not covering with spray, if you just hit corner, center, that's what the glue covers. Then again, that's just what I do. Fun fact. When I put glue up, it's kind of like the stars and bars. And when Grift puts the glue up, it's like the Union Jack. It's wild. Everyone kind of has their own technique, and I dig that. So is the corruption a part of trying to keep some semblance of stability? Sometimes. And who can forget Skin Neck Titty?
Take his shoes.
So,
Kill a man. Take his shoes so I can be more comfortable.
Thupa goes, I've had only positive interactions with police, even that time I got swatted. That is fucking horrifying to hear and speak of. Driver Shaft, buenas noches. Where's the other guy? Did you eat him, Rey Mysterio?
I had a pee, alright? I'm drinking a lot of seltzer.
Well, thank you for coming on by, Driver Shaft.
I have a drinking problem, which means I have a peeing problem.
Whenever I think of driver shaft, I think of a frog just driving in the quiet, seamless night sky, going
Frog in a-
from one job to another.
The frog in a car
It's a frog in a car.
from fucking Earthbound 3.
No, you got a 5
Sorry, Mother 3.
No.
Earthbound 2.
driver shaft gives you 5 minutes.
I'm just saying, it's like frog in a car is a thing for Mother.
I know, but haven't you ever seen Drive?
I have seen Drive.
All
But
right.
a frog in a car is from Mother.
But that frog in a car gives you 5 minutes.
It's fine. There's still a frog in a car,
Okay.
and it's from Mother.
I understand driver shaft is not the first frog in a car.
It's not. I mean, I don't know historically where they would fit in because I don't know what came out first. Because Mother 3 came out in the Yappin,
Mhm.
and we never got it properly. I don't know if Driver Shaft is older than the Yappin time date. I don't know how old Driver Shaft is.
This is true. All right.
How is the Bud Light Seltzer, by the way? I'm pleasantly surprised because I've been drinking I tried White Claw first, and I tried Truly, I tried Montauk, I tried what was it? Topo Chico makes one, I think.
Mm.
There's a lot.
Oh, okay. Real quickly, this is probably the
The best
tastiest one. Okay.
Yeah, hands down. Here's
Bud
the
Light.
thing.
No.
There's a reason why I bought these today.
All right.
Other than the weird that was a summer pack thing. I was like, that's cool. I went camping recently,
Uh-huh.
and in the process of getting to the campsite, we were taking an Uber into the park because I didn't bring a car, I don't drive, I don't have one, I'm from the city. And I was like, whatever, I'm going to go in this deli and we're going to grab stuff. We had a bottle of whiskey and a bottle of gin. We had more than enough alcohol, but I was like, I'm going to buy a pack. And
We're gonna get trashed on the way
I
there.
was with my girl, and she was like, buy a pack of seltzers. And I was like, cool, I'll just get I think it's of seltzers. Bud Light Seltzer made a full one. And the 4 flavors were apple cinnamon, maple pear, marshmallow, and pumpkin spice.
Oh, and they're fucking terrible.
No, they were all really good.
They tasted like garbage. My God, I tried them and I did not like them.
I thought they were all amazing. And the reason why I even bought Bud Light Seltzer was because I've been avoiding Bud Light Seltzer because I was like, there's no way Bud Light makes a good seltzer.
Right.
And I had those, and I was like, here's the thing. When I saw those,
no, I did not like the marshmallow one. For the first
the
two
marshmallow was the worst one.
for the first 2 seconds you taste it and it tasted like how the marshmallows of cereal taste like, and then it just turned into fucking if you had to pour beer through a sewer grate covered with decaf coffee grounds
It tasted like coffee.
and shit. It was fucking terrible.
It tasted like coffee, and that was the worst one.
Mhm.
In my head, I was like, marshmallow is going to be the best one.
The maple syrup one was just diabetes. The fucking
It tasted
liquid.
like maple.
It doesn't. No, it tasted awful.
It tastes like maple.
Maple doesn't taste like awful.
It tasted like maple.
All right, there is a world of fucking difference between maple and awful.
It tasted like maple.
I
And
refuse
the
to
apple cinnamon
acknowledge.
one
No.
tasted like apple cider.
If apple cider to you is just fucking like, okay, let's say Monoxis is fighting a forest fire somewhere in California, okay, and then
Hold on.
the forest fire.
No,
Okay,
hold on.
it's him
No,
and it's Cameron.
I'm
all right?
cutting you off now.
No.
I'm cutting you off.
Here's what happens.
Because
Here's what happens.
Here's what I'm seeing.
Monoxis is fighting forest fires.
You've been
in
enjoying
California,
these this
all
whole
right?
time, all right? So our taste buds clearly aren't that off, and somehow, even though the same brand made these, and you're like, "Oh, this tastes pretty."
They
fucking
were a
good.
different, undiscussed. That flavor is not right.
Then there's
those-
something
no.
that pack you got was fucky, because I tried all of them. The only one I didn't like was the marshmallow. I genuinely hated the marshmallow. In fact, the pumpkin spice, I fucking hate pumpkin spice. I hate it. Because everyone that makes pumpkin
No,
spice
it just-
shit, they put pumpkin in it, and pumpkin spice
It
is
was-
not pumpkin flavored.
it
It's
was
pumpkin
just
spice.
Fucking awful.
All right.
All right.
I'm just saying, the one I had, they were all pretty fucking good. So I don't know what happened, because we've been drinking these, and these are all pretty fucking good.
But this is clear liquid nonsense instead of tainted, colored, ungodly breakfast cereal.
Wait,
Corn
yours are
syrup
colored?
tainted.
That's weird. They should have been. They were seltzers. Did you get the beers or the seltzers?
We got the beers.
The seltzers.
Oh, then
The
no,
seltzers.
I've never tried the seltzers.
Okay, there we go. That's the problem.
You see? All right, now this is a parable. All right, this is a parable.
There you go.
Okay.
Camera, focus.
Okay.
I'm
all
over
right.
here.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. So then you roll credits, and then everyone in chat does an applaud and a victory lap. All right.
But yes, the seltzers, not the beers. The Bud Light fucking No, don't get the flavored Bud Light beer thing.
Oh no, they're just terrible.
They're disgusting.
No, I.
But their seltzers
Mhm.
are really good. and they have a fall
Of
pack,
course.
and they're not bad. Except the marshmallow. The marshmallow is still bad. But the pumpkin spice, have you ever had just pumpkin spice without pumpkin in it?
The people who made the beer that tasted like that, I sincerely, it is not often that I wish ill upon people, because when you throw dirt at someone, you're just taking dirt from underneath your feet and you're digging yourself deeper
Yeah.
so you could throw it at people.
Let's see, hold on. Do you guys try Mike's Hard? I have. I don't like it.
But the people who made that beer,
They sell Jack and Coke in bottle form at delis now. Yes, in fact, that whole premise, like Jack and Coke, vodka seltzers, gin mixers and cans and shit like that, that started in Japan, I'm pretty sure. Like that's been a practice over there for a long time, and now it's just starting to make it
Really?
here. Like you can buy canned Moscow Mules. You can buy cans of Jack and Coke.
really? Can you get like cans of like gin and tonic?
I'm pretty sure there's gin and tonic ones.
Really?
In Japan, though, when you go to like the liquor section, like the alcohol section, in like a 7-Eleven of all things too, it'll be like, here are the beers, here are your seltzers, and then here are your like mixed things. So it's like Jack and Cokes, gin and tonics, vodka tonics, Moscow Mules, like tequila sunrise
All
in a
right,
can.
see, this is proof that the future is already here, but it's unevenly distributed.
They also don't
So-
have drinking in public laws over there. You can just drink.
As Monoxis is describing what is happening, on one hand, it's a cultural 180, but technology-wise, they have leaned into a direction that we don't have here.
Yeah.
Perhaps on a number of like concentric, multi-layered, the future is here, but unevenly distributed arguments.
ACTG Music,
That's-
where are you located with forest fires?
We're gonna get to that.
I'm just asking so you can tell me now.
We're located. The forest fires happen in California.
That's what I'm asking.
So-
Are you in California?
Okay, so to make my point, all right, look at what they have over in fucking 7-Elevens in the land of the rising sun,
In the yapping.
and over here, if Monoxis were battling fucking forest fires and he's with like a cameraman, all right, and they're like walking up the fire, and then like the forest fire is like way too much, all right, so a cameraman takes a box of matches and he lights one and he throws it in the box, so the fire going off absorbs all the oxygen around him, and then he like ducks and covers, and then Monoxis is just like ah, and then like minutes later there's like charred Monoxis, and cameraman is just like power line sounds, and like subtitles, and Monoxis is just like just give me something to drink, because he knows he's about to like fucking like he already sees the white light, but
It's more like the
it's,
fire like burning through your body.
but it's so distressing, he just wants something to drink before he crosses over, right? So cameraman is like, and it's like the maple syrup Bud Light beer, and he gives it to Monoxis, and he's just like, he takes it, he spits it out, and he goes like, you bastard, and he dies angry, like, and then they go to the funeral, and he's like
Just bad.
he's just
Like sour face.
and every time he shows up in someone's dreams, he's always like,
I just wanted to drink.
he's dispensing like life-changing wisdom, but
I'll say this though. At the very least, what we do have
it tasted like shit.
on them that they don't have, even though you can get nice liquor stuff in the 7-Elevens in Japan, I can get like 1,500 calories worth of food for like $8. So when it's bulking season, boy, is 7-Eleven good.
Right, but
I know Basement knows what I'm talking about. 8 tacos for $2.
Ah.
Some chicken rollers. Fucking get yourself a Monster Zero Ultra for $1.50.
Right, but look at these savages here in my own neck of the woods that are outsourcing their time and their money to these things, and where every once in a while, if I have to purchase things out of doors and it is not required to have in like a Tupperware or whatnot, I'm quite fond of that taco truck that's outside CVS.
The Del Taco?
Yes,
Taco truck?
yes.
They're
Ooh.
okay.
I mean, well, it's better than the fucking Tex-Mex a block and a half down. Like, no, why
Do you know
would
who
you
makes
get?
pretty good tacos?
Why would you get Chinese-made Tex-Mex
Hold on.
when you can have
I'm gonna
the
blow your
thing
mind.
right over
I'm gonna
there?
blow your mind. I'll block up the other way towards the train. Los Portales.
Oh, they're the shit. Yeah,
Los Portales.
but that's for like sit-down
No,
property.
no. You can order them and take them with you.
Okay.
And you know those banging nachos we got that one time?
Mhm.
With all the fixins? That was them.
Right. No,
And
but
those are like $6.
Have you ever been there inside?
Never. Why would I go inside?
It's kind of nice, actually.
Why would I go inside when I can just
It is incredibly cozy and
bring
it's
it to my
delightful.
door?
Okay, I know, I get it. Fine.
I'll leave
fine.
the tacos in my fucking underwear in the bedroom. Why am I gonna go to the restaurant?
Fine.
Who sits
fine.
down at a taco spot?
Mexicans?
What's wrong with them?
Because it's so okay. Chat. Am I in the wrong if I'm like, hey, a good Mexican joint is if Mexicans go there and eat? Kind of like when Monoxis and I were in Chinatown, and it's like, hey, this Chinese joint is so good, Chinese people come here to eat.
The sandwiches are actually surprisingly good and they're cheap.
All right.
Los Portales is
Thank you,
amazing.
Lopan.
And
All
their-
right.
and their prices haven't wavered too much since the pandemic. Like I genuinely thought they were going to close down because they're like a cheap hole in the wall spot. They survived. They survived. Also, Del Taco better than Taco Bell. Proper Del Taco, yes. Cheap knockoff Del Taco. There's something special about the shittiness of Taco Bell.
Yeah, you mean the liquid meat and the half melted cheese?
Don't-
It is kind of good though.
Don't get anything.
On a horrible way.
Don't
It is
get
good,
anything
though.
with beef. Get all the chicken stuff.
Why are you not getting beef from Taco Bell?
It's not beef.
What is it?
I don't know. It's definitely not beef though.
Well,
I think it's the equivalent of whatever's in a hot dog, but like ground up and fried. Or the chicken is at least like it's chicken cubes.
okay.
Also, the chalupas there are amazing.
So the gorditas like ham cubes then?
I don't know. I'm just saying, don't go for the chopped meat at fucking
At Taco
at
Bell?
Taco Bell.
All right.
Uh,
Reminder, at Taco Bell, instead of getting beef, you're just getting like caterpillar like limbs, moose knuckles, the snout and the knuckles and the little hooves of
Outside
pigs.
of Home Depot today, there was some dude shouting, "If you ask if they wanted tamales," that sounds like a Home Depot.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what we have? We have the Home Depot on Northern Boulevard that has that sick sausage spot.
Yeah.
I get sandwiches there.
They're delicious.
Yo, they're mad good. They make amazing sandwiches. I've actually gone to Northern Boulevard for other shit and been like, I'm walking to the Home Depot even though I'm here for something else because I want a goddamn sausage sandwich.
My bus stop is 6 blocks that way and across the street, but I'm here
Yeah, I
for
want that
these sausage
fucking
and peppers.
Yeah, I
all
want
right.
that sausage and pepper sandwich, and I'll take the extra 20 minutes home because it's that
No,
good.
because there's nothing.
Built into the wall of the Home Depot, they
Yes,
like relegated
they-
space to have a fucking place that sells sausage and peppers, and it's mad good. Yeah,
In a way, it kind of reminds me of how like, well, okay, it's unnecessarily good.
Yes.
Right. In the way that sometimes you're lucky, and people who have nothing to do at Costco will sometimes go to the food court right next to Costco.
yeah.
Because like some of these things on here for the price of what you're paying for, like I don't know if like Costco eats a cost by giving the quality of like this is not made by a pizzeria pizza, and it's like this is really good.
Oh, I've never understood the like Costco food. It fits in this weird middle like limbo world where it's like this is definitely low quality, but it meets a standard where I'd be like, I would pay decent money for this,
Right.
but it's cheap
But
somehow.
they undercut it because it's kind of like how in Vegas they
Honestly,
they have no problem comping you with drinks because as long as you're playing craps or poker, even like the buffets are dirt cheap.
Yeah.
The alcohol is like one step above free. Like
It's probably because you went to Costco and you bought a fucking bunch of shit.
yeah, well that's why I bothered you, and I'm like, hey, like I bothers this asshole whenever I'm in fucking Costco, and I'm like, and he's usually like, can you get me some like Greek yogurt?
Yeah.
And sometimes dumplings.
Bulk yogurt, dumplings, eggs, ramen.
Listen.
That's the Costco buys.
Because like Costco is you know, if you're familiar at all with agronomics or drugs, when there comes a purchasing point and where like why, because like even in the land before 9/11 it didn't make any sense where like you know why would you pay bulk prices if you're not getting bulk product?
Yeah.
It's
Do you know
just
what?
simple.
Do you know
Like
what I think Costco makes their money off of?
Mm.
And this is before Costco was selling like home appliances and shit. Back when Costco was just like food and drink.
right.
I remember because I was always like, how are they making money selling things for near wholesale? Granted, if you're like, okay, I get
Well, there's the built-in price of membership.
yeah. So membership was the main thing.
All right.
That's how they got people initially, because memberships make money. But then it's like, all right, you're still not getting a huge cut on wholesale, even though they're not selling exactly at wholesale. They're like slightly above.
Right.
So it's like just above the margin where it's like you're still making a profit on bulk sales, but you're also you have a better turnover rate. Instead of buying like a couple of things of ramen, I'm like, give me the crate of ramen.
Mm.
So you sell more. You know what I mean? You're still making your money back and then a little bit more on top. And those people are going to come back, guaranteed come back. Versus like how you and I might be like, I want to get my chicken. Who's got the sale? No. There are items you go to Costco for and you never
Explicitly.
buy anywhere else because you're like, Costco has the bargain for it. So like consistency, the sale prices,
It's a sort of min-maxing in a way
Yes.
too.
alcohol. Their liquor shop, even though they still sell it wholesale, like let's not forget, bars have been doing this shit forever, where it's like buying this bottle of alcohol costs the buyer at wholesale like $10, and then they sell shots of it for 13. And a shot can be a bottle's worth. 2 or 3
Right.
shots can be a bottle. Like a bottle of Jameson, after 4 shots of a bottle of Jameson, you have purchased the bottle back with a surplus, and the bottle is an eighth through. Maybe. So you make a ton of money off of it. Costco does the same thing. Because they're like, this bottle, which normally sells for $20 at the store, we're selling for $15. We bought a whole case for every bottle was like $8. So we're still selling it.
Well, because by virtue of being on Costco property and by
Yeah.
extension of the Costco store brand umbrella conglomerate legal paperwork setup of all of this,
Yeah.
they are able to do with liquor, and sometimes really fancy and expensive kind of liquors,
Mhm.
the same way they are able to do with like bulk not poetry, produce, poultry. There you go. That's what I wanted to say.
And toilets.
Listen.
Because for some reason they sell shit like that.
The chicken cost at Costco is it's almost like the chicken equivalent of beef in Texas. Outside of abundance and ease of access, it's only through breaking out the barrier to entry of capital. So at this point, you have Costco. You broke through the barrier of capital, the barrier of entry, which is capital. All right.
Yeah.
So now you have Costco. So with Costco comes like wholesale prices as opposed to like retail prices.
Yeah.
So if you're lucky at retail prices, you can get $1.99 for chicken cutlets at Trade Fair and risk a man willing to start a fight over a friendly golden retriever sniffing his untouched sneakers. All right. Or you could go to Costco and you could find it even cheaper. But now you have to figure out how to bring it home because like they don't bag it for you.
They
Like-
also are like, you got to buy 4 times as much as you want
Yeah.
and then freeze it.
You have to get a tray of this thing.
Yeah.
And I hope to God you have Tupperware. I hope you have sofrito at the very least. You just cut the chicken cutlets in 3 pieces and you put the sofrito and you put it in bags and you put it away and that's it. You don't have to think about it until you have to cook it.
Make a salt brine. It'll preserve it longer.
Oh, look at me. I'm fucking too good to put things in the freezer.
You make a salt brine. You make a
Right.
big batch of salt brine. You get a giant Tupperware. You fill it with salt brine. You put all the chicken in there. So now it gets absorbed. It gets absorbed in. So now the chicken's super juicy, and the salt helps preserve it. And then you freeze it in the salt brine.
Okay, you could.
All right.
What's the barrier to entry for fucking salt brining?
A container of salt
Mm.
and water from the tap.
That's it.
That's it.
But what's stopping you from using the fucking fridge or the freezer?
Well, the salt brine makes the meat more tender
Mhm.
because the salt gets in, pushes water out, or that kind of thing.
Okay.
And salt preserves meat, so it gives it a longer shelf life.
Because time is a flat circle.
You could also use milk instead of water.
This guy, instead of using a refrigerator, is now resorting to fucking pirate techniques in where they would have to keep meat in barrels of salt.
Barrier
To
to keep
keep it-
salt brine is being staunchly European blooded. Salt and milk.
This man commiserating with the fucking Danish royal family, I'll have you know.
All right, so you're putting your chicken cutlets pre-sliced in a big batch of salty milk.
I'd like to. We're gonna put everything on pause for
And then
just
if you
one
want to,
second.
and if you want to be
Alright?
really hardcore, you put powdered milk in your milk.
Look, you
So
barbarian.
So you have double milk, and you're getting extra protein in your chicken that's
Monoxys.
milk salted.
Monoxys confirmed to be a dictator of Min-Max. So in the Hall of Dictators, I'm calling Monoxys Ho Chi Min-Max.
Double salty milk brine chicken.
All right, so I just want to put a quick pin on everything. All right, so I'm sending a message to the person that made the maple syrup
Beer.
Bud Light beer. I hope you have two beautiful children you watch die of. No, I hope you know what. I hope you have two beautiful children you watch beat pancreatic cancer, and you walk them through, and you hold their hand, and you're like, "I love you so much," and they grow up to be caring and respectable members of society, and they beat it, and it's a triumph of the human fucking will itself. All right, and then you have like a brief moment, and you wonder, like, is the point of existence willing things into creation? Is that the inherent ability that all people are
This is
given
excessive
on
for
this-
not liking a drink.
on this floating rock through space, or whatever the fuck people want to call it? All right, so there's this cherished victory, and then I don't know, one of them has intrusive thoughts and just fucking cartwheels in front of a Greyhound bus, and the other is just get gutted, wrong place at the wrong time. I hope that happens to you, Mr. or Mrs. making of the maple syrup Bud Light beer. I hope that happens to. I hope everything possible bad in the world that could happen to any boilerplate existence on Earth, I hope it happens to you. And I hope it happens to like everyone you owe money to. I hope it happens to like all of your constituents and your like shithead friends that watch like underage Belarusian like hookers fight to the death in a knife fight on a gold-plated yacht somewhere on like international waters. And I just hope it happens in this life and the next, if there is a next life. Because like, I mean, what the fuck I know? I'm just fucking uncultured Queen's trash in a mask. But I tried the fucking Bud Light maple syrup thing, and like, there are a few things that make me think of vendetta, and one of them was the Bud Light maple syrup. Like, that was institutionally underwhelming. Like, money was paid for that, and it wasn't even mine. I was hanging out with other people. That's... If I had paid money for that, I would have already, like, suicide vested them. Like, it was never...
That is excessive for a drink that did not taste good.
It was worse than not tasting good.
And for the sake of Twitch, that was a joke.
It was worse. It was, dare I say it was offensive.
That's fine. But an offensive drink? I think you
No.
crossed a line of...
Why does it even fucking... You never mind that Y is a crooked
Here's
letter
the
and there's
thing.
no straight answer. Such a thing should not... It is like...
Because someone out there...
That it is... Just because you can doesn't mean you should. And
Somebody.
someone shoulded that maple syrup Bud Light beer.
Someone in the world, and more than one of them,
Mhm.
possibly millions of them, enjoy that drink. Because it's still on shelves.
Possibly. Alright, you're not wrong.
But you didn't. And you just wish that the person who, now mind you, this is probably some asshole who's at a desk, and then someone walks in, and it's like,
Oh, don't have me empathize with this
and
guy.
it's like, hey, what's up? It's fucking October, like next month, and we need a drink idea. And the guy's like, the fuck you mean? And it's like, everyone's got these stupid flavored drinks. We need a fucking drink idea, and you're the idea guy. And he's like, all right, so what do you want? It's like, I want something festive. And he's like, pumpkin spice, it's been done before. And he's like, all right, so fucking like apple pie. And it's like, it's been done before. And he's like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, all right, maple fucking syrup. And they're like, maple syrup, make it happen.
And then there's like a SpongeBob production music montage of things happening.
Yeah.
And he's just working at his desk with maple, and everybody, "There's the maple syrup, guys, yeah!" And then he gets like fucking shot while starting his car in the parking lot because it's just like, dear, it tasted bad.
Meanwhile,
And-
he's like, put maple syrup in the beer.
And I'm sorry this had to be laid at your feet.
See what I mean? Like, you don't know what this guy's dealing with.
And then fucking maple syrup
Meanwhile,
guy is,
across the hall, they're like, we need a new idea for seltzers. And someone's like, maple syrup. And the guy across the room is like, hey, fuck you, that's mine. And it's just like maple syrup. Fuck you, son. I'm stealing your shit.
And this only leads to, and instead of getting fucking resolve, this guy ends up getting fucking ransom letters made out of like letters cut out of magazines and newspapers and shit, going like, "Do you have any idea how bad your fucking beer is?" Even though like he's now getting like plaques and hams and like fucking gold-plated charts of Arrow go
through
up.
the roof, like it's great, and it's like, and people hate it.
On Green Arrow goes up monthly. We have Monoxis, and it's like, "Sir, what is your secret to the?" And he's like, "I just put maple syrup in the beer." Like, it's
And again, across the hall,
an invasion of privacy.
The seltzer-
He's getting paparazzi'd when he's getting fucking like yogurt at the grocery store.
meanwhile, the seltzer guys are just copy and pasting the beer flavors and
Yep.
being like, and then it's seltzer though, and sweet seltzer tastes better than sweet beer no matter what you do. So like apple cinnamon, yeah, it's better as a seltzer. Marshmallow, it's better as a seltzer. Maple, it's better as a seltzer. Like it's anything sweet is better as a seltzer. So like Green Arrow up for beer, and then seltzer's like and copy and paste. And the beer guys just sitting there like, people send me death threats.
Only in Twitter can such thieves be rewarded for taking other people's shit. All right,
So I'm
let
just
the
saying,
record state.
let's have some perspective on the piece of shit whose unlucky job it is to come up with flavors. Mind you, the human palate
I don't know, man.
hasn't evolved a lot over the
As
last
a
couple
if
hundred
you
years.
could figure out as a beer it tastes if it's something sweet it's better as a seltzer, but these like, some fucking lich walking among us decided to put it in a beer
Here's the thing.
despite knowing better.
Here's
And
the
you're
thing.
no beer specialist
Here's the thing.
that doesn't know.
Here's the
I
thing.
refuse to acknowledge or accept this.
There's a guy sitting at a desk who probably went to school and learned how to craft beers. He knows the science behind it. He knows how to properly make something. He spent years of his life to do this. And he sits at this desk concocting ways to make the formula better. And there's a lab full of people, technicians, trying to make Budweiser taste better. And there's a factory that mass produces it. And then he goes, all right. Someone walks in, and it's some old, decrepit, like 75-year-old man who should have been dead 10 years ago, but is still surviving because he's got money. And he's just like, we need a flavor that the kids are going to buy. And he's just like, well, everyone's kind of into that fall shit. And he's like, yeah, fucking figure it out. I want like a fall thing, and it can't be pumpkin. We have pumpkin every fucking year. And he's just like, apple pie. No, we fucking did apple pie. It didn't work. He's like, and this guy is like, all right, but you don't put flavors in beers. You make the beer with ingredients, and it gives it a hint of a flavor. And old ass bitch lich man is like, I want you to put a fucking flavor in it
It's more or less just like gelatinous mass with a suit
because
in
he
a
thinks you
wheelchair.
can just fucking drop flavor in things and it tastes fine.
The political equivalent of gelatinous suit man who's just like, you put the maple syrup in the beer.
Yeah.
The equivalent of that somewhere in like a fucking Washington, D.C. Beltway office is some like fat gut sack in a suit with tubes in its nose and it's in a wheelchair and it's like, I just want to see bloodshed one more time. Can we bomb Iran? Can we please bomb Iran? And like every week, no matter what they pitch, it's like, hey, so we're gonna be expanding the accounts receivable office because now we have someone looking into crypto. It's Janice's birthday on Thursday, so like bring something nice for just like sign the card, you know? And Holden Bloodfield says, can we please bomb Iran? So any questions before we're done with today's meeting? Like it's just it can't they
So there's a guy who wants to make craft beers for this company, and old ass bitch is like, make it taste like maple. And he's like, sir, I can't do this.
Larry Flint is the pornography equivalent of fucking
In fact, I imagine
Holden Bloodfield.
there's a version of that beer which is subtly flavored, but
He wasn't born that way. He just got shot and crippled.
But
and he
it's
became
still
that.
like it's still a beer, but they flavored it so that it has like a mapley aftertaste. You know what I mean? And they probably gave it to this old ass man whose taste buds don't even work properly anymore because he hasn't tasted things in 15 years.
And he's like, this is
And he's like, it's not sweet enough. And it's like, sir, it's a beer. Beers aren't supposed to be very flavor forward. They're supposed to have subtleties of flavor to them. And he's like, make it taste like maple. like the seltzer, and it's like, well, the seltzer, sir, is just like seltzer water with alcohol and flavoring.
But sir, market research has dictated
Make it taste like maple, and then they put maple flavoring in it, and he was like, it tastes good, and like that man's taste buds haven't worked in 15 years, and then you drink it, and you're like, maple, and the guy who made it is like, I can't believe it. Like,
I'd love to see a montage of it, like he's like, make it taste like maple, and then you see like a montage of all these like great, beautiful, vast like maple tree like expanses getting cut down and grinded and squeezed into syrup, and then there's like an assembly line of the thing going into each can and pack this, and then eventually he's like, get me my underage hookers and get the yacht ready, and then like that's
so that thing you tasted, I would probably blame that man.
Holden Bloodfield, thank you and all of your disgusting ilk for keeping the vast corridors of power alive in all of your incarnations.
And then there are definitely like obese people who love that like super sweet gross taste because they don't want to taste their alcohol. They want to taste like sugar that gets them drunk, which effectively, I mean, this is effectively the same thing. But again,
It's no 99 bananas that tastes like the liquid
No.
version of like banana fucking like runts.
seltzer translates sweetness super well. Because like these are just like alcohol water with flavoring. It's the equivalent of like those fucking scoop ices where they just like pour like sugar water on it, and they're like, eat the ice with the sugar in it, and you're like, this is amazing.
But but there was orange and green and red and blue
eat
and
the
yellow.
sugar ice.
Hey, listen, the yellow, if I'm lucky, is pineapple. Come on,
This
man.
is the sugar ice equivalent of alcohol. It's just flavoring in alcoholic seltzer, because alcohol in seltzer doesn't taste like shit. It's just like, again, it's like putting vodka in seltzer and being like, drink it. It just tastes like watered down vodka. And then they're like, and then flavoring.
So chat,
But when you ruin beer with that shit, like,
don't grab your ankles. It is not SummerSlam. Hold on, all right. AC goes, the Mexicans in California are such a high power level that we have Guatemalans walking around with the naranjas cart pretending to be Mexican. Well, hey, there are some Asian immigrants who come here and like to understand that like
shit. Should we talk about the
people-
400,000 Haitian immigrants
hang on.
and how that's going to, you know what, perpetuate slavery?
It is not above. We have 3 other topics. I don't even believe we've touched yet.
What do you mean?
We covered public transport,
Yeah,
live music.
yeah.
Well, we barely touched that.
I mean, like, what? You wanted to talk about the Wang show.
But well, I mean, I'm sorry.
That's all that was. That was you on.
All right.
Which I was like, fine, because like it is a thing.
It was better than expected, and it was great because I had 0 frame of reference, and it was like, and it was just hood rats and metalheads moshing and
Okay.
stage.
I was gonna
Well,
say,
not stage diving. They
that
were
was
crowd surfing.
We don't gotta go back to it. I was gonna say that was a 3-part thing. One,
Although I'd like to say that the frontman of Attila was much more engaging with an audience than anything I had seen in quite a while. I'm surprised at the response that he had gotten because like it was over the years it's been a little silly to see bands come play at New York City, whether it's like a large or a small venue, and they're done playing, and then it's like, so how we doing tonight? And it's just like everyone standing there like, I've seen better shit, fuck this. And some guy in the back is like, go fuck yourself. And it's like you can either choose to engage with that or keep doing your thing that
the point
other-
is,
it-
you
it-
want to
it-
talk about the show you went to.
Right. No, well, just to say that it was good. So fine, we have 2 topics covered. Fine.
All right. So we do.
It was great, actually.
Do you remember your other topic? Because I changed one of them.
Right, because you don't want to discuss breakfast, right?
I mean, we could talk about breakfast if it's in a different context.
I mean, I'm not saying he's in an anti-breakfast crusade.
It's not. No, we've done breakfast. How much more do you want to talk about fucking breakfast? The only thing I talk about breakfast about is like I want to talk about foreign breakfast, and I would need these assholes to chime in on.
Well,
foreign
I had
breakfast.
wanted to. That was the whole point of bringing up breakfast, so I could ask chat what the fuck they have for breakfast.
Fuck chat. You heard me. Fuck you.
I don't endorse these things, but it's his Twitch channel, okay? Because it's twitch.tv/Monoxus.
All right. So in the meantime, we have 2 other fucking topics: flyers and morning routines.
Right.
If we really want to get there, I'm still enjoying talking about the decrepit old sugar man who's just like, I can't taste anything. This tastes sweet now, sir. There's so much like synthetic sugar in there that it could kill you. It tastes good. And then you drink it and you're like,
Because it was disgusting.
all right. So point is, foreign condom breakfast. You see, this is what I'm talking about.
Will
This
you
is-
stop?
This is why we can't do this. We can't engage these people. You engage them, they make jokes out of everything. Keep doing it.
All right. I'm neither condoning these activities nor am I supporting them. All right. But I do appreciate you.
My
finally
Russian
chiming
breakfast
in.
is very exciting. I get whatever I ate yesterday and warm it up. You see? Yeah, I mean, that's not breakfast.
Thupa, I know there may or may not be a language barrier issue here,
There might be a country quality of life barrier as well.
but if Monoxus and I were just like streaming one day, and like the Mongolians came on horseback, like wielding two-handed swords and broke the fucking wall down, and it would be like either we run or it's a fight to the death. I would expect Thupa to be talking shit through the whole time.
The irony is you just talk about the New York guys heckling at the back of a show with low energy audience engagement. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. I like the heckle.
But
That's
because
half the fun.
some people feel as if their reputation precedes itself, but it does not.
I don't give a fuck. Heckle me. That's half the fun of having crowd engagement is engaging the crowd. Unless, of course, you're there to
Right.
stroke your fucking ego and be like, look at me, everyone's cheering. Yeah! That's fucking dumb.
But if there was merit behind what you were doing, one would not be encountering this paradigm in the first place.
That's not
but
true.
but it's still
Because you have people who show up like, all right, so very off topic, but like in the same vein. So Jamie Kennedy, the comedian,
Mhm.
has a YouTube channel, right?
Right.
He posts shit. He did a show recently. The show was a paid show, but because the venue wanted to sell extra tickets, they gave out free tickets.
oh
Can you guess who heckled him?
Ooh.
The person with the free ticket.
oh
And he was
imagine that.
And he was like, why the fuck are you here? You came to a comedy show. You could have researched the comedian that you're seeing, and I'm saying things you don't like. Get the fuck out. And he's telling her, like, get the fuck out.
Mhm.
So, like, in the instance of, so when you're like, oh, if your shit, like, precedes you and it's well known,
Right.
there is always the chance that, like, someone got a free ticket, someone came with a friend, or, like,
Damn.
someone's
Alright.
just trashed, and it doesn't matter if they even liked you when they walked in the door. Now they're the person who's like, "You suck," and your options are like, "No, you suck," and like,
And then he's
engaging
just
this
like,
person.
burn the adjective noun. And
Or
it's like,
you just-
oh, you came here to see me and now you got hammered.
or you just continue on with what you're doing.
Mm.
I like the idea of being like, "You suck. Go fuck yourself." Like that's my plan. You're here to see me, son. Like I don't. You tuned in. You showed up.
Although, woe be unto the person who yells at the person behind the microphone. That's not a, because like, universally, that's not a good look.
You
Unless
came
there's
here to see me. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Fuck you.
Full English breakfast is actually good if you look it up.
I have.
No, you're not wrong. But it's like 40,000 calories. Like, my God, do you plan on like working in a fucking silver mine for the next 14 hours?
Here's the thing. England has a problem with obesity.
Mhm.
Your breakfast might matter. The same way America has an issue, except we eat fried food for breakfast.
Right. Don't hate.
Like motherfuckers going to McDonald's for breakfast and getting a 10,000 calorie meal. Makes no sense. Or they drink 8,000 calories in one Starbucks coffee.
Don't okay, well here, but it's not just, but now you end up like unfolding this entire mess where it's not just like Starbucks, but it's from top to bottom.
Yeah.
Like it's also at Dunkin' Donuts.
Of course.
It's also at 7-Eleven.
Yes.
It's also, in fact, like
you know what it is? I don't even blame the companies. I blame people's lack of information.
because here's the thing that like some people, at least here in Queens, and at the very least here in
I can talk from a personal trainer's experience.
no, hear me out. I am not a personal trainer.
I'm just saying, I have one guy in particular. We've been training for 2 months now.
Mhm.
He's trying to lean out. He's trying to put on some muscle. I was like, try not to worry about leaning out because it gets easier to lean out once you actually have muscle on you and you're very low skeletal muscle mass.
Right.
So our main focus is getting more muscle and making you stronger. In our first month together, he gained some weight,
Mhm.
mostly body fat. And he was like, I'm not seeing a lot of muscle mass increase, but I saw some body fat increase. And I was like, fine, but let's keep in mind you can And like I showed him his numbers, like the dude's squatting 40 more pounds.
Right.
He's doing push-ups when he couldn't do them before. He can do pull-ups with less resistance.
Then how come it was being ranked as body fat?
So his strength is going up because you don't always necessarily increase. So your muscle fibers can fire. So strength is not necessarily about how much muscle you have. It's how certain muscle fibers fire in reaction to your brain saying, these now.
Right.
So someone does a pull-up for the first time, and the brain goes, wait, what the fuck are you doing? And has no idea the mechanics of it.
Mm-hmm.
The next time it does it, the brain's like, right, this muscle group, these fibers go.
This motion up.
Yes, and the more you do it, the better your body gets at it. You may not increase in muscle size, but strength is not purely muscle size, it's also up here. It's the brain telling the right muscles to fire at the right time in the right cadence.
Right.
So it is equal parts muscle, equal parts neurology. He didn't gain muscle mass, and he's like, how am I getting stronger without putting on mass? And I'm like, again, it is part brain, part body.
Mm-hmm.
What you're thinking of is hypertrophy. It's getting big. That is specifically muscle growth, has nothing to do with the brain. But I was like, I also want to look at your diet.
Mm-hmm.
His diet is almost perfect. He's eating very clean, healthy
Oh,
foods.
almost perfect. That
He-
almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
He got a Starbucks drink every single day.
a large.
Just like a normal Starbucks drink, right? But I was like, okay, what is that drink? And he showed me the one he gets. And he didn't look at it at all. He was like, this is just what I get every day for work, 5 days a week. And then on the weekends, I'm at home and I make my own stuff, right?
Right.
And then I showed him what that drink consisted of. And the one he was getting was about 400 calories. So I was like, you, outside of what you're eating, are drinking just in coffee enough to gain a pound.
40 minutes of exercise.
Enough to gain a pound of pure body fat in just coffee.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like, those 2 pounds you gained is because you've been drinking coffee lately. And I was like, did you drink these before you started working out? And he was like, no, I need it so I have the energy because I'm more tired from exercising. And I'm like,
Right.
so to compensate for your body's lack of energy because you are exercising now and not eating or sleeping enough,
Mm-hmm.
you're drinking sugar and caffeine.
Well-
So I was like, you're still making the strength gains. You are getting stronger.
Right.
And your muscle is developing.
Okay.
But you're drinking so much caffeinated sugar water to get the energy to show up at the gym that you gain 2 pounds of fat.
Just through sugary
Through
caffeine
a
alone.
single item that he drinks every day. It was enough calories through one drink to gain a pound of body fat. I told him, stop drinking those. In fact, I showed him my favorite, and I pulled out the Zero Ultra Monster, and I was like, yo, what's up?
Why are you shilling that garbage to
'Cause I
your
was
fucking
like,
customers?
Welcome to caffeine and energy with
Why
no
don't
calories.
you? Why don't you just? Okay, you could be drinking espresso. You could be drinking.
Tastes
The,
bad.
you could be drinking the tiny cups of Greek coffee that are so strong they could peel paint.
Tastes bad.
You are a spoiled human being.
Yes, I'm also dealing with people who are spoiled. You forget, I can drink black coffee, no problem. I did it for years. I am dealing with people who need quick and easy solutions. And they're like, I'm tired, I need caffeine. How do I do it without all the sugar and the calories?
Right.
And then I pull out the
Well,
can of Monster and I'm like, check
Are
this
there
out.
no tendies with caffeine in it?
Not. Oh, here's the thing though. These people are also used to the sugar they're getting. The sugar is a lot of it too. Like caffeine. So the way caffeine works is, like TLDR, your brain will send out chemical signals to go, you're tired.
Right.
When you drink caffeine, the receptors that get that chemical reaction that says, hey, you're tired now,
Mhm.
the caffeine plugs them up so that when the brain's like, signal that you're tired, the caffeine's like, go fuck yourself, I'm here. We're not tired. You are tired, but your brain can't tell you you're tired because the caffeine's being like, nope.
So is that what induces the mentally awake but physically tired?
Yes.
All right.
It's also why you crash because you are still tired, but the caffeine's like, no, you're good, you're fine. So that's why it also has diminishing returns. Your body can't keep that up for long, and eventually it breaks through and like you're tired now.
Because eventually you're drinking coffee to go to sleep.
And then sugar is just a fuel source for your body. Glycogen is the main fuel source for your body. Sugar broken down. So a sugary caffeinated coffee is fuel for the day plus caffeine. So your brain feels good and your body feels good. Your brain also loves sugar. So you're going to feel the negative response of not having sugar, but sugar also
Is the
makes you
brain
fat.
is the brain naturally receptive to sugar?
The brain loves sugar.
Okay.
The brain loves calories.
Calories.
Sugar in specific. Because
Okay.
sugar breaks down super effectively.
All right. Well, I would like to know from the expert, which is why I'm asking Dr. Monoxis.
So I'm like, drink your fucking caffeinated 0-calorie thing to wake the fuck up if you need caffeine, and stop drinking fucking sugar.
Right.
So yes,
Although you're-
I'm like, and because they're like, I want something that tastes good, because I can't be like, drink the black coffee because no one wants to drink black coffee.
Stop making Nona cry and drink the fucking black coffee.
So here's to drink the Monster,
All right.
and that is way easier than drink the black coffee.
Yeah. Spinning in her grave intensifies.
All right, I don't like it, but it works. So the point is, motherfuckers gotta stop drinking his Starbucks bullshit.
Somewhere, a Sicilian Noni is watching a young man cross the street, guzzling a 0-calorie Monster Energy drink, and she shakes her head before she sips her coffee and watches the news that disappoints her before yelling at her neighbor in Greek.
Here's the thing too: if I get a good amount of sleep, I drink coffee.
Mhm.
Did I get 4 hours of sleep and I got a 12-hour day? Monster, baby.
All right, fair enough.
Because it's also chemically loaded with things that make it easier to sustain yourself.
If you think this guy's fucking around, he has a case of this thing. It's right over there.
I do it.
So,
I mean, my favorite coffee is milk, no sugar.
eight.
Hot coffee, because cold coffee is for people in a rush.
Really? You think so? But like cold coffee is good even in the winter, kind of like ice cream.
I like cold coffee when I don't have time to sit and have a hot coffee cool down.
Mm.
Like, am I waking up
Oh,
20 minutes ago? You know what
look
I mean?
at you, Mr. Wanting to enjoy your coffee. Is that
Of
it?
course. If I have time, like what I'll usually do, like let's say I gotta be out at work at like 10, so it takes me an hour to get to work.
Right.
That's assuming everything sucks, bus, trains, whatever. I gotta get out at 9. I'll get up at 8.
Mhm.
Clean myself up, quick shower, whatever. Once I'm done and I'm getting dressed, up in the kitchen, get the pot of coffee going. Not, I'll have coffee pre-made and I'll just nuke it to heat it up.
Mhm.
Start getting the toast going, whatever. I eat hard-boiled eggs because they're just easier and takes more time to cook shit. So get that process going, get everything heating up.
Right.
Go change, get my shit ready for the day. Everything's been heated up for a little while. I've also had time to cool because piping hot coffee is impossible to drink.
You're not wrong.
So now it's warm coffee. Hit it with some milk. It's still slightly warm. Now I can drink it. If I'm in a hurry,
So then sips end up becoming the gulps as he scrolls the headlines and wonders why he logged onto Twitter in the first place.
I don't go on Twitter in the morning. Out of your mind. I go on Magic the Gathering Arena and I beat people up with Goblin decks for like 10 minutes.
Good. Good.
Or I go on Zero Hedge and look at things burning.
Oh, Zero Hedge, aka the most informative doom porn on the planet.
Watching things burn in real time. And if I'm in a
Listen,
hurry, so
it's informative, but like it's doom because every week Zero Hedge has to figure out a way to go the shit is falling from the sky. Everyone start praying and get into your bunkers for that week. Like
yeah, it's ACTG. All of the synthetic stuff makes your body horrible. So does smoking and drinking alcohol, but no one wants to bat an eye to that. All the people who are like, don't drink sucralose and erythritol and aspartame, I love when they're like, you shouldn't have that. And I'm like, do you smoke weed? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like,
they are the equivalent of fat people telling you should fucking chew sugar-free gum. That's what they are.
don't drink synthetic sugars. Do you drink alcohol and smoke weed and cigarettes? Yeah. You fucking retard. You're doing equal damage to your body.
But still.
Choose your poison. That's what I'm saying. Like, so the ones who are like, fucking synthetic sugars, stop smoking weed, drinking alcohol, don't eat any processed foods,
Right.
stop breathing the air, don't drink the tap water.
If
This
you-
shit's getting in you somewhere.
If you can get charcoal filtered water wherever the fuck you live, congratulations, because you've sidestepped an ever-enduring problem of the world is dying, and there are even plastics in tap water, among a number of things. Even in that's why you have, that's why
You're wrong.
listen, that's why you have to invest in very good Tupperware, because you don't want fucking xenoestrogens bleeding into the very precious food that you've cooked and you've packed away so you can consume later, because you do not want to have to live to eat. You should eat to live.
Here's the thing, and this is like, as someone who professionally trains people and is considered a health specialist, including a nutrition coach, my unprofessional opinion
Mhm.
because professionally I would never recommend this.
Right.
Do what you love and let it kill you, because life's very short. So don't worry about all this shit. Like, I drink alcohol, I eat garbage processed foods, I put terrible poisons in my body, I smoke cigarettes. I also can deadlift double my body weight and can bench 2 plates. I fuck more than one girl on a regular basis. Like,
This man eats more pussy than cervical cancer.
just
all right?
live your fucking life and try not to worry so much, because you're gonna die. Just die as the best version of you humanly possible, and try not to be a dick in the process. And that's the best thing you could do. If you want like longevity health advice, I'm gonna flip the script on you. But like,
The Monoxus Morality Power Hour is brought to you by Twitch Chat.
yeah.
All right.
So like, pick up heavy shit, eat things you like, get fucked up on what you enjoy, eat the genitalia of your preference as often as you can,
As long as you're
as
not,
well as you can.
as long as you're not infringing on the life, liberty, or pursuit of happiness of like you or those
Yeah.
around you, like go for it. All
100%.
right.
And as somebody who got very into strict powerlifting, I love when I meet people that I'm training for and they're like, I want abs. And I'm like, I pity you, but let's do it. Because while people are like, my figure is more important to me, and I'm like, you have to struggle to keep your figure. I only have a slightly off figure because of the fact that I overindulge in things that I like.
Right.
Like, I can pick up more than most people my size. If I wanted abs, I could have them in a couple of months. I don't want them. I enjoy alcohol and fried food.
And not to nitpick, and I'm not calling this sour grapes, but like abs usually indicate you're not eating enough.
That's exactly what it is,
Because-
because abs are made in the kitchen.
Yeah, stop spinning in your grave. I'm gonna get to the calamari and the toasted pita soon. Stop, yeah.
Abs is a sign that you don't enjoy yourself on a regular basis, or you're on drugs.
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Depends on the person.
Then you have a winning combination depending on the person.
And if you're gonna do the drug route, like, you better be getting paid to go that route, because doing that shit for ego is stupid.
You're not wrong.
If you're getting paid to do drugs to be fit, do it. Do that shit.
Doing drugs as you have already secured the bag. All
Yeah,
right.
but don't do it for you, because then that's how you get like that's how you get heart attacks and like aneurysms.
It's how you end up doing coke for 20 years and end up with diabetes and heart problems.
Yeah. Also, abs are overrated.
Other than grating cheese as a party trick, like what realistically speaking,
Superficial people like abs, to be fair.
right?
That's my opinion on it. Like, any girl or guy, if that's your thing, who's like, oh, your abs. It's like, in my head, and this is, again, powerlifting brain, if someone's like, oh, your abs are so tight, and I'm like, I literally do like 2 exercises with no weight to get those. They're so easy to get. They require nothing but just not eating. The hardest part of abs is discipline. Do you know what was actually hard? Deadlifting 375 pounds. That's where I want you to be focusing. I want you to be like, wait a minute, how did you just do that? Because that's what I worked on.
Right.
Having abs is just a matter of being like, right, I'm hungry. I'm not going to eat anything. Congratulations, you can have abs. Just don't eat. You will have abs in a couple of months. Stop eating, stop drinking alcohol. You will have abs. You know what's hard to do? Picking up double your fucking body weight in any direction.
You too can sit there as tortilla chips, Nutella, and Heath bars prance around you like sugar plum fairies, and you go, "No, I'm not going to eat that." And you can have abs, but like I don't have abs.
But that's what I'm saying.
Are you
Like,
kidding me?
I was talking to a buddy of mine at work. Again, trainer bullshit at a gym. And because we're both powerlifters. And I was like, I'm using the rest of the year to hit number goals.
Mhm.
In fact, they are my lifetime number goals, which I'm about to hit at 30.
You must lend Monoxus your power.
I'm about to hit my long-term number goals at 30, which feels really good, because then I get to push the goalpost further back to unnecessary numbers.
Right.
But I'm hitting my, like, this is what I wanted to do before I died numbers. I'm hitting them this year.
Right.
Easily. I'm definitely going to hit them. And he was like, so what's the next thing? And I was like, I think I'm actually going to try and get shredded for once. And I'll spend like,
Oh, So now we get to the grating cheese on various parts of his ab as a party
I-
trick story arc.
I've never dedicated time
Shredded.
and energy to it, but part of me wants to
He's
do
gonna be
it.
like the beach is that way.
Part of me wants to do
They
it.
were this big.
Yeah, I want to do that because I've never done it.
Of course, go fuck yourself. You've
Because
never
my,
done it.
my first goal was raw weight. You know what I mean? Like getting every lift that I care about.
No, go. You've more than done it 10 times over 100.
But that's the point. I wanted
Everywhere on people's faces. And
So once I get to I can lift these weights, I was like, what's the next goal? And I have two.
he wears a medium shirt instead of a small shirt, and suddenly he turns into devil's fucking advocate.
No, the two other goals
Mm-hmm.
were like, well, there's technically a third. The third would be like combat sports training,
Mm-hmm.
which I have a guy lined up for judo, and I have a guy lined up for Muay Thai, which
Mm.
we're gonna see if they work out. Because I think the fact that I can raw lift double my body weight would be super useful in judo.
I mean, that would yes.
Because I can toss a motherfucker. So the point is,
in grappling and in fucking wrestling, being
Yeah,
able
like
to
just-
did left.
pick up a dude twice my size.
No, because that is an inherent advantage. Even if, because listen, to deadlift, you need like posture and a center of gravity.
Yes.
And that's that.
So
Okay.
that was the third one. That's the last on the list.
He's gonna start cage fighting overseas in unlicensed events that will.
The highest
He's gonna
one that
add-
I'm considering.
Why was Monoxis responsible for 3 could have been live leak world premieres?
I'm thinking of getting into Olympic lifting. So I'm going to translate all of my powerlifting shit into like clean and jerks and things like that.
Do you want to represent Merca for golden?
No,
glory?
for fun. This is all casual.
Okay.
I'm never going to compete.
Oh, like Grizzly. You will just fucking like live on an island and fucking eat squid and deadlift
Yeah.
like 1,000 pounds and go ah.
So I'm gonna try and translate all of my powerlifting strength into Olympic lifting,
Mhm.
just to see if I can do it. And the second thing was like, let's use all of that strength to actively hypertrophy train. Spend 3 months getting shredded, get ripped, and be like, okay, that's what I look like ripped. Let's go power train again.
Okay.
But using all of that, because like if I can pull 3 to 4 plates, it's so much easier to like hypertrophy train with heavy weight.
Fair enough. As
And then-
vain as this is,
Because I've never done it before. And like once I hit those numbers, like what else is there? Keep hitting
You know-
those numbers?
you
That's
know-
boring.
you know what else is a vain thing to do? To extricate yourself through an act of will. That too is a very, very vain thing to do. But even though Monoxis can still deadlift a car, perhaps a double wide trailer by the end of like 4 years.
No.
Watch.
What do cars weigh? Like a ton?
Grip strength is infinite. So eventually there's gonna be like some fucked up like Loch Ness Monster event where like old Nessie comes through the Gowanus Canal, and because Monoxis had just been like forearm curling bigger and bigger things, eventually he has like Popeye forearms. So like this fucking disgusting beast comes bursting through the canal,
Oh, that
and he
reminds
just
me.
holds onto it, and eventually it just.
I gotta add farmer carries to my routine.
And he just climbs up hands only, like he's fucking like Ninja Gaiden 3, not even using his fucking legs. Just upper body, hands only, until he gets to the gills part and just breathing and just.
Gills are gross. Why did I put my hands in there?
Because you want to fucking take it out earlier.
But to be fair, like I said, you reminded me. I have to add farmer carries to my farmer carries to my routine.
Listen,
They're not in there.
you don't understand that Monoxis is fucking plunging his hand in cans of rice and gripping as fast as he can, and he's trying to fucking use pebble gravel, and this man is training for fucking cage fights, and he's not telling me why. I'm not saying I'm fucking worried because he could handle himself, but like I don't understand why suddenly he wants to learn how to fucking make people squeak and squawk and cry in fucking judo and Brazilian jiu-jitsu and Muay Thai, and he keeps asking me like, hey, if someone put you in a sleeper hold from like a fucking 70-degree angle, what do you do? And like as his friend, I'm gonna be like, oh well, I mean, like you just want to fucking try to grab what you can and fucking shift all of your weight into lifting your knees up, so then they're brought down by your weight, so now the fight goes to the ground. And you should, if you've been holding on to this thing, you can easily twist and move and do something. So like, but like it never occurs to me that he's thinking of doing this in a cage, and his like hands are taped up like Alex from Street Fighter 3, and people are screaming in Portuguese, and like he ends up just like and it's like ugly and wet sounding because real life violence is aesthetically unpleasing. And it never occurs to me that like this fucking disgusting beast from Belgium tries to put him in a hole, then he remembers, oh, okay, grab, knees up, and then it's just, and like the fight goes to the floor because you can't hold that much weight.
I would
It
love
all
to be able to actually pull like.
it all goes on your lower back, and then like he scrambles, and the guy has never been.
Honestly, to be fair, now that you
And
mention
big
it,
engines require a lot of fuel, so he's already gassed by then. So then, like, this guy who's just been, like, fucking running stairs up and down, like the track and field in Astoria Park, just fucking capitalizes.
I might actually use that when I mean, like, I'm not planning on competing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm only planning.
Oh,
on...
dude, even if I were, like, you have a good chance. Like, if I put you in a kata hajime, if you fucking grab onto something
And,
so you
like,
could breathe, and lift your knees up so all the weight shifts that way.
Toss.
Right. But even if not toss, you could just lean that way or that way, and now it's on the ground.
Yeah.
And you're already holding on to something. I'm in a position of having to readjust.
Yeah.
There's already a +1, -1.
And you gotta react.
Yes.
The point is, you
So-
just reminded me, if I was gonna ever pick an outfit,
Mhm.
I would totally go with like green pants, red headband.
Deal. All right.
Just to be an asshole about it.
Fighting in some fucking Brazilian cage in a basement under some dojo.
Red headband, green pants, hopefully win, so I can go, I don't lose.
You can't escape.
Because he's the best fucking character that game series ever came up with.
Escape status. You can't.
The best fucking character, I don't give a shit.
Reminder that Alex is still canonly the Street Fighter champion.
As of the end of the story, he is the strongest person.
Street Fighter 4 and Street Fighter 5 occurred before 3, which just
three
feels
is the end of the story.
beyond unnecessary.
But 3 also introduced Gil, like the strongest of the villains,
Right.
and Oro, essentially the strongest fighter.
Depending how you use him.
No.
Depending who you go up against.
Canonically, Oro is so strong, the motherfucker shows up to dudes like Akuma and is like, "Oh, what's up? You're that dude who can fight gods, right? Let's go." And it's like, take your arm out. Trust me, you don't want that.
He's 300 years old and just wants to sleep.
Like, Oro is so strong, he'll go up against... Like, Oro could have put Gil down, but he didn't. Because motherfucker's living in the cave with his arm tied behind his back.
But
in fact, he's holding a turtle, which was
Canonic-
later revealed when they introduced him in other games.
but canonically does not translate into the beat 'em up of the trenches of character tier and up on the very top.
No.
it's Alex.
The canon is... Well, like, that's the thing, though. Oro and Alex have not crossed paths.
Right.
Because Oro would never cross his path.
Mm-hmm.
Because that would mean Oro cared about, like, the tournament and what's happening and the world-ending destruction.
Right.
When in
Because
fact,
Oro kind of fucking Mr. Magoo's his way through the fucking thing.
the only reason
and failed
Oro is
upward.
even around is because fucking Ryu seeks him out for training, if I'm not mistaken. Ryu's, like, looking for him.
Right.
And then it's, like, some fucking decrepit old-ass bitch in a cave who's got his arm, like, strapped down. And it's like, why? Oh, because if I took 2 arms out, I'd fuck you up. And then in other games, when they introduced him prior to the series...
Yeah, you're not wrong because
when
it
he
was
pulls
always
that second arm out, he's holding his pet turtle and he's protecting it.
because
Because Oro's OP.
because at the end of Street Fighter 2, like canonically, and instead of us just saying it's canon, the point is, it was
Yeah!
second place.
On a roll.
Second place was M Bison. Third place was Sagat, and then first place it was like, but where is Ryu?
Akuma.
And then it's just him walking down the path to go fight someone else again. And that was the end of Street because he was like canonically.
That's what we got left. So we're down to one of each.
I kind of like the cherry, but what chili flavored lime? I'm not even fine. All right,
You said cherry. That's it. That was your gut reaction.
because there is groovy summer ice. All right, that's not even. This isn't even fucking pink. It's like fucking reddish pink, not quite purple. What the fuck is this?
You had it. It's fine. You had it.
It's
You
not
had
bad.
All right.
Fine. All right, listen. How about this?
My point is that like Street Fighter canon is stupid. First of all.
All right.
Second of all, you have characters like if we're going off like SNK versus Chaos rules, like Akuma killed a god. I'm pretty sure with his hands. Like Akuma actually has god-killing potential.
Yes, the Raging Demon.
So he can kill a god. However, Ryu can get mad and whoop his ass.
Because then, well, I mean, I'm not saying this is the evil Ryu open up of the MVC2. No.
Except Akuma can kill gods. Mad Ryu can beat Akuma. Oro with one hand tied behind his back can beat Ryu at full potential. So, like, do you see the weird? Meanwhile, like, Gil put everyone in their place, and some, like, big dude from New York showed up and was like, you can't escape. And, like, suplexed Gil into the ground, and it was like, who's that big motherfucker from New York?
And then he hit him hard enough so often, he was dizzy. And then he hit him again and turned him around and put him in a sleep. The Alex sleeper hold is one of the most broken, fucked up moves in a fighting game ever.
Supernatural god-killing fighters, dudes who trained their whole life for this moment, genetic experiment monster, guy from New York.
Escape status, you can't.
Guy from New York shows up and is like, what are we doing? See that big motherfucker? And Gil's like, he's like, yo, what's up? We're whooping his ass. He's like, I bet. Guy from New York has entered the arena.
It was kind of charming, though, how he shared the stage with Ken.
Ken, yeah.
Right.
The train station, dude. But
All
like,
right.
that's my point, is like, in the final act of the Street Fighter lore, supernatural being Gil, who can revive himself from death, goes up against, like, Ryu, who's trained his whole life for this, and, like, Akuma, the god-killing man, and, like, Ken, bro of fucking Ryu, Remy, who may or may not be the descendant of, like, Charlie Guile character, whatever bullshit. Like, you have all of these amazing, like, trained forever for this, and then, like, big guy from New York.
Some random dude from fucking New York puts you through the Spanish announcer's table.
And he just, like, shows up and he's like, you're big, but I'm bigger. And just starts whooping this man's ass.
Because what makes all of this all... I'm not gonna call it a fucking Greek tragedy because, like, I guess the biggest tragedy is that Alex had always been the champion and 4 and 5 is just before the fact.
Yeah.
But the point is, his catchphrase is, I don't lose.
Yes.
And built into the game system, despite Street Fighter formulating all fighting game systems, except like Soul Calibur and Virtua Fighter, and their exception in Tekken, there's always been like fireball direction, back 2 seconds and forward.
Yeah.
There has always been these mechanics of, and then
Hadouken, the Dragon Punch, the Charge, the Up Flash. Like,
so what was unintended, the people who made Street Fighter 2 did not intend for the fan base to figure out combos.
no, yeah, the original game was not supposed to have combos.
Right.
But wasn't it like it was a delay issue?
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, program it out, and they were like, no, we're leaving it. Like, there's a delay issue in the button combinations, so we're keeping that because it allows them to, like, move through things.
Right.
And that created combos. And then eventually programmers were like, oh, we could purposely have delay issues so one move can flow into another and you have actual combos.
Right,
Like
but-
intended combos.
But there were things like shenanigans for example, in the Street Fighter series.
Yeah.
Okay, so you know how in the very end of the Street Fighter 2 series, first it was Street Fighter 2.
Yeah.
Then it was Street Fighter 2 Championship Edition.
Hydrate. What does it look like I'm doing, son?
All right, hang on. We will.
Yeah, I will.
So
It's water to me.
there was Street Fighter 2 Championship Edition. Then there was Street Fighter 2 something McSomething, which
Turbo.
had like DJ,
Turbo.
T-Hawk,
Turbo.
Cammy, Turbo,
Turbo.
and Fei Long. Then there was Street Fighter 2 Super Move Edition, and where if you had a full meter and you did the double thing that the character was known for, you had a super move. All right? And in that Street Fighter, whether by virtue of picking him on the character select screen, getting a certain score, or there was one other way, you could fight Akuma. And he was broken and overpowered and had 2 air fireballs and could do the Raging Demon. and X, Y, and Z. And he whooped so much ass and kind of became like the Boba Fett of Street Fighter. They eventually included him into the game. And this was before the internet was this overarching thing that existed everywhere.
Yeah.
People just responded really kindly to Akuma. And then good old Coomer ended up fucking in every fucking Capcom fighting game ever since then. Even Chibi.
Was he not the canonical winner against Bison?
Well, he killed Bison, I think.
He shows up and murders him.
I forget who beats Bison. I don't know if it's. I think it's
No,
yeah,
Ryu's
Ryu.
fighting him, and
Right.
Ryu doesn't win because Bison's Bison.
And,
And then like, boom, and then like, and then Bison's
Raging
dead, and
Demon.
Akuma's just like, "Yo, what's up? I was here the whole time."
okay, two things.
Because what's up? I'm Akuma.
There have been few. Okay,
I'm the kind of asshole who's like, "Where's the camera? Where's the camera? Who's taking pictures?"
because he has a tattoo on his back.
Akuma's the kind of guy that, like, after he whoops somebody's ass and everyone's got their phones out, he has to start, like, so everyone gets the picture.
Physique posting.
Well, like, I whooped your ass, and it's like, if there's a crowd of people, he's got to, like, spin around so everyone gets the picture of him, like, imagine Akuma in the modern age. It would make sense. It only makes sense in the world that Street Fighter exists in.
Listen,
Because in a 300, like in a 360, like everyone's got a camera out. Someone's got that front picture of Akuma looking down at the person who whooped the ass of, and they don't have like the cool like back flex.
and think of all the mistimed pictures when someone else's flash was going on as you tried to take your own
And it
picture.
just looks like shit.
It looks fucking terrible.
Yeah. And
It's
Akuma's trying to look mad cool.
It's just torso and legs, but like the torso looks blotted out like a fucking ghost.
He also has literally zero reason to just stand there, if you think about it.
Right. Well, I mean, he raging demon flexed on someone.
Right, but that means he put you down and now he can just go. But he intentionally,
He's waiting for the cutscene because the score is calculated.
for the sake of the camera, he intentionally is like. But now imagine there's mad people looking at him and he's just sitting there like, you know, what's up, all like.
So, all right, two things.
He'd be better off sitting on their chest
One,
and doing one of these.
in terms of fighting game nonsense, one of my favorite twists of all time is this. There's a King of Fighters series, all right? So I don't know if Chad is familiar with the King of Fighters series, but what the selling point was that, all right, it was SNK, and you had to pick a team of 3 people
Yeah.
to fight, and then it was this long, fucked up, drawn out Advanced Wars
You
campaign.
mean Team Terry, Andy, Joe?
Yes.
Yeah.
But there was also like Rio, Yuri,
No.
Takuma.
There was Terry, Andy, Joe, and everyone else is wrong.
Okay. But then there was also Kyo, Goro, Benimaru.
Terry, Andy, Joe.
The point, right, but even though SNK, which is responsible for the Fatal Fury series, right,
Yeah.
the Fatal Fury series cast was not the main characters of the King of Fighters series. It was like Team Japan, and it
Yeah.
was like Kyo, Goro, and Benimaru. All right. So eventually, like, plot twist. So there's a evil guy named Iori, and there's like an evil version of Iori because there's a plot line thing, evil version of people. Fucking Capcom did the same thing, like Evil Ken, Evil Ryu, whatever.
Orochi, yeah.
Right, but it was built into the storyline. All right,
Well,
all right,
the Orochi Iori was a pretty long running thing.
right. So
SNK Chaos had Orochi Ken.
right. So, in the process of all this unfolding and happening, it's not until either I think it's like King of Fighters '99 when it turns out this entire time every single Kyo had just been a clone of Kyo. The real Kyo doesn't show up until King of Fighters '99 in a white jacket, unlike his all black wearing self with a white headband.
Yeah.
He just shows up with no headband and a fucking white jacket, and he's like, "Hey guys, what's going on?" And that's King of Fighters '99. And there's like Kyo 1 and Kyo 2, which are selectable characters to make your team. Because after a while, you didn't just pick a team. You could pick and select and choose who you wanted on your team, but sometimes it didn't reward you with a proper ending.
Because you didn't
Right.
pick the real team.
So, it turns out the guy you
Your
were...
team didn't have Terry, Andy, and Joe.
No, it did not.
Team Terry?
It had Ralph and Clark and Hyder. That's who it had.
Ralph and Clark I get, but Hyder and...
If you're good with Guile, you're good with Hyde.
Yeah, but like now you're just making custom teams there. Also, Ralph and Clark are just guys who do like the fucking punch thing.
Okay, Clark is grappling. Ralph can punch anything at every, and eventually past because once you hit King of Fighters 99, Ralph, if you double fireball and punch button, he just does the Vulcan punch.
Yeah, I liked Andy because he did the jump forward kick,
Mhm.
and that was like near unblockable. And then you're in their face, and you're just like slapping at them, and you back off, and then do the fucking launch kick again. And if they're not guarding, you're just constantly being like, launch kick. All right, what's up? You got hit a couple of hits, back off, ready? I'm gonna launch kick again.
And then by the third time, you have enough built up with like launch kick. You're not blocking this, super.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Or you switch to Terry, and you just start whooping someone's ass because Terry's always busted.
Right. Right. So the twist is this bad character you've been taught to be like he's a bad person and bad vanity bad. It turns out the entire time he knew they were all clones. He was just like, all right, I have to get strong until the real Kyo shows up. So he has no qualms entering every fucking King of Fighters tournament. And this whole time, and like Rugal Bernstein is like, ha ha ha, I'm final boss. And even he doesn't realize he's being played. He's just like, I'm holding this tournament. And then the people in charge of the Orochi power are just like, okay, dance, fucking dance.
Yeah.
All right. And then eventually in King of Fighters like 98 and kind of in 97, like Rugal is so broken, you don't need a team. You just have Rugal.
Yeah.
And you can do that. So, in fact, King of Fighters 97 is the biggest bullshit since charcoal toothpaste because it was all like, it's all a dream. Shingo, who's like the biggest Kyo fanboy in the world, has all of Kyo's moves in his own bullshit, but he doesn't have fire. He's just like the eager young cadet. And King of Fighters.
I don't think I played that one.
So, but since then, Shingo has been like a character. He's even in fucking Salty Bet, all right?
To be fair, I haven't played a lot of King of Fighters.
Right. Okay. So, the point
I played
is.
the original.
Mhm.
I played the last one, where Terry was like a giant monster.
Mm.
Because Terry is now like.
King of Fighters 13 turned everyone into super huge tough lords that
Yeah.
walked 2
They're
miles an hour.
All massive.
They made them out to all be like Potemkin from Guilty Gear.
I feel like Kyo wasn't like that.
No, because he has to kick you really fast and light
He
you
has
on
to like
fire.
flip around and all
So-
that nonsense.
So, as I was saying, to round this out, number one, the greatest plot twist is like, hey, this person you've been trained to hate this whole time. No, he knew the whole time. And then like, hey guys, what's going on in White Jacket? And he was like, me and you, Kyo. And that finally, it's almost like when you're watching Goodfellas and this horrific thing happens, and then it's just like world building.
Yeah.
And then 40 something minutes into the movie. Hey, remember that horrific thing that just happened? Now we're back here. It's kind of like that. There. So, number two, I'm gonna use a little Haynes room. You have to keep the crowd entertained, all right?
The crowd is sitting in the background.
Listen, I'm not in charge of what you do until I get back, but you are in charge of what you do until you get back.
You're out of smokes, right?
Yes.
All right. Here's what we're gonna do. Because I want to smoke, and I also have to pee.
We go on intermission?
No, you go pee.
Okay,
I'm
fine.
gonna hang out. I'm gonna keep the lurkers preoccupied because I can tell y'all are lurkers. I know how to look at these things. And then when you come back, we're gonna figure out. Well, I'm gonna take my bathroom break. What's going on, lurkers? How y'all doing? Just sitting there, chilling? Yeah, you is. Oh no, the dog is barking. So we didn't get a chance to talk about flyers yet. Which, to be fair, oh god, don't fall. We didn't get a chance to talk about flyers yet, which is the. My god, dog, shut up! Thank god. Anyway, flyers. What the fuck is happening? Fuck you, Thupa. I will, though. I ain't drinking water, because the boss ain't trained no sissy. So flyers, that's the last thing we're going to talk about, I think, on our list of things. Personally, we actually kind of need, so in the same vein as the shirts commercial, which like there's a lot to work on that, so that's probably not going to be ready for a couple of weeks. We got a lot of shit to film. We're talking about doing some limited run work, and I think that it would be fun to take something that's not flyer based for limited runs, because a lot of the stuff that we do is flyer fodder basically. As far as new flyers go, I don't think we should actually like make a proper new flyer. Part of me is like, no, we should just do a very strict like. In fact, part of me wants to do like fan made shit, but that's a whole different like ballpark because then how do we translate a fan made thing? Like we got some cool shit from Nuclear Circus for some time now. That might actually be good for flyers. But we do want to do a limited run shirt. There he goes. So, other than that, I can only talk about the actual process in which these things go up. That's more this guy's thing.
We're not talking about economics, are we?
I primered for flyers
Oh, okay.
because that's kind of the last topic we have.
All right.
The main thing that I was bringing up was that first of all, we're in the process of working out a limited run shirt, which I'm trying to avoid flyers for.
Okay.
So intro to flyers, people have seen them. They're on shirts now. There's a whole different thing for that. I would like to do a limited run shirt that is a flyer. Then we have lurkers. There's a lot of engagement, although Thupa wants a hydrate. So I'm saying it's also possible we could end up making that limited run shirt fan submitted.
All right.
Because we have
And we're only making. Okay.
like think about all the stuff that like Nuclear Circus submits. The stuff that Kool-Aid does, right? Be a thing.
Well, but you mean giving us fucking gold hand over fist?
And then saying like, can we use this? Like obviously, like let's say we chose a Nuclear Circus print, right?
Right.
Even if it was like for example, we did the Goodfellow stream, and there was the like me oranged out, and it's like funny how.
Right.
If we were like, that's the limited run shirt. Fuck it, we could do the funny how, and I needed one for you as well.
Okay. Deal.
These are the two limited runs.
And he had already provided
A template, basically.
more or less.
So, two limited runs based on the Goodfellow stream, and it's a Monoxus and a Stand Game.
Although I'd like to reword mine only because I don't want to be a gangster and I didn't want to be a gangster growing up.
That's fine.
I would like to reference something else.
That's fine.
I'm just saying.
This is an example. We don't have to use those in particular. If we did a submitted one.
I'm not endorsing Sicilians who only care about getting even in food, whacking people before the sun comes up. I'm not endorsing people who like eat 4-course meals at mom's before they fucking dig a hole after a 4-hour drive upstate.
So, here's the thing. Let's say we did take a user submitted one. And those are an example.
Before, excuse me.
As an example, those are the two. Now let's say we choose 100, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to make 100 of these, and that's it. When they're gone, they're gone. And of course, like same rules apply. Pick your shirt, pick your color, whatever.
Right.
But after the 100 mark, they're gone forever. Someone like Nuclear Circus, we could easily be like, can we use this design?
I've had something in mind like that for hoodies
And we just let them know.
because it's getting colder.
If you're cool with us using your design, like, our options are we either pay the person for their design, whatever their going rate is, or like, we want to put this on a shirt, it's a limited run, you can choose the percentage,
Right.
or we will send you one of each.
Okay, so chat, if there's anything you'd like to chime in on a limited edition run of shirts at queenstrash.com, you can speak your piece here at twitch.tv/Monoxus over in the chat. You know, and if you're not, listen, if you haven't followed and you're watching and you haven't followed, that's a you problem, and you can fix that right now.
Here's my other idea.
Because we'll take what you say just a little more seriously.
Here's my other idea. We have a collab
Mm-hmm.
between James and, or MK Ultra, Grift, 718. There's a small community building up, right? Technically, as I imagine it,
Mm-hmm.
Grift is the supplier for a lot of this.
Right.
I think James is going through Grift as well. So it's more you and Grift doing the supply run stuff.
Right. Well, I do in-house printing and he does the distribution. So.
We sit down,
Mhm.
you, myself, Grift, cameraman, James, whoever,
Mhm.
and we're like, let's sit down at a computer. Let's make a graphic. Something that can be printed on the screen.
Mhm.
That we all sit down, we just hang out, we drink.
You
we
don't
bullshit.
want it to be a flyer.
No, but we all sit down and we make it together. And whatever that by the end, like we're like, all right, we have until this many hours and this many drinks, and whatever the fucking end result is, and we can make it a fucking group stream. Like
Okay,
one
deal.
person called, like we all call upon people and say, here's what we're doing tonight.
Okay. So, oh, you. I hope this isn't a fucking pro-democracy, subtle underlying message trying to sell me.
No, just crowdsourced. If that's what you want to do, and that's the stream. It's like, here's what we're working on.
Mhm.
Here's what we all decided on.
Right.
Or like, here are the assets you have to work with. Chat can choose. If not chat, again, I'm fine with keeping chat out of it, but like, we sit down and go, what do we want the limited run shirt to be?
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Right, but now you are inviting the fact that it is a limited edition run, but this must be divided by the number of ways of those who are participating.
Exactly. So if it's a 718 TV specific limited run,
Mm-hmm.
but the thing is, Griff's print makes it that we can do more with it.
Okay.
So it could still be 100 only, but because he can do more color prints, he can do more in detail stuff.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like
Right.
something stupid. Like again, top of the head. I like my Cthulhu bullshit. Why the fuck wouldn't I want a shirt where it's like Cthulhu, but Cthulhu's wearing like the Monoxus mask?
Ha! Deal.
And it's like there
All
are
right.
50 of these. And
You know, for what it's worth,
we're never printing them again.
I'm quite fond of the picture Nuclear Circus made, where it was like waiting for the 718 TV merch to drop, and it's like the Taliban that just took the office, and one has my mask and one has yours.
So like
Why did he make me look so mournful
There
in
are
that picture?
options.
All right. So, ladies and jerks, listen, there's no such thing as closure, but there is resolve, and there are endings. So, among these things which we can choose from, we can, at the very least, confirm that yes, there are endings, there is resolve, but there is no closure. Sorry you had to hear it from us. So, Thupa received hydrate, and AC received. No, Thupa, you have to stop, alright? You jerk. Look, you could only play your Yakov Smirnov indifference to language differences for too long, okay? Jerk. Alright. So, in the event something can be crowdsourced, we will meet you halfway in whatever it is you'd like, whether it's inexchangeable Spanish gold coins, Australian currency. Hell, we can even dig up duffel bags and Samsonite luggage of currencies that used to exist before the Eurozone, before the EU. Things like drachmas and lira and Deutschmarks and francs and sterling pounds too. I mean, it's pretty wild. I mean, yeah, some people still fuck with yen, but like, you know, you could tell the difference from like old pre-collapse of the 1986 housing bubble yen than post-collapse of the 1986 housing bubble yen, is all I'm saying. You know, a perfect example of government stimulus not working is Japan, because yeah, they're fucking light years ahead of us in terms of technology in some aspects of their life, but no one ever really considers the cultural 180 when comparing apples to oranges. Because you see, like Japan, a country with not many natural resources, and then like assholes in America look at that and be like, I want to go there. And this is neither here nor there. The point is, sometimes it is hard not to see it as a unique example of how the future is already here. It is just unevenly distributed. And Japan is a good example of that, but then we also must take into consideration, all right? Like,
it is not quite the most accepting of like a outsiders, unlike America's like a foreign refugee nonsense show up, married with children, DMV, I don't have an appointment and I already have a license. You know, look, the point I'm trying to make is this, okay? All the Street Fighter 3 talk and even all the King of Fighters talk, you could thank Japan for that. It is weird because even in Japan, arcades continue to exist, even though they're a dying, if not already dead, medium here. But government surplus doesn't work because in Japan, ever since the collapse of the 1986 real estate bubble, there was just decade after decade of stagflation, which is what fucking economists jerk off call. Sir, stagflation is what you call when economists are trying to talk about like the stagnation and deflation of a currency. And, you know, as long as you call it anything other than what it is, no one worries.
Can we steal someone else's thing and make a shirt of it? Is that a thing I can do?
We could totally do that.
Because I really like the Ingram's 10-minute power hour super mega crossover thing where it was Ryan McGee walking in the woods.
I have always wanted to take the Game Genie logo and just instead of him saying Game Genie above it with the electricity, is Daddy's money.
I just want kill a man, take your shoes, so I can be more comfortable. On a shirt.
All right.
And it's a picture of like a man choking another man to death. And one of them literally has no shoes and the other one has shoes.
That's awful and I endorse this.
Kill a man, take his shoes, so I can be more comfortable. I don't know if it's a good shirt, but I want it.
All right. Unfortunately, Grift Shop is not here to field such a request, but I would totally pitch that. He visually has to not have shoes.
Yes, it's like a dude, full outfit, but no shoes. And there's a man in a full outfit with, like, very obvious shoes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, full detailed. Maybe like Yeezys or some shit. And it's just him choking him. And that's the image. And it's like, kill a man, take his shoes, so I can be more comfortable. It's a lot of words, but...
All right, no. It could work as kill a man, take his shoes, so I could be... It's just 3 lines.
It's also fine if it's like, kill a man. So no, look at me. Kill a man,
Mm-hmm.
take his shoes, picture,
And then
and
the
then
bottom.
on the back.
Oh,
So I can be more comfortable.
he was already 1 step ahead. All right. So the back should say, so I can be more comfortable.
So all they see is kill a man, take his shoes. I would also love if it's like these guys, like stick figure dudes, but one of them has shoes on. So we need someone to get stick figure art, except this one stick figure has shoes on. And it's like the one with no shoes choking him. Kill a man, take his shoes in the back, so I can be more comfortable.
You know what? I think that would be the perfect excuse to use teeny tiny screens that Amazon gives you when you try to buy in bulk.
Yeah.
All right. You know what? Kill a man
Take his shoes.
so I can be comfortable.
Yeah.
All right. So
I remember seeing that. I remember hearing that in that video of theirs, and I was like, "That is such a good line that they never used for anything on that video." And I was like, "I want to."
Because if you could make it, no, you could just it's half a trapezoid, and it's not hard.
it's so good.
Okay.
Kill a man, take his shoes, so I can be more comfortable.
Ay. All right.
We even reduce it. Kill a man, take his shoes, so I can be comfortable.
Okay.
Or just kill a man, take his shoes, and that's the shirt.
Until you end up getting investigated by Homeland Security.
Kill a man, take his shoes.
Sir, this is the 4th person we found with missing shoes.
It's not my problem. It's just a shirt.
The 4th person washes up on the fucking Hudson River without shoes.
The Kill a Man, Take Your Shoes limited run.
Yes. Estamos terminamos con esto.
Kill a man, take his shoes.
So we now just need stick figure art of
A man choking another man for his shoes or stabbing him. Like it doesn't matter how he's dying. It's just
Okay.
one killing another, and the one dying has his shoes on,
he could. Oh, all right.
and the other one doesn't. He's just like a stick figure man.
You can easily transpose a fucking stick figure mid stomp, you know. And there's another, and he clearly has things on his
He
feet.
could have a katana. He could have a gun. Like it doesn't matter what it is.
Okay.
Kill a man. Take his shoes.
Yes.
That's the shirt.
All right.
I wear it. With no context too. Like people would see that and be like I haven't like I don't know. I would love it, but I've got a morbid sense of humor. So
No, there's nothing more to discuss. There's kill a man, take his shoes.
that's the shirt. There you go. There's your limited run shirt.
All
Kill a
right.
man, take his shoes.
Right. It doesn't even matter if you're more comfortable or not afterwards, all right?
As long as you killed him and took his shoes,
Mm.
you asserted dominance.
AC and Thupa had redeemed Hydrate while you were away.
No, I saw that.
Okay.
I've been hydrating with seltzer.
Okay, so he is working around your rules, ladies and gentlemen.
It's basically water.
What was the fourth topic?
Flyers, which I started.
Oh, okay.
The thing is, I told them that like I can't chime in too much on the flyers, other than like I've produced my own flyers for private business work.
Mm-hmm.
Putting up flyers is a whole other issue. We have a recent video that came out. Meanwhile, in New York,
I can either, yeah, I could totally confirm and not deny the existence of such a thing.
so like talking about flyers is like a gray area. Like, what do we talk about when you want to talk about flyers? Like the production of them, how they go up, just
Well-
the general like feel of them. Like, do you think they've been helping?
Oh, I mean, absolutely.
Do you want to talk about the scam flyers?
Well, yes, yes.
Have you
All
talked
right.
to a lawyer because you do know that it is charity fraud?
Oh no, it has to be explicitly spelled out, ideally between the QR codes, that this is satire and the funds are not going to charity.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you talked to a
That-
lawyer. Then.
Yes, I did. All right, all right. So, among other things, ladies and jerks, so when it comes to discussing flyers, I will admit that there
I'm
is
glad
no
you took my advice because you would have gotten federal crime charges.
one size fits all when it comes to putting these things up in
I
meat
also
space.
hope the homies were like happy that it was like, yeah. So he brought up a good point.
Hmm.
This is a federal crime.
And FYI, the Afghan market is mine. Climate collapse is his. No one gets to claim those markets, okay? So, what I had in mind, and I would like to build on this further because now I have, again, a much better understanding of this. Once upon a time in the mid to late 80s, you could find flyers stapled and put up all around town or your city, and where people were asking for help for the Afghan freedom fighters because, you know, communism and the USSR, and that's how things were back then.
Yeah.
So there was a PO box somewhere in Colorado, and it said that like not all funds may necessarily X, Y, and Z. So the point is, now that Afghanistan has been given back to the Taliban, and no one ever really talks about how in Afghanistan, you want to know who's been killing ISIS in their sleep at night, like the fucking IRA, Taliban.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, I mean,
There's a reason why they're in charge now. Have you seen some of their videos?
where they're on fucking little paddle boats and eating ice cream between firefights.
No, like their news shows.
Mm-mm.
They're super based.
They have a Twitter account that makes people cry and shit their pants.
There was a guy who was like, women shouldn't wear boots because boots signal their entrance into a room, and the signaling of a woman basically says, "Hey men, look at me." And I was like, that man's based as shit.
Shit.
Personally, I like the idea of women signaling themselves because it lets me know that like she wants attention.
Right.
But from a Taliban standpoint, I get where he's coming from because it's a different part of the world. I understand. And I was like, he has a
But I
point.
like how Boots, as a position he's taking, is sort of along the lines of like belly shirts are a privilege, not a right. So it's like, if you're gonna call attention to yourself, it's got to be something worthwhile.
Oh no, people got butthurt because they were like, he's such a misogynist.
Have you seen how people look out there these days? It's
Yeah.
fucking terrible.
But people were butthurt because of like the misogyny of it. And I was like, right, but across like the sea, you guys like you people have no idea how bad it is outside of the country you live in, where you have all these privileges to be slutty and skanky and like fully feminized. You have no idea how bad it is outside of this world that you live in, this little bubble, ladies. Like you don't get it. And they're like, he's such a fucking, and I'm like, yeah, except like he has a point. Like your whole I dress skankily and wear loud noisy boots and wear bright colors and like crazy makeup and my hair looks wild, those are attention seeking behaviors. The same way men wear tight fitting clothes when they're jacked, or like pants that are too tight so their dick bulges. Like this is not a unisex, this is not a single sex thing, it's a unisex issue. We all draw attention to ourselves. The Taliban is trying to not have that happen. So when they were like, boots are a signifier that you're in the room. Yes, they are.
Right. However, in the everyday, day-to-day life in Afghanistan, there are different purposes for wearing boots as opposed to like
No, you're
you're
talking
going
about
to
combat
work.
boots.
You're
Not sexy heel boots that make clickety clacks. That's what he was talking about.
Deal. Oh no! So that means like no more women who show up to like metal and punk shows in like polka dot and checker dresses wearing boots, like
Yeah,
combat
like
boots.
you're not supposed to do that because you're clearly going for attention. And people were like, he's a misogynist, and I'm like, is he wrong though? Because you don't wear that because like that is an attention-seeking outfit, regardless of how you feel about it.
Right.
Because I'm all for you just doing things that make you feel good. If you want to wear your bra and panties to a show and combat boots and gloves and say you're dressed, go for it. But then also don't get mad when mad dudes are like directly because you wore your underwear to a show.
Mm-hmm.
That dude is trying to avoid that at all costs. To the extent that where you're like, my underwear are not an excuse for you to look at me. Actually, yeah, they are. You're half
Right.
naked.
But again,
To him, he's like, if that bitch is wearing a burqa and combat boots, or a burqa and like heels, doesn't matter how well covered she is, the clicking of the heels, and have to be like, who's that bitch in heels? You know what I mean? But like, because it's a different part of the world.
if you want
The same
more,
way, like, if you're wearing a full face covering, but you have like wings in your eyes,
right.
like, oh, you're down to fuck. Because you
Well-
got them wings in the eyes.
So listen.
You know what I mean? But like, over there, over here. Where like, a bitch can show up here and wear like, nipple pasties and like a piece of tape over her fucking like gash,
And in Portland, no one bats an eye.
and like her shoes are basically sandals that are just like between the toes and flat. So she's basically wearing a piece of tape, two pieces of tape, and then like some makeup on her face, and you're like, all right, what's up? You're basically naked. Are you trying to fuck? And she's like, how dare you? So like the standards are
So-
different.
Listen, you also must take into consideration that, like the Taliban in a country like Afghanistan, the women have to dress like burn victims. So even in the utmost of extreme examples of where, like, what it is that he's saying, it's still unfortunately ironclad law.
Yeah, where
Every-
a girl here can show up with a butt plug in and a vibrator in her vagina, and if you're like, "Are you trying to fuck?" she'd be like, "How fucking dare you? I'm not trying to fuck you." Literally, like
but
you could wear sex toys as a suit in America, and try to claim you are non-sexual.
But there's a weird.
That's the thing that happens here.
But there's a weird panopticon that women endure in the West where they're taught to have a perspective of treat me like an object, but don't expect that you could treat me like an object.
Yes,
And there's
not
this
just women,
vast
because I would argue that
varying.
no, I've seen this shit at Pride.
Mhm.
People who show up in dildo suits, and then I'm like, this is sexually explicit, and they're like, it's not sexually explicit. They're just indulging in their pride, and I'm like, it is a dildo suit.
Let the record state that this is coming from a man who once upon a time at a pride fucking rally, he was just like fucking getting hammered. And he's just fucking drinking. And a cop was all like, "Excuse me, sir," and he went, "I'm gay!"
Yeah,
And they
I'm all-
didn't bother him.
I'm all for it. Wear your dildo suit, dude.
Because pride
Yeah.
is where people get to do dirt that
Hold
they
on.
don't want
Son.
carrying them back to their hometown, and it's gross.
Wear your dildo suit. wear your outfit.
A woman OD'd when we were filming, for God's sake. It was,
wear your
and then came Pride versus the environment, and all the garbage cans looked like pyramids of trash where garbage cans used to
no.
be.
See, like Machina's got it. You might not be a hooker, but you're wearing a hooker uniform. If you show up with tape over your nipples and tape on your fucking pussy, expect that people are going to recognize that you are wearing a taped over genitalia suit.
Wow.
And then don't go, this is not an expression of sexuality. It very clearly is. That's like if I wore tight pants purposely to show off my bulge and bought underwear a size too small. It is sexually explicit in nature. There's nothing wrong with it until you deny it. So it's kind of how, like...
Well, then you're calling it something it's not when you do that. You know? Like, then...
So my biggest issue with these sex communities, whether they be the poly community, the gay community, the trans, whatever, pick your fucking sex community, whose entire identity is based on sexual preference and gender identities. Mm-hmm. It's all wrapped up in sex. And then you go, you're sexually explicit in nature. No, we're not, but you are. Because everything about this exists without, like, when I'm like, Pride is a sex parade, and everyone's like, no, it's not. It's about, like, identity, and, like, it's like, right, but it's about your sexual identity. That's the whole point of gay pride.
And the layer on top of that is also your sexual orientation.
So,
which is the whole purpose for this pride
there would
parade.
be no purpose of the pride parade if it wasn't about the fact that you're a dude who also fucks dudes. That is the premise of this. It's about your sexuality. And to try and take away from that and say that, like, no, this is about my personal pride. No, it's not. It's about your sexuality.
In defense of Pride 2019, though.
Wear your dildo suit. Mm-hmm. But when I call you out and go, like, that's a little bit over the top and is way more than you need to express the fact that you like dick.
Okay.
You don't get to go, no, it's not. I'm expressing my pride. That's like, all right. The same way a dude who likes dick can wear a dildo suit and be like, what's up, I'm gay. I could walk around and be like, give me the titties. Give me the titties. And if someone's like, you're being a pervert. No, I'm not. I'm expressing my straight pride. I'm being overtly sexual.
You're just being Italian.
I'm being overtly Italian. And you shouldn't judge me on it, because all I'm doing is expressing the fact that I like the titties. The same way you're like, look at my suit made of dicks.
Now,
you know what I mean?
In defense of Pride 2019.
But it's biased because, like, it's okay for thee and not for me.
Right. Okay. That dimension of overarching.
If I was like booba, they'd be like pervert.
Lock
and if some guy was like nice dick, and then they'd be like, see what I mean?
But
hyper bias.
All I'm saying, all right. In spite of this hyper bias, in 2019 at Pride when we filmed, it should be noted that it was the 50th anniversary of the Stonewall riot. All right.
Which, in fact, there was a very nice, like, community event that they held at the actual bar.
Mm-hmm.
That was not apparently trashy. We weren't there for it, but I heard from someone who was there that it was very, like, it was, I mean, again, it was explicitly sexual, but it was respectful, and there was not, like, degeneracy.
No. Stonewall proved that PvP is unfortunately the only way things
violence is the only
unfold.
solution.
Because, like,
and anyone who says otherwise is a fucking lying asshole.
TLDR, so, like, cops try to
explain it.
No. Let the ladies and jerks in chat who don't know the backstory of the Stonewall riots. What had happened was the cops show up to stop a gay bar from being a gay bar, and the people inside...
They don't have it, yeah.
Right. So then PvP happens, and then that's the beginning of the gay rights movement.
More or less. Here, anyway.
Right.
I mean, the point is, these communities act like there's this... How do I explain it? They act like the line in the sand is super fucking wide and is like almost like a checker pattern. You know what I mean? Like, there are lines that can be crossed, but you can cross a couple of them because there are boxes instead of lines, and you can hop from box to box, and only when you, like, get outside of the boxes are you, like, protruding into things and making it obscene. When in reality, there has always just been a line, and straight people also have this line. Like, I can't just show up to the park with my girlfriend while there are kids playing and everyone's having a good day and be like, all right, pants are coming down and like, what's up, bitch? Suck it. Like, no, that is over the line. But if a dude shows up in a fucking man thong with like a dildo strapped to his forehead, we're supposed to be like, he's just expressing himself.
No one ever talks about that. Like during Pride, there's also like, hey, here's the guy in a tank that wants to get pissed on. Hey, here are guys in leather that kind of resemble like
Kink. No, that's
dog-
kink stuff.
Right, but then, right, but in Pride,
Right.
they
so
get
that's
it. Oh, dear sweet Jesus!
that's the point I
But
made.
but if you disagree
They-
with any of that, you
they are-
disagree with all of it.
They are blind to the fact that like these limits exist inside of straight communities too.
And you know what? I wish I was as happy as Piss Tank Guy. Jesus Christ!
I wish I could just get off from showing up in my underwear and crying because something happened. Like I don't, like I love expressing yourself, and I'm okay with all of that, and I'm okay with doing it in a bubble, and I'm okay with having days dedicated to it, and I'm okay with having safe spaces for it, including spaces that are open to community
And
outreach.
here comes the but then.
But we all have to play ball when we're in public together. I'm not gonna walk around talking about the weird shit I masturbate to.
Right.
The same way you shouldn't walk around with a fucking shirt that says "I love dick." There's a line.
But then it depends on like where and when this is happening, because if someone were to wear that in like Christopher Street here in Manhattan, or like
It doesn't matter
in
where,
the Castro district somewhere in
because
San
you don't
Francisco.
know who you're gonna cross paths with.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Right.
We all have to learn that like I'm openly sexual. You're openly sexual. They're not openly sexual. And in the interest of like working with each other,
Mm-hmm.
let's just agree that we're okay with this and they're not. And what we're doing by being explicit about this is making them uncomfortable, which we can just not. It doesn't hurt us.
Right. Okay, but therein lies the problem of people. Okay, I've always held the belief.
We lose nothing by saying, "Hey, let's keep this between us."
Like, even if you were to remove this entirely from sex in general, I think people would not be so afraid of themselves if they were not hung up on the private lives of others.
Yes.
Like, if people were not hung up on the private lives of others, they would not be expending mental time and energy that they have nothing to show for other than, like, I'm not okay with this. And there are some things you should not be okay with, like cannibalism, necrophilia,
Yes.
square dancing. There are some things you should not be okay with. And then
And there are also things that you should be okay with, but they shouldn't be forced upon you.
oh, yes. Yes. Okay.
So, you don't have an issue with it, but I also don't need to know that this is your thing. You know what I mean? Like, you are a gay person. You are a straight person who likes kink. Great. Show up in a t-shirt and pants to the local bar and have a drink with your friends. Don't show up in your gimp suit with your 12-inch heels and your master spanking you in the local bar that we hang out in. All like because like it's fine, but it's weird here.
This constitutes as going out in the early 21st century. You're just trying to mind your own fucking business, and he's all like, yeah, so I says to Mabel, I says, and then comes this, like, clack, clack, clack thing getting whipped and getting screamed at in German between getting tickled and having sips of a drink.
Or at the very least,
Who the fuck needs that?
understand that eyes and ears and mouths directing things at you is what you should expect. It's like when a woman goes out and she's wearing a strap over herself
Mhm.
and she's got tiggle bitties and a bunch of straight dudes are like looking at her, and every time a guy like breaks his neck being like, damn, she has this look of like, ugh. And it's like, you walked out in this.
But again, it's this bizarre panopticon of treat me like an object, but don't expect that you could treat me like an object, because The inherent built-in treat me like an object is what allows the psyche to undergo like the almost compulsive undressing of exclusively underclothed platonic form fitting what you have.
Yeah.
All right. So that is like treat me like an object, but don't expect that you could treat me like an object is what ends up kicking in a reflexive like,
But I mean,
ew, how dare you? You know,
you get what I'm saying.
but
And it's more explicit in sex communities.
but herein lies the bizarre existence of that dynamic removed from all of this. Okay, there was because by virtue of being a woman on the internets, the following can happen. There was a very infamous screenshot on a particular Mongolian basket weaving forum.
Not the horse wrestling forums.
Well, it was no.
Okay.
Where it was a young woman reviewing literature on YouTube, and an anon had made a thread and went, "Hey, what do you think?" Now, usually, such threads on such basket weaving forums, when posed in that nature, it's usually like my mind is already made up.
Yeah.
I want to field the requests and see how right or how wrong I am. Eventually, attention came to this thread, and people started posting in this thread, and then people started messaging her, and people started picking apart from blind slavish praise all the way to, and you're fucking wrong, and the thing, and on fucking page 143, and the fucking thing. And in the span of like a thread that lived and died for 3.5 hours,
Yeah.
all right, this entire fucking saga unfolds. And all she was doing was just doing her thing. Like, she wasn't even like that big of an account on you. It was like some random shit with like 11,000 subscribers on YouTube.
Yeah.
Not even a big deal. And then just like, hey, I review the books. Like, I'm mildly conventionally attractive. And then the Mongolian basket weaving forum in a span of 3 hours had like, okay, then she jumped to like 25,000 subscribers and just getting flooded with the, and then she just straight up deleted the channel. And right before this happened, someone was just like in DMs with her. She was like, "This is all overwhelming. Where are you people from?" And he was like, "Oh," and he just linked to the thread. Minutes later, everything is gone. So,
What a waste.
so that dynamic of I know like and things other people like, you could take this out of the realm of
She
like,
could have toughed it out and been a hero.
well, not everyone is cut out for internet, like, go fuck yourself, trolling is an art, everything about you is ugly, your soul is dog shit, blah, 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 blah. And because, like, with that also comes, like, now you're getting, like, pizza pies delivered to your place and copies of the Quran and the Gideon Bible,
I wish I got pizza delivered to me and copies of the Quran.
What the fuck would you do with copies of the Quran? Or the Gideon Bible, for that matter?
You want an honest answer?
Yes.
It requires fire.
So, you're just gonna keep warm like this is a fucking RPG.
I didn't say that.
Oh, yeah, he's just gonna read it under fire, all right? He's just gonna hold up a torch and read it on live stream. He's gonna show me.
I didn't say the thing you said.
Oh, well, of course you did.
In a
all
court
right?
of law, I'm still in the right. I didn't say what you said. I just said it requires fire.
He's more worried about a court of Sharia law instead of, like, the general jurisprudence of Queens
We're
County.
talking about the Quran, so yeah, a little bit.
Deal.
It's kind of way more dangerous than the actual law here.
So chat chimes in with, Lopan is all, wasn't there the Chappelle show joke, something like you might,
Yeah.
Yes, you did, and he's not going to fix that wobbly. No! Listen, the desk is going to end up collapsing under the weight of its own contradictions eventually, all right? Soon, this desk will fall, and we're going to fucking prance around it in a bonfire, hopefully wearing goat-skinned leggings, and we're going to
No,
send it off like a
not that.
Viking funeral.
No,
The table's going to give in eventually.
I'm just not gonna wear goatskin leggings.
I have goatskin leggings.
Why?
It's a long story.
I'll wear skinny jeans. They'll be fine.
Okay.
Or like
Skinny jeans?
or like sweats.
No, you already offered up skinny jeans.
I'm wearing skinny jeans right now.
Exactly. So you already come on.
This is my normal outfit.
Don't Indian give me.
This
skinny
is how I
jeans.
actually dress.
I'm good. Listen, I have people to impress. That's why I'm wearing the goatskin leggings. So if you wear the skinny jeans and maybe like a black button-up shut, like top, I'm pretty sure we could figure something out.
What, for the fucking table?
When we prance around a bonfire, this is gonna be a bonfire.
Why would I be wearing pants?
I'm wearing pants underneath the goatskin leggings.
I'm just saying, dancing around a bonfire?
Yeah.
That's more like underwear situation.
Well, we're gonna be able to say I'm gonna be closer to the fire with the sacrifice than you are. I just need dancing.
I'm just saying, if I'm gonna dance around something, I'm probably gonna minimize my clothes.
You're not. No, you have to be wearing all black. You already offered up skinny jeans. You
Why
have
can't I
black
just wear
skinny
black underwear?
No, you can't because then they're gonna realize your flesh and they want to bite.
Can I wear black underwear and paint my body black?
No, it has to be covered.
Why?
Even if you're under mud, they're gonna smell flesh and blood and they want to bite.
So how would they would smell me through fucking jeans?
They just listen. They're halfway retarded. All right, but you have to have it covered up. We stole this from the Muslims. They all dress like burn victims.
Can I put like a black sheet over my body
Yes.
and still wear underwear
I-
underneath
Are you wearing a black sheet?
over me
I mean, you could be wearing a fucking sombrero under the black sheet.
with like eye holes?
I
Like a racist ghost.
yes.
Okay.
And it prevails, ladies and jerks. You see,
Racist ghost it is.
tomorrow he's gonna be buying like the bedspreads that are all black.
That's a Halloween costume right there.
Just a black bed sheet with
A
eyes
black
cut
bed
out.
sheet with ghost eyes, yeah.
You unveil it. It's you in a mask.
Oh no, I'm just saying like that's a dumb that's a great Halloween costume
It's
this year.
Listen, I am not above wearing an orange shirt that just in black text says costume.
Listen, just wear a black sheet and cut the eye holes out, and when someone's like, "What are you?" I'm a ghost. And they're like, "Aren't ghosts white?" Be like, "Racist."
You're a politically correct ghost.
It's a good costume in these trying times.
If you haven't been offered an egg in these trying times, you could be wearing a ghost costume.
You could be wearing a politically correct ghost costume. I'm a black ghost, dude.
Not everyone has black bedspreads. Excuse me.
Just go buy a fucking cheap sheet.
Black bread spreads. If you want black bread, go to fucking Brighton Beach and go to the fucking Russian stores over there
I'm just saying,
with their mildly indestructible black bread.
I guarantee you there are people out there who are so butthurt by like not liking white people
Mhm.
that they're gonna wear like black bed sheets instead of white bed sheets and be like, I'm a ghost, but I'm black.
Unironically,
I guarantee you I'm not the first one to
London-
have this thought.
unironically lending themselves into this artificial void.
Yes. Because a white ghost sheet implies they were white.
Oh, so you're the ghost of a dead white person.
Not if you're wearing a black sheet.
There's gonna be a lot of over-representation on Halloween if that follows through.
I'm just saying it would be a hilarious costume.
I just depending what neighborhood you live in.
And you can just pick fights with people.
Why would no? Why
They can't see what you look like.
Ay ay ay. Yes, they can because eventually the shit's gonna move mid scuffle, and they're not gonna see like black skin.
Why wouldn't
They're gonna see a ballroom mask.
Why wouldn't you paint your face black underneath all of it?
Why are you? You are no better than the New York Times and The Economist going, "Hey, monkey wrenching multinationals is a good idea. Here's how you commit eco-fascism." Come on.
I'm a ghost, but I wasn't white when I died.
Reminder that Monoxis is no better than eco-fascists who go trees before refugees.
I just like poking fun at the people who make all these dumbass statements and think that they're like on the right side of history when realistically, like, it's the same way as saying, hey, I'm fighting for equal rights of people of color right now because at one point in time they were enslaved and things have been hard for them. And I'm like, that's a very strong thing to fight for. And I respect the fact that you want to make things right. There are 400,000 people from Haiti coming in, and they're going to be living in low-income housing and doing, like, minimum wage jobs, which is the modern equivalent to slavery, and they're from Haiti, which means that they're black, which means that they're basically slaves. But those same people who are like, we got to fix things right here, right now, are not paying attention. Like, so the whole thing is, like, we hear outlawed slavery. Mind you, we were the first ones, but no one wants to talk about that. Who are like, this is wrong, but like off the table.
I think Canada outlawed slavery before America did.
Were they as big as us slavery was?
I don't know if Canada had slaves.
So I'll take it back. They might have been first, but historically speaking,
Harriet Tubman funneled a lot of people, and by virtue of the Underground Railroad, like more than a few ended up in fucking Canada.
we as a country are pretty adamant about getting rid of slavery,
Mhm.
and then we're also pretty adamant about bringing people of color in from impoverished nations.
Well, race-based slavery, sure, yeah.
And then we decided to bring people in from impoverished nations
Mhm.
and pay them slave wages while they do slave work. And then we act like it's not slavery. Meanwhile, people I know are like, yeah, that minimum wage is not a working wage. It's not good for people. And we have to fight against this culture that has been in place forever because institutional racism and all that. And I'm like, what about the people of color who are coming in this month, the 400,000 of them, who are going to be working for those
Which-
so-called slave wages and living in tent cities? Are those not slaves? But we're paying them?
What made it very bizarre, though, is how, like,
But those people, they don't think.
first of all, there were...
So, Black Sheet Ghost for those people. Because there's going to be people who would see Black Sheet Ghost and I'd be like, I'm the ghost of a person of color. And then they would have moments of... And I'd be like, and this is for you, moron. Because you think this is actually intelligent.
I'm surprised that many, like, any ethnic group, but, like, how did tens of thousands of Haitians materialize under a fucking highway in Texas,
The
of all
boat.
places?
The boat that brought them over.
Ah.
The
But-
boat that very clearly brought them over, but again, we live in a world where when you go Haitian immigrants and a bunch of people go, oh, we have to help them. We have to do something because pox and pox and pox and we have to help because
Right.
that's what we care about. And it's like,
Well,
where's Haiti?
it was a little heartbreaking to know that, like listen, historically, Haiti had a
If
revolution.
you do a Black Sheep ghost costume, is that blackface? No.
No.
I am just representing people of color in the afterlife.
Listen,
Also, technically, it's not people of color because people of color aren't black. They are
anything people
shades
are
of brown.
people of color are basically categorized as anybody who isn't white.
Worst case scenario, I call myself a soot sprite and I run away.
But then, like, people end up blaming Asian Americans as default white people because in the hierarchy,
They are white.
well, you said it, not me.
They are white.
So,
I'm sorry. If you put our skin next to theirs, they're white people.
what's
And
the-
when the inevitable planetary race war happens, you're going to enjoy having them on our side
listen?
because they outnumber a lot of them.
Well, I mean,
And when I say them, I mean people who don't look like us.
well, after all, a 1 in a million. There's about like 4,000 of you in China. Ayo.
We're going to benefit greatly from our light-skinned brethren when the inevitable race war happens, and we have to kill each other over it.
This guy is arguing for Hapa supremacy. I'm not, but he is.
I don't want to come to that, but at this point, the fact that race relations have not gotten better at all, it's only a matter of time before we're killing each other.
Well, what is stopping a Castizo future from happening?
Explain.
Well, I mean, yes, perhaps Asians are a significant part of the immigrant bloc in the United States, but so are Latinos.
It becomes a matter of light versus dark.
Mm.
Not black and white, light and dark. Like, I'm light enough that I'm considered light, so are you.
Well, it depends where I go. In East New York, like,
No. When it comes down to it, we will be considered light. Do you know why?
Why?
Light-skinned people are far more forgiving of each other, as long as it bolsters their numbers. Where dark-skinned people are very, very adamant about, like, there's a certain threshold of allyship.
Well, let it be known.
At least
That-
right now.
Let it be known.
Honest. How many times have you met somebody where you're like, technically I'm a minority, but they're like a dark-skinned person, and they're like,
Let me
no, you're not, you're white.
let me
Like,
let me build on what Monoxis is saying.
I get to play the Jewish card, and I still get the whole, like, no, you're not a minority. And I'm like, I actually am. But
because his grandmother's Jewish.
but according to your race bias, because I'm not dark skinned, I'm not a minority. So in that scenario where we have a global race war,
Hapa supremacy intensifies.
I'm
from
gonna
this
fall.
guy.
I'm gonna end up on the light skin side.
So listen. It should be noted that in my lived experience,
Look at these white hands.
the worst racism I've witnessed tended to be like Asians towards other Asians, blacks towards other blacks, Latinos towards other Latinos, even on an inter-country spectacle, like people from northern Italy looking down upon people from southern Italy.
You know what my favorite is?
And the breakdown is almost always light skin and dark skin.
My favorite is
Hmm.
half white, half Hispanic people, which you, sir, fall into.
Well, our Greek's white because white
Yes.
is Caucasian.
Yes, they are white.
If you say
Here's
so.
the thing. Look at your fucking complexion.
Look at the fucking Mediterranean.
Look at your
That's-
complexion, bud. My point is,
All right, fine.
I know so many half Hispanic people who are social justice warriors. And when the global race war happens, they're not going to fall on the people of color side.
Hmm.
And I can't wait to be an old ass man. And globally, we're all like race fighting. And they're like, I'm going to help my people because I'm Hispanic. And then people who are like properly dark are like, kill that bitch.
Well, because this whole time they have been saying Latinx.
Except you're not, you're white.
This whole time they've been arguing on behalf of Elizabeth Warren.
Except you're white because you look white and you sound white and you act white, but your daddy was Hispanic, so you've got like Hispanic genes in you, but you look like me, and you don't look like homie from Mexico or homie from Puerto Rico.
Castizo future denied, according to Monoxus.
So like, good luck trying to convince a bunch of people of color
Mm-hmm.
that you're a person of color when you look like me. Have fun. Because no, you aren't.
And now we get to the biting of the hand that feeds it,
Yes.
race war wise.
And that's why I'm looking at
Eternally.
this, where it's like, you people are in for a rude awakening when the cultures that you bolster and try to help bite you.
Mm.
And again, I'm all for unity. I just don't think it's going to happen. I don't think we're capable of it.
Well, I believe if you are to take Queens as a micro and macro example of this, take Queens. It is the most urban. It might be the second most. I don't
I
know.
don't know. It
But-
used to be number one.
All right, but the point is,
According to you, we've shifted. I don't know where that came from.
listen, I could cite a source, but we're going to get to that in a little bit. Listen. So take Queens as the most ethnically diverse county in the United States. So the reason it works is because, for the most part, people keep to themselves. Even among, like, if you were to label a group like Southeast Asian, so then you have like Indian, Pakistani, and Bangladeshi. Even among the Indians, they segregate because then there's like Punjabi Indians.
Yeah.
There are Indians whose last name is Patel and they have darker skin.
And to be fair,
Yeah.
like that example comes from a lot. Like,
And then you have Latinos who, among this bullshit, there are Puerto Ricans that all Latinos hate because if you're born in Puerto Rico, you have American citizenship because you're a fucking commonwealth. You're not even a fucking country.
Bro.
Puerto Rico, whose flag was stolen from Cuba and whose fucking music was stolen from the Dominican Republic, but they have Taino people. All right, life goes on. They all died in the 17th century. So then the Puerto Ricans look down on Dominicans, who then look down on Haitians, and then Haitians and West Indian people look down on African Americans. And you know who else looks down on African Americans? Actual African immigrants. And it's this shit flows downhill cycle from the top down, which ends up kind of in a way, after it goes from light to dark, then it just goes from us and them.
it's going to be that in the future. I was gonna say, I love when it's like, oh yeah, you have like Muslim relations in like India, the China nonsense. I love looking at the U.S. because no one talks about this, but I love just kind of throwing it into conversations where that exact topic comes up
Mm-hmm.
because it's like Muslim relations. Okay, over in India, you have these segregated groups, blah blah, and I'm like, the U.S. has 50 states.
Right, but 50 states is
Hold
a
on.
lot. No. 50 states is a lot easier to fucking reconcile than Sunni Shia differences in
Hold
Islam.
on.
Like,
Where at least over there, they're like us and them. Here in the States, we were like, it ain't just us and them. It's us and them 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 and so on. And occasionally it's like, oh, and those guys, they're like us. But like here, we are so divisive that if you go to another state as a New Yorker,
All right.
they
Well,
shit on you.
Well, they single you out because if you come from New York City, you're used to not talking to your cab driver, not talking to your Uber driver, not making small talk with outside of New York, you lose your fucking mind when
The
walking
US?
because you're walking behind people sometimes even on train station platforms that cannot walk faster than
All I'm
2
saying
miles an
is-
hour or a straight line
Keep
or
that in
both
mind,
2
all right?
miles an hour and a straight line at the same time.
Where other
It's maddening.
places-
Did you know that some people read while walking? What's wrong with that?
I do that,
What the fuck is wrong with you?
but I walk at a fast pace and read.
I'm
also
not,
like-
I'm not playing favorites with this shit. What do you?
I swerve people while I'm reading.
But because this guy fucking plays life, the FPS MMORPG at the fucking edge.
Because I can read and walk.
I do not condone this. Yeah, you could do that because most people can't walk and chew gum at the same time. All right,
People are dumb. And easily distracted.
you're not wrong.
My point was going to be, in other places, they have like a straight line.
Mhm.
Here we have so many divisive lines, which I think adds to the fact that this country is constantly fighting about dumb shit because we all have this different ideology, and because of the way we've divided ourselves up, we all have uniqueness to us. Even though,
Can you believe that the Rust Belt has tankies? How does that happen?
so like, I love when it's like, oh, over there they do this. It's like a state over,
Mhm.
they have differing opinions than I do. I could take a train to the next state over, and they would look at me and be like, "Oh, you're from there."
And it's a different fucking
It's
country.
an hour away. Where in other parts of the world, it's days of travel, and that's where you start to get hated.
Mhm.
We are so ununified as a country that a couple of hours, we have towns in New York that don't like each other.
Yeah.
Like that's how bad we are.
When someone like Monoxus or myself ends up leaving the city, we could go upstate or we could go to Long Island. Let's say Monoxus goes to Long Island and he's somewhere like Cold Spring Harbor, all right? And it's a ritzy neighborhood, but he's there to look at the Whaling Museum, all right?
Sure.
So he gets there on the fucking Long Island Railroad super early, and then he gets there, and before the museum is open, this man wants breakfast, all right? So he goes to a cafe and he gives him his order. So because he's not making small talk, there's a possibility, a good possibility, because this is fucking Long Island, all right? Because even from like the richest of the rich and the poorest of the poor, but Long Island is a weird blend of also like the poorest of the rich and the richest of the poor. Long Island is a weird fucking dimension that only exists as like spill and runoff of New York City into like horizontally length suburb that is surrounded by the ocean, all right? That is Long Island. So there's a possibility that he can give the person behind the desk at this cafe his order. And 25 seconds later, she'll make a comment, or he, will make a comment of like, oh, so you're from the city, huh? And by virtue of him not having said anything up until that point, he can either confirm her suspicions and just like nod, or like if it's the first time, which it's not, how did you know that?
Yeah.
But it is funny how even within the confines of this fucking state, because I don't know about you, but like even in a quiet side street of Brooklyn, people understand walk in a fucking straight line and walk faster than 2 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Even somebody's fucking abuelo or like noni or yaya, it doesn't. The fuck is wrong with these people, dude? Cold Spring Harbor, good. And they don't even get the fucking muffin sandwich right. Anyways, the Whaling Museum is really nice though.
In Boston, I got called a goon.
Really?
I was even mad. You look for the goon. And I was like, yeah, what's up.
He probably thinks he's just some like fucking longshore union guy who finished drowning somebody in a bucket of water on dry land before putting him in the trunk
What's
of an
going on,
85
Noah?
Camry.
Noah? How are you?
Noah, buenas noches.
Used to call Oogie Boogie Zipperhead unknowingly because Sackhead character looked like it had zipper on it. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oof. mildly cold-blooded.
Got called a goon in Boston
Well, I mean, without
because I ordered food and then was like, "Let me pay you," and he was like, "You don't have to pay," and I'm like, "I want to pay now. Take my money.
why are you not taking my
Take my money so when the food is ready, I can grab it and go." And he was like, "Yeah, for the goon."
This is legal tender. Why are you not taking
Because
this
to
on
them,
face
they were
value?
like, you order your food, then you like go and hang out, and then I'll call you, and then I'll give you your food, and then you can pay. And I was like, take the money, and then give me the food. I don't want to talk to you. Your money. Take money. Food ready? No? Okay. Food ready now? All right, bye. But the guy wanted to chat, and I was like, no, I'm not doing it.
You know,
Not very good food either. In
You-
fact, Boston, short of the seafood,
listen,
worst hot dogs I've ever had in my life.
even yeah, go fuck yourself. Boston is basically like a racist San Francisco at this point. That's it. A racist and homophobic San Francisco. That's all Boston is now.
That sounds
All right.
amazing.
Like, all right, listen.
Racist
Listen.
and so all the benefits of San Francisco, but also like racist and homophobic.
More or less.
So like based.
So, hoods, but the Latinos are not predominantly Mexican. They're probably more Dominican.
Yo,
Puerto
the
Rican.
only hood rat I saw in Boston was some dude walking around with a bottle of vodka, offering it to people, and they were just like, "Nah, I'm good." He's like, "All right, that's what's up." That was the hood rat in Boston. He was walking around on like what's that shit? The fucking what's that stupid route in Boston? Whatever. There's like the route that motherfucker ran. I don't remember what it's called.
The Freedom Trail.
Yeah, Freedom Trail. He was walking the Freedom
Paul
Trail.
Revere.
Yes. He was
All right, yeah.
He was walking the Freedom Trail with a bottle of vodka and like sipping on it and like talking to himself. And every once in a while he would stop at somebody like who was just like sitting and relaxing on like their lunch break or whatever, just hanging out. He's like, "You want a sip?" And they're like, "No, thank you." And he's like, "Oh, okay. You have $1? No? Okay. No, thank you. Have a nice day." Homeless dude. "You have $1? No? You want a sip? No? All right. Have a nice day." And I was like, even Boston's homeless people are fucking like part of me is like, yo, if I was having a bad day and like eating lunch, and some dude walks up, he's like, "Yeah, you want a sip?" I might be like, "Yeah, give me the sippy, bro."
Probably.
Give me that sip.
40 minutes later, Monoxis is trashed on a park bench before having to go back to work.
With some homeless dude, just like, "Yeah, what's up? Is this what you do all day? Is just drink vodka and chill?"
The homeless guy turns out to be some like crypto genius who's like, "Yeah, I live hand to mouth, but I have like $400,000 in Ethereum."
It's possible. The point is,
I wouldn't put it past him.
he was very chill. He was just offering drinks and being like, "You want to buy me a cup of coffee? No. You have $1? No. You want a sip? No. All right, cool. It's on you." And I was like, "What is this man?"
However, Boston, you cannot look down upon your nose at Monoxis and I because here in New York City, the MTA runs.
Oh, just so we're clear, I also been keeping track if
AVH shows up, which he has not.
Yeah.
All right, so we could not summon him from his fucking volcano bunker. All right?
AFDH is no longer our friend.
Right? we have replaced
Friendship with AFDH is over.
friendship with AVH is over. Doppelganger friendship has now begun.
Yeah, we're done with AFDH.
We're just gonna hang out with doppelgangers of ourselves until he comes back.
AFDH didn't show up. We can we gotta find a new Indonesian friend.
We're just gonna start calling up fucking dukuns and shamans and have them try out.
In fact, yo, Parzival, funny enough, the only reason we went to Boston is because my homie that I went with is a fan of Fallout. That's why I went to Boston.
Oh, and by the way, like in the MTA in New York City runs 24 hours, but in Boston, the trains, the T line, it stops at midnight, and on Fridays and Saturdays, if I'm not mistaken, it stops at 1 in the morning.
And they stopped serving alcohol at 10
Mm.
because they're Puritans.
Yeah.
It sucked.
I mean, they do kind of have. All right, and
No,
mind
we,
you,
we had to bring alcohol back to the hotel room on day one because we didn't know about that Puritan law bullshit.
really.
So 10 o'clock came around, they're like, "We can't serve alcohol." And we're like, "Oh." So we had to go to a supermarket to buy that shit and bring it back because they can still sell it because it's not open.
Mhm.
Like, but bars stopped selling. Like, you can't get...
Shenanigans.
Delis don't sell beers.
Whoa. Really?
There's no alcohol in delis.
Because here, like that usually 9 times out of 10, that only happens if a deli is like Muslim owned and they don't sell things that are
They
like
just
haram.
don't. It's bars or
Blue laws, right? That's what they're
Supermarkets,
called.
yes.
Blue laws. Yeah.
So we
All
had to
right.
drive out of our way to a supermarket to get like a couple of 6-packs and then go back to the hotel to drink.
Mm.
Even the hotel bar shut down early. Boston, yeah.
You know, once upon a
Drink on
time,
your own goddamn time.
during the George W. Bush years, I went to go visit a shithead internet friend of mine who lives in Boston. And there are a couple of things about Boston that always stood out to me. Number one, I don't know if it's like this anymore, but Harvard Square is their equivalent of St. Mark's Place.
Okay.
All right. And that was really fun to see that, like, I don't want to say if you've been to one big city, you've been to them all,
Sure.
but there tends to be an archetype of, like, there's a St. Mark's, there's a Chinatown, there's a Times Square, there's a historical thing,
Yeah.
there's a, however, one thing that stood out to me in Boston is how, like, the Irish are all in the South. All right, the Italians are all like over here,
Yeah.
and then like the hood rats, like the blacks segregate from the Latinos over here. Like, yes, we're living on an eastern seaboard city in the early 21st century, but like no one wants anything to do with anyone else. Even to the point that like you could walk around the south end of Boston and you could just hear like incomprehensible "Hoi to toy 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 toy" fresh off the boat, fucking Irish, and just like, and you're like, what the fuck do you want from me? And it's not until his friend, who is just slightly less fucking incomprehensible, is asking you for a light. And he like, before he even gets to you, it's just like whiskey.
I had the best handmade potato chips I've ever had in my life in Boston.
Near Fenway Park, I think it was. Yeah, you told me about it. Fucking yeah.
Best chips ever.
I would like to, I haven't seen Seb in the longest fucking time. I want to go eat some fucking potato chips with them. That would be nice.
Just go to the bar. The bar around the corner from the fucking park.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
All right.
It's along the far end of it.
Didn't fucking Cheers take place in Boston, or am I wrong?
God, I don't want fucking Cheers.
I'm just curious. I'm sorry. All right. Listen, ladies and jerks.
It's getting late.
Yeah, listen, we have to start making our way the fuck out. So thank you for coming on by. And you too have joined in on the best 21st century public access television. Gracias por mirando aquí en twitch.tv/Monoxus. Queremos decir gracias por tu consideración.
Kool-Aider
Tu
with the
atención.
fucking late night sub.
Kool-Aider, gracias. My
Hello
God.
from vacation land. Kool-Aider's on vacation.
Like a thief in the night.
Thanks
Hey,
for popping
Kool-Aider.
in, man.
So I remember you said that you were planning on drinking an energy drink once you get to the fucking airport, so your heart doesn't give in, and if it does, we would just assume that you died on the plane ride to Jersey. But I hope you're fucking facing away from whatever it is you don't want to look at in Jersey. All right.
He's in Jersey?
Didn't you take a flight from Florida to Jersey?
Wait,
Let
where's
us
he,
know.
where's he going for vacation?
He's on fuck. All I knew is that he was going to fucking like on a airport. I don't know.
All right, if you're in the fucking local area, let us know. We can
No
chill.
such energy drink was enjoyed.
Guess you forgot which direction the sun moves.
Oh, well, fucking finally, it's about time
Good
now,
on that,
17. Everyone, it's kind of like when you're waiting for the bus and you light up a cigarette and then the fucking bus shows
Oh,
up.
Kool-Aider. I won a
My
rock, paper,
God.
scissors match. It was a 2 out of 3.
Yeah, he won. So you have to mark that down on...
Put it on your list. But
Alright.
yeah, if you're in the local area for whatever reason, we might be able to chill. If you're in Jersey, we can definitely chill.
You let us know. I don't know what you're doing on vacation in Jersey. Are you fucking watching someone get buried in a fucking wheat field? Oh, it's okay now, 17. Don't worry. These things happen.
We're talking about hanging out with Kool-Aider because the fucking guys in the tri-state area.
Right, and then he's just going to try to wrestle you.
I mean, we can just chill. We don't gotta wrestle.
You're just... No, but you don't understand Kool-Aider.
We're not gonna wrestle.
He's like 6'6", and he's gonna keep trying to like fucking grapple you.
It's not a wrestling match if I just don't fight. Like, there's no glory in this.
Listen, you can't stop what's coming, Monoxus. That's vanity.
He can sexually harass me, and I'll get him arrested. And he can spend a night in New York bookings.
Okay, Kool-Aider. Now you have to figure out which of the 5 boroughs you want to spend your central bookings in. All right.
Because if you fucking touch me, I'll call the cops.
If you aren't going to wrestle, what are the masks even for?
That mask, that's a wrestling mask.
Listen,
This is a fucking mask, alright?
this is a.
It's different.
It is much more acceptable when a woman tells him the mask stays on than when a woman tells me the mask stays
This
on.
is for fighting people. This is for getting laid. There's a difference. Kool-Aid chose the wrong guy to wrestle. He wants to wrestle me when he's got a fucking, like, luchador as a fucking opponent.
Kool-Aider wants to wrestle Queen Sex Man and not the luchador,
He
alright?
just wants to get his hands on me.
It's just, Kool-Aider thinks you're cute.
Kind of.
Alright.
It's not the first time.
Kool-Aider, please let us know, what are you doing in Jersey? Are you fucking eating fried dough on the boardwalk?
And what part
Are-
of Jersey?
Are you looking down on the shore trash? Are you walking through an eggplant farm?
Like
Because
a PATH train ride to Jersey or like
New-
Hoboken?
New Jersey is one of the. Oh, you're in PA. Oh, okay. Like, are you in Western PA where the turkeys exist and where it's kind of fucking like wooden Squidbillies countryside? The fuck you doing in PA? Are you finally returning to the Amish farm that birthed you and you went on like a 17-year rumspringen and then like Kool-Aider comes back to the Amish community and they're like, Kool-Aider, how much you've changed. And then Kool-Aider just churns butter for the rest of his life and we never hear from him ever again.
Airport shuttle to Allentown.
What the fuck are you doing in PA, dude? Come on, stop leaving us hanging.
Going to Allentown. He just said it.
What the what is he doing in Allentown? Is he performing in an adult film? Is he gonna be like stripping in some fucking bachelorette's fucking hey,
Hold on.
celebrate
Here-
good
here-
times
Here's
now?
the problem. Allentown, PA, New Jersey, or New York? Because in Allentown in all three of them.
You see? He's trying to fucking misdirect us.
Yeah.
Come on, Kool-Aider, stop fucking around.
So you're going to Allentown? Why the fuck are you going to Allentown? What's in Allentown? You got
Well-
family there, son?
Wow.
It's not our business, but you're more than welcome to.
Is he gonna remind
Yeah.
us that Y is a crooked letter and there's no straight answer?
Oh, okay.
Oh, so it's gonna be like it's not. It can't be a redemption arc. What the fuck are you doing? Did some? If I'm sorry for your loss if someone died because you're going back for a funeral. Why would you go back? I mean, like what's in
To
Allentown?
visit family.
The fucking Minotaur corpse that you danced on before you cackled at the
No,
rearview
it-
mirror when
it'd be
driving
fucking-
out of Allentown, Pennsylvania,
It'd be a
and then you
fucking
made your way to
corpse.
Florida, which is like America's dick,
He could
which
be-
is a miniature Australia,
He could
and
be
you were
visiting his fucking mom,
and you were
dude.
the-
Like, what do you want?
as a 3-time heavyweight champion of Florida Man competition, Kool-Aider has to find out the hard way that you can't go back home.
He can be visiting his fucking mother. Like,
I don't know. Okay, I need to go to bed. I've been awake for 32 hours. Okay, fine, Kool-Aider. Stop eating ground up coffee and drinking soda and running up flights of stairs to stay alive. All right? Buenas noches.
take it easy, sir.
Gracias por mirando. I swear to fucking God, it's like waiting for the bus and you light a smoke and then the bus shows up. It's like that.
Anyway, we're calling it.
Yeah.
We're done, so.
All right. Listen.
Thank you, everyone who chimed in late night. Parzival. We had Kool-Aider jump in, Mycelium, or rather not 17, whose podcast
Don't hate.
definitely have that in its title.
Hey, listen, and Lopan and Tampage, even though those aren't your names in chat, thank you for coming on by.
I mean, everyone. Everyone in general.
Gracias por mirando aquí hoy noche on twitch.tv/Monoxus. You too have been joining into the best public access television of the 21st century.
If you haven't bought a shirt, buy a shirt.
Shirts.
Buy a shirt!
Shirts.
Buy a shirt!
Go to queenstrash.com. You too can buy a shirt.
We didn't do any shirt posting today.
You know what rhymes with shirts?
Shirts?
I'm hoping you could find. I hope it's shirts, really.
Is it shirts?
I hope so.
Why does that not work? Is that not the right thing?
I am to cry. So, oh no, now Whisper the Great is not here to help troubleshoot this nonsense for us.
Oh, I can do it myself. I don't fucking need to whisper.
All right. So, is it?
Oh,
so,
it's social.
it's plural. You see that? So now we have take 2.
Go to Queen's Trash and buy a shirt!
Have a good night. Please be safe. Don't let the bed bugs bite. I hope someone tucks you in. Please. Listen, you have to build a bomb shelter. The dead gods are waking up.
If you keep talking, I can't in the stream.
Please. You have to build a bomb shelter. The dead gods are waking up.